The grand ceremony reaches its peak, as the officiant asks Rin if she is ready to swear her eternal love to Kazu and remain his devoted wife forever. Rin happily accepts the vows without a single second of hesitation. This bizarre romantic comedy centers entirely around an average guy and his completely unexpected relationship with a massively popular idol. Kazu processes the absolute absurdity of the fact that he just officially tied the knot in front of a massive audience. He quickly grounds himself in reality by noting that this entire grand romantic wedding is strictly taking place inside an online game. Their virtual home is a wildly popular open-world MMO famous for its incredibly realistic graphics and sprawling environments. It serves as the ultimate sandbox experience where players can completely lose themselves in absolutely any type of immersive roleplay they desire. The game system immediately chimes in to reward Kazu with a special commemorative outfit, leaving him pleasantly surprised by the sudden digital wedding gift. Unbothered by the game mechanics, Rin focuses entirely on her new husband and earnestly asks him to ensure they stay happy together moving forward. Kazu offers a brutally dry and underwhelming vocal response, instantly ticking off his highly energetic bride, who immediately tears into him for completely ruining the romantic mood. Kazu reminisces about their very first meeting 4 years ago when Rin awkwardly introduced herself as a total beginner, just hoping to make a new friend. They originally crossed paths through a completely random dungeon matchmaking system, which quickly turned into Kazu having to teach the clueless newbie how to actually play the game. During their first year of playing together, Rin maintained a very polite distance, shyly asking him if he wanted to run dungeons with her. By the second year, she completely dropped the formalities, excitedly demanding to know what they were going to play that day. Hitting the third year, Rin's energetic personality took full control, as she enthusiastically dragged him out to go fishing while completely ignoring his quiet pleas to go mining instead. Through all these chaotic daily gaming sessions and his routinely ignored requests to hit the mines, the two of them naturally grew incredibly close and cemented their status as online best friends. Eventually, Kazu noticed he only had a single marriage-related achievement title left to unlock in the entire game, prompting him to call out to his virtual best friend. With zero romantic buildup whatsoever, he casually asks Rin if she wants to get married just so he can clear his final in-game milestone. The incredibly blunt and unromantic proposal catches Rin completely off guard, leaving her utterly speechless. She quickly and happily accepts the proposal without missing a beat, perfectly explaining exactly how the two gamers ended up tying the knot today. Rin wraps up the grand virtual wedding ceremony by enthusiastically tossing the bridal bouquet to the cheering crowd. Rin playfully confesses her love to Kazu, leaving him slightly dazed by her sudden online affection. Kazu warmly thanks her and suggests they play together as much as possible from now on, though Rin reluctantly notes that she has to log off for the time being. After promising to meet up again, soon Rin logs off the server as her official status changes to offline. Back in the real world, Kazu reflects on their productive session as he unwinds only for his phone to suddenly buzz with a new in-game chat notification. Checking his phone, Kazu finds a sweet message from Rin thanking him for the fantastic wedding and celebrating their new status as husband and wife. Kazu replies that he is happy about their marriage too, before realizing he needs to sleep for school tomorrow, despite secretly wanting to jump right back into mining. The next morning, Kazu heads to school and sits at his desk while focusing entirely on his phone. He hopes to see a new game event starting on his screen, but his focus is suddenly interrupted by loud voices nearby. His classmates excitedly discuss the brand new music video posted by the popular idol group Star Mains, eagerly calling out to their classmate Mizuki as she arrives. Kazu's classmates frantically argue in whispers about gossiping, trying to hush each other up, before Mizuki actually walks through the door. Mizuki Rinka makes her quiet entrance into the classroom, immediately drawing the attention of Kazu and the rest of the boys. One classmate jokingly suggests asking Mizuki for her personal thoughts on the new music video, but his friend immediately shoots down the idea in absolute terror. Her spotlight idol group Star Mainzu consists of 5 incredibly popular high school girls who are currently taking the entertainment world by storm. Unbelievably, the standout genius idol of the group, Mizuki Rinka, happens to be a regular student in Kaz's very class. Ever since she first enrolled, her exceptionally gorgeous looks caught everyone's undivided attention and made her the instant talk of the entire school. With her sharp expressions and icy demeanor, she seems to exist in an entirely different universe compared to regular mortal students. The guys whisper about how impossible it is to get close to Mizuki, pointing out her flat expressions, minimal speaking habits, and the literal freezing blizzard she radiates. Kazu silently agrees that her aloof personality makes her incredibly intimidating to approach, while his classmates decide it is much safer to simply admire her from afar. As a classmate proudly brags about pre-ordering her limited edition album, Kazu is suddenly pulled back to his phone by a fresh in-game notification from his virtual wife. Rin's message pops up asking Kazu if he wants to play the game together tonight at 8, and Kazu immediately messages back his agreement. Kazu decides to take a quick nap before classes start, thinking to himself that playing with Rin is way more fun than caring about popular idols anyway. The school day flies by as Kazu gets through his classes and prepares to head back home to log into the game. Once he sits down at his computer, Kazu is highly disappointed to find out that the game is under maintenance until exactly 8, completely ruining his plans to get some solo mining done beforehand. With time to kill, Kazu decides to look up info on the upcoming game event, but his eyes are immediately drawn to a web ad for the group his classmates were hyping up that morning. Realizing he still has plenty of spare time, Kazu decides he might as well check out their music video and listen to the song just once. He puts on his headphones and starts the video, only to be instantly taken aback as soon as the music begins to play. Despite his lack of interest in the idol scene, the captivating performance immediately catches his attention and begins to grow on him. He realizes the music and the choreography are far more impressive and polished than he initially assumed they would be. Kazu is completely transfixed as he watches the main vocalist dominate the screen, slowly noticing a startling and highly familiar voice coming through his headphones. Kazu thinks to himself that Mizuki has an incredibly beautiful voice, prompting him to click and listen to a few more of her songs. He gets completely sucked in playing her music videos one after another in a trance. Kazu realizes he accidentally listened to their entire discography and panics when a notification dings to show Rin is already online, forcing him to quickly apologize and promise to log in immediately. Kazu finally logs into the game and frantically looks around, sweating over whether Rin is going to be furious with him for keeping her waiting. Kazu silently worries that he can never admit he was late because he got totally distracted watching her real-life idol group right when Rin's voice suddenly cuts through his panic. Rin scolds Kazu for keeping her waiting, but after he offers a quick apology, she immediately cheers up and happily drags him away to go fishing. As they set up to fish, Kazu tentatively asks if she is actually mad at him, and Rin simply requests that he call her next time he is running late. She sweetly points out that trust is a two-way street since they are officially a married couple now, leaving him completely flustered. Rin then curiously presses him for the real reason behind his lateness, prompting Kazu to nervously admit that he was busy watching idol music videos. Rin playfully asks which idols caught his eye, and when Kazu tries to dodge the question by pointing out their rule against discussing real-life topics, she insists on completely ignoring the rule this time. Kazu silently recalls how, whenever he previously asked Rin about her real life, she would strictly warn him that bringing reality into the game would completely ruin the purity of their relationship. Despite her own past rules, Rin eagerly demands to know his favorite group, prompting a sweating Kazu to reluctantly admit that he was listening to Star Mainzu. He explains that it was his very first time hearing their music, but confesses that they were actually much better than he ever anticipated. Kazu goes on to praise their incredibly talented lead vocalist Mizuki Rinka before bringing up a shocking coincidence. With zero hesitation, Kazu casually drops the absolute bombshell that the famous superstar idol is actually his classmate in real life. A heavy, agonizing silence suddenly falls over both of them as they sit together in total speechlessness for several painfully long minutes. Frantic at her prolonged, icy reaction, Kazu desperately starts apologizing, worrying that he completely overstepped their boundaries by blurting out something so weird. Hoping to diffuse the sudden tension, Kazu frantically tells her to just disregard and forget everything he just said. Suddenly, Rin stares directly at Kazu with an incredibly serious look and confesses that she is actually Mizuki Rinka herself. Kazu stands completely stunned and tries to laugh it off, nervously asking why she is suddenly saying such a crazy thing and assuming she must be joking. Rin casually drops a massive bombshell, completely doxing her own real-life school profile by listing off her exact year class and homeroom teacher. Kazu mentally checks off every single detail, noting the star on the chalkboard and the specific teacher drama, realizing with mounting horror that she goes to his exact same high school. Kazu internally panics as he confirms that every single ridiculously specific detail she just dropped is 100% accurate to his own homeroom. Before he can even process the revelation, Rin turns the tables and demands to know his real identity. The playful atmosphere vanishes completely as Rin waits in dead silence for his answer, leaving him entirely cornered by the sudden reality check. When Rin notices his hesitation and assumes he simply doesn't believe her, Kazu finally caves and admits he sits all the way in the back by the window. Without skipping a beat, Rin instantly guesses his full real name, leaving Kazu completely defeated as he confirms she hit the nail on the head. Having successfully unmasked her virtual husband, Rin abruptly apologizes and announces that she has to leave, leaving Kazu totally bewildered by her sudden departure. As the system notification confirms her offline status, Kazu immediately spirals into a panic, assuming she hastily logged off because she was horribly disappointed by his totally average real-life identity. The crushing anxiety fully sets in as Kazu dreads the terrifying possibility that this sudden real-world reveal might be the exact reason he never gets to play with his favorite gaming partner ever again. He desperately resolves that he absolutely refuses to let their 4-year bond end, just like this, determined to salvage the situation no matter what it takes. Looking back on all their time spent together, Kazu realizes he had completely taken for granted the comforting fact that Rin would always be right there faithfully by his side. Feeling completely overwhelmed, Kazu scolds himself for being a total idiot and admits he is entirely incapable of imagining his gaming life without her, right as his phone suddenly chimes with a brand new notification. Kazu completely freezes up in shock as a sudden message pops up on his screen from Rin, casually asking if he wants to grab lunch together at school tomorrow. After recovering from the initial heart attack, he breathes a massive sigh of relief, realizing this clearly means she is not actually mad at him for being late earlier. But then, the terrifying reality of the situation finally sets in, and he realizes this essentially confirms that his online wife Rin is actually his superstar idol classmate, Mizuki Rinka. He tries to shut down the crazy idea by forcing himself to think logically, pointing out that their real-world and virtual personalities are complete polar opposites. He compares the hyperactive digital elf, who constantly screams his name and rambles excitedly about catching rare, shiny fish, to the icy, unapproachable girl sitting in his classroom, who coldly claims she does absolutely nothing on her days off. He rationalizes that there is simply no way two people with such drastically different vibes could possibly be the exact same person. Desperate for a normal explanation for how his virtual wife guessed his real name, he concludes that one of his idiot classmates must be playing a massive prank on him. He convinces himself that an untouchable top-tier idol like Mizuki would never be caught dead grinding levels in a nerdy open-world MMO anyway. Firmly believing the entire situation is just an elaborate joke, Kazu decides to call his prankster's bluff and messages back demanding hard proof of her identity. His jaw instantly hits the floor when he receives a live, slightly embarrassed selfie straight from the incredibly famous idol herself, completely shattering his denial. Kazu arrives at school the next morning looking completely drained, admitting that he could not get a single wink of sleep after the massive bombshell dropped on him last night. Trudging through the hallways like an absolute zombie, Kazu desperately tries to wrap his head around how his virtual wife could actually be the superstar idol Mizuki Rinka, suddenly worrying if things will be too awkward to casually invite her to play games anymore. Despite how completely insane the entire situation feels, Kazu notes that the undeniable photographic evidence she sent him leaves him with absolutely no choice but to accept the wild reality. Overhearing his classmates loudly argue about how easily photos can be doctored, Kazu immediately latches onto the pure copium and convinces himself that there is still no absolute confirmation tying his virtual wife to the real-life idol sitting right in front of him. Right on cue, the famously icy idol turns around in her seat to make direct eye contact with Kazu, offering him a subtle and totally out-of-character little wave. The sheer weight of reality instantly crushes his fragile denial, leaving Kazu sweating bullets as he completely accepts that his online best friend is undeniably the most popular girl in school. Later on, during lunch, Kazu tries to quietly eat his meal in the cafeteria, only for Mizuki to casually walk right up and sit directly across from him at his table. As she peacefully enjoys her food, the entire cafeteria instantly erupts into a deeply hostile aura, leaving Kazu to sweat under the intense pressure of dozens of jealous classmates glaring absolute daggers at him for daring to a table with the untouchable idol. Kazu finds himself sitting directly across from none other than his school's resident icy beauty Mizuki Rinka. He cannot shake the incredibly surreal feeling of eating lunch right in front of a top-tier idol, especially since he spent the previous night obsessively watching her music videos. Up close, Kazu is completely struck by her flawless complexion and beautifully defined eyes, marveling at how perfectly balanced her features really are. He has to admit she is absolutely stunning, though he tries to keep his composure while sitting so close to her. Mizuki confesses that she was genuinely shocked to discover her in-game partner Kazu was actually her classmate, Kazuto, though he counters that his own surprise was easily 100 times greater than hers. She teases him for choosing such a lazy, simple gaming handle based on his real name, but he quickly reminds her that she has absolutely no room to talk given her own uncreative username. Her chilly demeanor softens with a slight smile as she notes that their matching simple naming styles prove they really do get along after all. She wonders aloud about the crazy odds of them sharing a classroom and playfully suggests that their match might actually be fate, leaving him stammering in nervous agreement. Kazuto tries to ease the tension by reminding her that they are only married inside the video game, but the sudden terrifying shadow falling over her face suggests he just said the worst possible thing. Leaning in with an incredibly intense glare, she forcefully asserts that because their marriage is virtual, it represents nothing less than absolute pure love. The rest of the gaming group watches the interaction in absolute shock, frantically wondering if Kazu somehow managed to completely offend the usually untouchable idol. Mizuki calmly s her theory that the anonymity of the internet completely strips away social filters, allowing players to naturally reveal their true hearts and actual personalities without holding back. She elaborates that this digital transparency makes it easy to accurately judge someone's true character based entirely on their chat logs and cooperative playstyle, completely eliminating the need for real-life context. She admits that she is constantly approached by guys with ulterior motives in the real world, and even online, every male player she encountered instantly flipped their attitude the second they discovered she was a girl. Despite all those terrible experiences, she notes that there was a single glaring exception to her frustrating rule. She genuinely confesses that Kazu was the only person who remained completely pure and sincerely treated her like a normal human being the entire time they played together. She reveals that his digital companionship cheered her up countless times whenever she struggled with the harsh realities of her idol career, prompting Kazu to suddenly recall a specific phase where her avatar was clearly going through a severe emotional slump. He remembers a virtual fishing trip where she completely zoned out and let a massive catch get away, offering a totally half-hearted apology that proved something was seriously bothering her offline. Instead of getting mad about the lost fish, his virtual self had simply offered comfort, assuring her that she never needed to force herself to explain anything and that it was perfectly fine to just take things at her own pace. That simple act of unconditional online support clearly meant the world to her, leaving her profoundly moved as she sincerely thanked him for being a true friend when she needed one the most. Kazu pieces together that her past reluctance to talk about her personal life was entirely due to her demanding idol career. Mizuki drops a heavy confession that she would have completely retired from the industry if she had not met him, which he immediately brushes off as a massive exaggeration. She instantly shuts down his doubt, clarifying that she is entirely serious and that his constant emotional support over the years was the sole reason she kept pushing forward. She smoothly explains that his genuine personality is exactly why she made the ultimate decision to marry him. The casual drop of the word marriage completely shatters the minds of their eavesdropping classmates, forcing a panicked Kazu to desperately clarify that they are strictly talking about a video game. Even with the chaotic misunderstanding cleared up, Kazu notes his genuine surprise that the aloof idol takes their online MMO relationship with such intense seriousness. He happily voices his relief, agreeing that virtual marriages are actually a very big deal to him as well. Mizuki curiously asks for his exact reasoning, and he enthusiastically completely ruins the romantic mood by explaining that in-game marriages are crucial strictly because they unlock rare achievement titles. Mizuki absorbs this incredibly unromantic, purely gamer brain justification with a terrifyingly calm silence. She offers a deceptively sweet and icy response, darkly acknowledging his completely pragmatic view on their special relationship. Kazu instantly realizes he messed up as a sudden terrifying sense of dread violently shoots right down his spine. Kazu begins to doubt his own sanity, wondering if the bizarre connection he is feeling is simply a product of his wild imagination. Suddenly, an energetic voice calls out to Rin across the cafeteria, instantly startling Kazu and snapping him out of his deep thoughts. Kazu immediately recognizes the newcomer's voice as one he has definitely heard somewhere before, while the girl curiously asks Rin if Kazu is an acquaintance of hers. The cheerful girl introduces herself as Kurumazaka, Nana enthusiastically revealing that she is also a member of the idol group Star Minds alongside Rin. Nana is a highly energetic and cheerful girl who actually serves as the main center of the popular idol group. As Nana politely greets him, Kazu is left completely bewildered, wondering if all these famous idols have actually been attending his same school this entire time. While the jealous boys in the cafeteria glare at Kazu with burning envy, Nana casually asks Rin if she is allowed to get mad at her for having lunch with another guy. Rin immediately sighs and drops her cold expression to sternly call out Nana's name, instantly shutting down her playful teasing. Kazu awkwardly introduces himself to the new girl, confirming that he is indeed the legendary Kazu she has heard so much about, which immediately sparks her fascination. The energetic idol aggressively invades his personal space in sheer excitement, completely geeking out over finally meeting him, while Kazu nervously sweats and desperately tries to lean away from her intense proximity. She enthusiastically rambles about how incredibly excited she is to finally meet him in the flesh, prompting Kazu to point out the absolute absurdity of the situation, since he should be the one acting starstruck around a literal celebrity. Brushing off his modesty entirely, the bubbly idol pivots the conversation and eagerly demands to know all the juicy details about exactly how her aloof groupmate acts while playing games online. Mizuki immediately gets defensive and tries to play it cool by claiming her gaming persona is practically identical to her real self, despite Kazu clearly remembering her hyperactive elf avatar constantly screaming his name. Kurumazaka muses that she fully expected Mizuki to act like a complete polar opposite on the internet, prompting Kazu to completely validate her theory by loudly and passionately agreeing with her assessment. Changing the subject, Kurumazaka sincerely addresses Kazu and earnestly thanks him, while Mizuki stubbornly looks away with a hilariously forced poker face to completely ignore the heartfelt moment. Kazu is visibly confused and asks why she is suddenly thanking him, prompting Kurumazaka to flash a warm smile and express her deep gratitude for how much he has supported their precious groupmate over the years. She opens up about the hidden struggles of their idol group, revealing that, for a long time after their official debut, they were terribly unpopular, which caused Mizuki to take on an overwhelming burden of responsibility and worry more than anyone else. Kurumazaka recounts how she constantly had to intervene and scold Mizuki for relentlessly practicing without a single moment of rest, begging her exhausted friend to stop pushing herself so incredibly hard for the sake of the group. Nana pushes herself to the absolute limit during practice, desperately telling herself she has to work harder so she does not end up holding the rest of the group back. Completely overwhelmed by the intense pressure, she stands alone in the studio and helplessly wonders what she is supposed to do to catch up to the others. Later on in the school hallway, Nana spots Rin staring deeply into her phone and tries to act completely natural as she happily calls out to her friend. She is instantly taken aback when Rin looks up with an incredibly soft and fond smile that she almost never shows in public. Nana playfully teases her friend for getting so easily spooked, immediately pressing her to confess exactly who she was staring at so fondly and boldly asking if it was a secret boyfriend. Without missing a single beat, Rin casually drops the absolute bombshell that she was actually looking at her husband, completely breaking Nana's brain on the spot. Rin quickly clarifies that they actually got married in an online game, leaving a flabbergasted Nana to try and process this mysterious guy named Kazu. Rin sweetly explains that Kazu is the kind of person who never asks invasive questions and simply stays by her side to cheer her on, giving her the strength to do her best every single day. Suddenly realizing how much she just gushed about her virtual husband out loud, Rin gets completely flustered and quietly thanks Kazu under her breath for always being there for her. Nana reflects on how Rin miraculously bounced back and regained her top form right after that conversation, which ultimately skyrocketed the entire idol group's popularity to brand new heights. Kurumazaka expresses her sincere gratitude to Kazu for supporting Rin through all her struggles, making Kazu realize how much hardship Rin has actually endured. But when Mizuki tries to step in, Kurumazaka laughingly reminds her that the guy they are talking about is sitting right in front of them. Mizuki gets completely flustered and complains about how embarrassing the praise is, unleashing an overwhelming wave of sheer cuteness that sends Kazu's heart into absolute overdrive. The conversation takes a sudden turn when Kurumazaka casually drops a massive bombshell, loudly proclaiming her envy over the fact that Rin and Kazu are actually married. The sudden announcement sends both Mizuki and Kazu into an immediate panic, with Mizuki begging her classmate to keep quiet and Kazu desperately explaining to the staring classroom that they are only married inside the game. Curious about their dynamic, Kurumazaka leans in to whisper and press Kazu on whether they got married, because they actually like each other, prompting Kazu to defend himself by explaining the marriage was just for a game achievement, which only makes her wonder if he dislikes Rin. Kazu quickly clarifies that he absolutely likes Rin, but hastens to specify that he only likes her as a friend in an online game, leaving Kurumazaka silently analyzing his dense reply. Kurumazaka smiles knowingly as she puts the pieces together, expressing her amusement, and noting that this dense situation is exactly what she would expect from Rin. Mizuki's patience runs out as she suddenly interrupts their private huddle, demanding to know how long they plan to whisper to each other, and coldly warning Kurumazaka that she is standing way too close. Kurumazaka laughs and playfully apologizes for making her jealous, which leaves Kazu completely stunned as he desperately tries to comprehend the possibility of an elite idol being jealous over him. A cold sweat breaks out on Kazu as he realizes something is fundamentally wrong, suspecting that he and Mizuki might have completely different understandings of their relationship, while trying to convince himself that such a scenario is absolutely impossible. Kazuto's mind completely races as he stares at the cool-headed Rinka, frantically trying to process the absolute impossibility that his quiet classmate might actually harbor feelings for him in the real world as well. He quickly tries to talk himself out of the crazy theory, deadpanning that there is absolutely no possible way someone as famous and untouchable as her could ever like a completely average guy like him. Mizaka-san looks at the two of them eating lunch together, and Kazuto clenches his fist in absolute dread as he watches her wheels spinning. In her mind, Mizaka-san eagerly resolves to step in as a master matchmaker and make sure that Rin-chan and Kazu-kun end up married in real life too. Mizaka-san cheerfully announces that she needs to return to her own classroom and bids them a lively farewell, leaving a sweating Kazuto to reflect on her incredibly exhausting levels of energy. Kazuto suggests that the two of them should also head back to class, but Rinka suddenly calls out to him. Rinka catches Kazuto completely off guard by softly asking him if he wants to meet up in game and play together again tonight. Under a beautiful night sky, Kazuto logs into the MMO to get some peaceful fishing done on a quiet dock, only for a familiar voice to suddenly call out his name. Rin excitedly bounds toward him and playfully mentions that they have not seen each other since lunch, happily settling down next to him on the dock. Rin sweetly calls Kazu by his real name, Kazuto-kun, and warmly thanks him for hanging out, adding that she had an absolute blast playing with him today. Kazu happily replies that he had a wonderful time too, which instantly delights Rin as she breathes a massive sigh of relief. Rin suddenly confesses that she was actually incredibly anxious about their meeting, which completely catches Kazu off guard since she did not seem nervous at all back in class. Rin passionately argues that anyone would be a nervous wreck when meeting their virtual spouse in the real world, leaving Kazu with a massive sense of déjà vu. Kazu mentally points out the absurdity of the situation, noting that a massive gaming nerd should logically be the one sweating over meeting a world-famous idol, while something else begins to weigh on Rin's mind. Rin softly explains that she was deeply terrified that he would hate the idea of a real-life meeting, especially since she worried he might secretly dislike idols. Rin continues by explaining that she never cared about his real-world identity as long as they could continue gaming together, just like they always have. Surprised by her deep sincerity, Kazu softly calls her name, only to notice she is suddenly on the verge of happy tears. Their emotional moment is hilariously cut short as their fishing rod gets a massive bite, causing Rin to panic, shriek his name, while Kazu frantically shouts at her to focus on the line. Through all the chaos, Rin beams with absolute joy, tearfully shouting how incredibly happy she is to have finally revealed her true identity to such a wonderful person. Kazu frantically tries to get a crying Rin to calm down, gently reminding her that her limited free time in the game is quickly running out. Sniffling, she reluctantly agrees that it really is getting quite late and that she has to log off, but she quickly hesitates before saying goodbye. She suddenly brightens up and eagerly points out that since they now know each other's real-world identities, they can finally spend time together in real life from now on. After sweetly wishing him a good night, she logs off, leaving a shivering Kazu on the dock to ponder a sudden ominous chill of warning before he decides to shrug it off and focus on catching his next fish. Back at school, the final bell rings and Mizuki boldly walks past his desk to bid him farewell by name, immediately sparking a wave of absolute horror and disbelief among the jealous onlookers. Before he can even pack up his bag, his highly suspicious classmates instantly corner him, aggressively demanding to know what on earth is going on between him and the school's untouchable idol. When a sweating Kazu weakly tries to play dumb, they immediately double down and fiercely press him for details on his secret relationship with Mizuki. With the entire classroom already beginning to buzz with intense gossip, the boys quickly drag him away to a more private spot for a thorough interrogation. Out on the balcony, they warn him that his sudden closeness with Mizuki already has the entire school talking, leaving Kazu completely dumbfounded, as he admits he had no idea they were drawing so much hostile attention. His interrogators firmly cross their arms and declare that they have absolutely no intention of letting him off the hook until he explains exactly how he managed to win over the untouchable superstar. Letting out a heavy sigh, Kazu finally relents and agrees with them, begging his classmates to just keep the whole situation a complete secret from everyone else. After fully explaining the absolutely insane circumstances behind his relationship with the school's top idol, his two best friends stand on the school roof, quietly taking in the massive lore drop. Having processed the completely unbelievable story, his buddy immediately drops the pleasantries and casually asks for permission to punch him right in the face, leaving Kazu to frantically question the sudden violence. His friend utterly explodes with raw jealousy over the fact that Kaz's random online gaming wife turned out to be the gorgeous Mizuki Rinka, while his glasses-wearing buddy coldly calculates the literal 0.0001% mathematical odds of such an insanely lucky encounter happening. Adjusting his glasses, his analytical friend quickly brings the mood back down to earth by warning Kazu that there is a 99% probability that Mizuki will become a massive target for severe harassment over this. He logically breaks down the brutal reality of the idol industry, pointing out that any rumor about a superstar like Mizuki getting too close to a random guy at school will instantly explode all over the internet. His buddy completely agrees with the grim assessment, bluntly admitting that if he ever found out his own favorite idol had a secret partner, he would instantly drop her and stop being a fan on the spot. Kazu stammers in pure panic at the terrifying prospect of boyfriend rumors spreading, completely baffled that his friend would so easily abandon a favorite idol over something so utterly trivial. Grabbing Kazu roughly by the tie, his friend shoots him an incredibly dark, dead-eyed glare and tells him that he clearly does not understand the absolute gravity of the situation. He furiously screams at Kazu to never underestimate the terrifying dedication of idol Otakus, ruthlessly explaining that even the slightest hint of a connection with a guy will completely destroy the group's pure image and spark a massive career-ending scandal among her most unhinged fans. Kazu flops onto his bed, completely exhausted, complaining to himself that Takabana talks way too much. Recalling Takabana aggressively demanding he check out a specific website the moment he got home, Kazu wonders if his friends are just blowing things out of proportion, though he admits their intense behavior genuinely creeped him out. Despite his heavy reservations, he grabs his phone with a deeply resigned sigh, deciding he might as well look up the site just to see exactly what they were all freaking out about. Staring at his screen in total bewilderment, Kazu is completely taken aback to find a massive dedicated online discussion board entirely focused on Mizuki, realizing he had absolutely no idea these types of obsessive fan threads even existed. He scrolls through the deeply unhinged comments, reading wild declarations from obsessive fans claiming she is the most beautiful girl in the world and swearing they are the only ones capable of truly making her happy. The sheer toxicity of the thread hits him like a truck as he reads terrifying posts demanding to know her home address, alongside psychotic threats to lock her up forever, leaving him sweating bullets when he spots a comment specifically mentioning her having lunch with a boy at school. Realizing the immense danger of the situation, Kazu goes completely pale, quickly understanding that the psychotic behavior of her obsessive fanbase is vastly more serious and life-threatening than he ever could have imagined. Right in the middle of his terrifying realization, his phone suddenly pings with a cheerful new message from Rin, casually asking if he wants to eat lunch together again tomorrow, causing him to practically jump out of his skin in sheer panic. He sits in dreadful silence, staring at the screen, his mind frantically racing with worst-case scenarios as he realizes that if they continue getting along so publicly in real life, the resulting scandal could completely destroy her idol group's popularity and ruin her entire career. A heavy weight settles in his chest as he pictures her virtual avatar, deeply worrying about exactly what would happen to Rin if her precious idol dreams were suddenly shattered, all because of his own careless actions. Kazuto deliberately declines Mizuki's invitation to eat lunch together the next day, claiming he needs to study for an exam. Though he hates lying to her, he convinces himself that keeping their distance at school is ultimately for her own good as an idol, leaving him feeling incredibly guilty when she sadly accepts. The scene shifts to Mizuki's perspective, where her quiet room is filled with her longing thoughts as she repeatedly calls out Kazuto's name. Lying alone in her bed, Mizuki tightly clutches a plushie and tearfully admits to herself how much she truly misses her virtual husband. The next morning, Kazuto enters the classroom and immediately locks eyes with Mizuki, who greets him with an incredibly sweet and warm smile that is a complete departure from her usual icy persona. Her unexpectedly gentle reaction instantly sends shockwaves through the surrounding guys in class, leaving Kazuto deeply flustered as he tries to play it cool and walk past her. Despite her warm greeting, Mizuki is left looking utterly confused when Kazuto completely ignores her and walks away as his classmate Takabana suddenly calls out to him. Out on the balcony, Kazuto eats ice cream with Takabana and mentions that he finally checked out the website his classmate had recommended to him. Kazuto gloomily admits that browsing the site made him realize just how incredibly naive he was being about his situation, prompting Takabana to burst out laughing at his sudden existential crisis. Kazu's friend points out that it makes complete sense for a massively famous idol to have a dangerous group of extreme fans, prompting him to ask Kazu what his grand game plan is moving forward. Kazu calmly explains that he plans to maintain a strict distance from her, both in real life and in the game, rationalizing that their marriage is purely virtual, and that they naturally exist in two entirely different worlds offline. He firmly adds that a total gaming nerd like himself absolutely refuses to cause any unnecessary trouble or potential scandals for a shining superstar like her. Bringing his master plan to a close, Kazu loudly declares from the school rooftop that he is going to completely stop talking to Mizuki altogether. Down on the ground right below him, an eerily quiet hum confirms that the famous idol herself just overheard every single word of his ridiculous plan. Flashing a terrifyingly sweet smile, Mizuki happily notes to herself that she just heard something incredibly interesting. Later on inside the classroom, the guys are busy chatting among themselves right as the door suddenly slides open. As Mizuki walks in with a dangerously intense aura, Kazu's friends quietly gossip about how completely bizarre he has been acting since the previous day. Completely ignoring the whispering classmates, Mizuki tries to mentally retrace her steps, wondering if she accidentally did something wrong to upset him since they had a perfectly normal greeting just yesterday morning. Letting out a heavy sigh of confusion, she admits she has no idea what went wrong, completely unaware that the boys nearby are absolutely losing their minds over how gorgeous her troubled expression looks, and vowing to sear the blessed sight into their memories forever. Mizuki finds her heart pounding unexpectedly as she steals a quiet glance toward Kazu while his classmates are busy chatting nearby. Kazu deliberately looks away in an attempt to keep his distance, prompting Mizuki to instantly slide back into her signature icy, unapproachable expression. Kazuto begins actively avoiding her at every turn, turning down her invitation to grab lunch under the guise of studying, and even hastily logging off the game the exact second she logs on with a cheap excuse about his teacher calling him. Left completely abandoned in the game world, Rin gets incredibly tearful and puffs up her cheeks in absolute childish frustration over being so blatantly ignored. She angrily lashes out at the empty screen, crying and screaming to the wind about why her dummy of a virtual husband is suddenly keeping his distance. Pouting sadly, she casts her line back into the quiet virtual waters, feeling incredibly lonely without her usual gaming partner by her side. Sitting alone on the dock, she bitterly reminisces about how he was the one who originally claimed that her real-world identity wouldn't change anything between them. As the school day ends, Kazu notices that Mizuki has already left the classroom, and he politely turns down his friend's invitation to go to karaoke so he can head straight home instead. His classmates watch him leave with highly concerned and suspicious expressions, wondering what has gotten into their usually normal friend. Walking alone down the hallway, Kazu heavily sighs to himself, admitting that even if he is avoiding Mizuki for her own safety as a celebrity, it deeply hurts him to keep pushing his favorite person away. Kazu is suddenly called out to by someone in a storage room asking for a favor, but as he steps in to return a dropped can, his arm is suddenly seized in the dark. Kazu is completely stunned to find himself pinned inside the dark storage room by Mizuki herself, who has aggressively cornered him with no way to escape. A deeply flustered Kazu stammers out her name while Mizuki offers a quiet, breathless greeting. Realizing how intense her sudden behavior was, Mizuki quickly backs away and apologizes, while Kazu nervously assures her that it is totally fine. Kazu tries to quickly excuse himself by claiming he has things to do, but Mizuki cuts him off and demands to know why he has been avoiding her lately. She confesses that she simply wants to hang out and play games with him, just like they used to, expressing a deep desire to build a much closer bond with him. Despite her sincere plea, the sheer weight of her celebrity status and their social differences seems to hang heavily between them. Fighting his own inner conflict, Kazu clenches his fist and delivers a brutally cold rejection, apologizing but telling her that she should not speak to him anymore. The sudden harsh rejection completely stuns Mizuki, leaving her to quietly whisper that she understands. Mizuki somberly accepts his harsh boundaries, leaving both of them in a heartbreakingly quiet and tense standoff. Kazu rushes out of the school doors, desperately using his bag as a makeshift shield against the sudden heavy downpour. Holding his hand out to catch the water, he helplessly groans about how incredibly hard it is suddenly pouring outside. Letting out a heavy, defeated sigh, Kazu decides to just hang back by the entrance and wait for the brutal storm to settle down before trying to make a run for home. Suddenly, Mizuki appears right beside him with her umbrella ready, quietly standing near the doorway. The two of them stand together in complete heavy silence with Mizuki looking away while Kazu nervously glances over at her with a pounding heart. Watching her walk away into the rain, Kazu solemnly reflects that it has been quite a while since their massive argument, noting with a heavy heart that she hasn't even logged onto the game since that day. He looks back on how their brief connection completely vanished, instantly resetting their dynamic back to square one, where they simply exist as completely distant classmates who never interact. Despite the crushing sadness of losing his best gaming friend, Kazu tries to firmly convince himself that totally cutting ties was the only right choice to protect her pure idol career. Mizuki stands alone outside in the pouring rain, her face completely overshadowed by a terrifyingly gloomy and intense expression. Inside the school, Kazu is abruptly stopped in his tracks when a mysterious girl approaches him in the hallway and casually calls out his last name. The cheerful stranger warmly greets him like an old friend and asks for a quick chat, but Kazu instantly shoots her down by flatly asking who she is, causing her to dramatically pout at his coldness. She leans in with a flushed face and playfully claims they used to long for one another, but Kazu completely stonewalls her romantic setup by stating that her claim does not sound familiar to him in the slightest. Brushing off his rejection, she insists he follow her to a secret location, entirely dodging his confused demands for an explanation, and forcing him to drag his feet along with a heavy sigh. The two of them silently walk through the quiet school corridors as the heavy rain continues to loudly hammer against the classroom windows. As they walk, the mysterious girl finally introduces herself as Katon and arrogantly grants him permission to address her with a highly respectful title, instantly prompting an annoyed Kazu to snap back at her ridiculous demand. Katon completely ignores his complaints and casually recites Kazu's full name, age, hobbies, dominant hand, and exact family structure, leaving him utterly terrified that he is being followed by a dangerous stalker. She cheekily points out that his sudden cafeteria date with the untouchable idol Mizuki Rinka has instantly turned him into the most infamous and talked about celebrity in the entire school. Kazu frustratedly realizes this entire kidnapping is purely because of the exploding school rumors, just as Katon stops at a doorway and announces to whoever is inside that she has successfully brought him over. Kazu finds himself unexpectedly pulled aside for a private chat as a female classmate suddenly turns to face him in the quiet hallway. She nervously apologizes for calling him out of the blue, addressing him with a familiar and friendly tone. Kazu gets completely blindsided when she blatantly reveals that Katon told her absolutely everything and that she had secretly eavesdropped on their entire private rooftop conversation. She correctly guesses that he was completely caught off guard by the sudden nasty rumors circulating around the school. She pieces together that Kazu intentionally distanced himself from Rin purely to protect her, acknowledging that staying away is probably the most logical move for her blossoming idol career. Despite all that solid logic, she completely flips the script and earnestly begs Kazu to ignore the risks and go back to being close with Rin. She explains that lately Rin has been desperately trying to act like everything is completely fine, but it is painfully obvious that she is secretly hurting inside. She passionately declares that while Rin's idol activities are important, she desperately wants her friend to find happiness as a normal girl too promising to handle any potential group drama, because she absolutely refuses to watch her suffer anymore. A massive wave of guilt washes over Kazu as he realizes his grand, noble plan to distance himself for her own good completely ignored what Mizuki actually wanted and how it would make her feel. He mentally kicks himself for being such an idiot, painfully acknowledging that Mizuki had tried so hard to be completely upfront and honest with him only for him to stubbornly reject her efforts in the name of protecting her image. Kazuto reflects on his conflicted feelings, realizing he has only ever viewed Mizuki as an untouchable idol from a completely different universe, even though she is ultimately just a normal high school girl who genuinely enjoys playing online games. He recalls her pure, unbridled excitement when she happily pointed out that they could finally hang out and be together in the real world now that their secret identities were out in the open. Remembering her high hopes and how badly he let her down by avoiding her only makes him feel like a terrible person, leaving him completely paralyzed with immense guilt. Kazuto is filled with sheer self-loathing as he calls himself a complete idiot right when Kurumazaka suddenly approaches him to ask if he is willing to make up with Rin. He immediately jumps at the chance, admitting he would gladly make things right as long as Mizuki is willing to forgive him, which instantly puts a massive smile on Kurumazaka's face. Kurumazaka acknowledges that public rumors are still a major threat, and reveals that she has a plan, casually mentioning that, while she originally wanted to see the two of them get married in real life, she knows that it is definitely not the right time for that yet. Fired up and ready to take action, Kurumazaka rallies Kazuto to her cause. With absolute confidence and high energy, she passionately declares the official commencement of Operation Reconciliation. Takabana absolutely loses his mind with jealousy when Kazu calls a meeting, and casually reveals that he is also close with the idol group's energetic center Nana. Kazu introduces Seidu to Katon, who cheerfully announces her presence and immediately joins their secret meeting. Kazu gets straight to the point and gathers everyone together because he has a massive favor to ask of them. Katon listens intently with an encouraging smile, ready to hear what kind of favor the dense protagonist is about to request. Their secret mission officially kicks off as they establish their makeshift operations headquarters to sort out the mess between Kazu and Mizuki. Nana explains that the core of their reconciliation project lies in the fact that Rin has finally grown exceptionally close to a very specific boy. She bluntly tells Kazuto that to protect Rin's idol career, he must transition from being her exclusive secret partner to simply looking like one of her many regular friends. Kazu tries to protest, but Nana quickly shuts him down by pointing out the sad reality that Mizuki doesn't actually have any friends at school besides him. When Kazu argues that Mizuki seems to prefer being a loner, Nana passionately corrects him, explaining that, although she is often misunderstood as cold, Rin actually hates feeling lonely more than anything. Nana reflects on how things used to be for the group back before their sudden rise to fame. During a dressing room flashback, Nana casually asks Rin if she has managed to make any friends in her class. Rin takes a sip of water and admits that she would actually love to have classmates to chat with, but hesitates to open up. Rin explains that because she struggles to show her emotions and completely lacks Nana's natural bubbly joy, she assumes nobody would actually have fun hanging out with her anyway. Nana loudly rejects the self-deprecating logic, but Rin just smiles softly and warmly admits that simply having Nana and Kazu in her life is already more than enough for her. Back in the present school hallway, Kazu admits he had absolutely no idea about her hidden feelings and just assumed she genuinely loved being a loner. Nana firmly corrects him, insisting that Rin would seriously love to make some real friends. Struck by a sudden burst of inspiration, Nana dramatically announces that she has just come up with the absolute perfect master plan to fix the situation. Gathering Kazu's friends together, Nana enthusiastically declares that the first step of her grand scheme is to simply recruit his buddies to become Mizuki's new friends. Kazu immediately drops into a deep desperate, practically begging his bewildered buddies to go along with the plan and befriend the untouchable idol. Continuing his frantic groveling, Kazu explains that padding out her friend group will not only cure her loneliness, but also serve as the ultimate smokescreen to completely avoid any toxic boyfriend rumors. Nana watches the dramatic display in awe as she murmurs Ayanakuji's name while the glasses-wearing friend stoically pushes up his frames to process the completely unhinged request. His spiky-haired buddy instantly calls out Kazu's massive hypocrisy, bluntly pointing out how ridiculously convenient it is that he swore to completely cut ties with her just a few days ago, only to now desperately use them as a meat shield, so he can safely hang out with her again. Kazu anxiously watches his classmate Takabana, who suddenly turns to him with a very intense and unexpected expression. Takabana utterly explodes with passion, aggressively yelling that there was absolutely no way they would ever turn down Kazu's request for help. The incredibly enthusiastic and loud declaration of support catches Kazu completely off guard, leaving him totally flabbergasted. Takabana loudly points out that absolutely nobody would ever pass up a golden opportunity to become friends with Mizuki, while his friends warmly admit that they have actually wanted to get along with her for a very long time. His classmates explain that ever since Mizuki started spending time with Kazu, her icy expression noticeably softened, which is the exact reason they are all so eager to become her friends as well. They warmly reassure Kazu that he never even needed to ask for their help in the first place, completely backing up his plan to bridge the gap. Overwhelmed by their unexpected kindness and unwavering loyalty, Kazu is deeply moved as he quietly thanks his classmates. Their classmate warns them that, because Kazu's harsh rejection caused Rin to completely close off her heart, any direct attempt to approach her right now will only result in her giving them the cold shoulder, which delivers a painful blow of reality straight to Kazu. When they debate whether playing online is a viable way to rebuild their connection, Kazu points out her deep distrust of online male gamers, prompting their classmate to confidently announce that a much better solution already exists. He claims that there is a highly realistic and perfectly reasonable method to resolve their dilemma, instantly catching everyone's undivided attention. The glasses-wearing strategist confidently declares his foolproof ability to successfully become friends with absolutely anyone. The scene shifts to the bustling school courtyard where students are actively hanging out and chatting during their free time. Speaking into a hidden walkie-talkie, Kazuto officially reports to the group that their designated target has successfully arrived at the planned position. Nana cheerfully responds through the radio that their squad is fully prepared for action, completely ignoring an exasperated Kazuto, who frantically demands to know why they are even using walkie-talkies for this in the first place. Nana playfully argues that the radios perfectly set the covert operation mood, while Takabana proudly brags that he personally supplied the gear. The mastermind double-checks if the team remembers the plan, prompting Katon to enthusiastically confirm they thoroughly rehearsed everything the day before. The strategist insists on a quick final review just to be safe, outlining that their 4-person squad will immediately approach Mizuki in the courtyard, while specifically leaving Kazuto out of the initial contact. He calculates that Mizuki will naturally be completely bewildered by the sudden ambush from 4 random classmates, which perfectly sets up their ultimate opening strike. He dramatically declares that they will simply bow and directly beg her to be their friend, prompting Takabana to eagerly agree that the straightforward plan is already as good as done. Takabana admits he was completely stunned when Kazu first pitched the idea, never expecting him to come up with such a bold plan. The girls chime in with their absolute support, agreeing that the simplest approach is usually the most effective, since it is incredibly hard for anyone to say no to such a direct and genuine request. They note that the crowded school courtyard during lunch break is the absolute perfect stage for their plan, as it guarantees maximum visibility for them to publicly display their close friendship with Mizuki in front of the entire student body. They strategize that if everyone sees them all hanging out together as a large group, the entire school will naturally assume that the rumored guy was simply just one piece of her larger friend circle, all along completely diffusing the scandalous dating rumors. Keeping a safe distance from the main group, Kazu communicates through a walkie-talkie from a higher vantage point, confirming his role as the designated lookout, while receiving strict orders to properly apologize to Mizuki later for dragging her into this mess. With absolute confidence, his analytical buddy proudly declares that their master plan has a completely guaranteed success rate, urging Kazu to watch closely as they pull off their grand operation. With the stage perfectly set and the lookout in position, the squad enthusiastically rallies together and officially kicks off their grand operation to save Mizuki's reputation. The scene shifts to the bustling school courtyard where students are loudly chatting and enjoying their lunch break, setting the perfect public stage for the massive social intervention about to take place right in the center of the campus. As Mizuki quietly eats her lunch alone under a tree, she is suddenly startled when the energetic squad loudly calls out her nickname and boldly approaches her in front of the massive crowd of staring students. The 4 friends loom over her with incredibly intense forced smiles that radiate a terrifyingly menacing aura, casually asking if she has a second to chat, while Mizuki nervously sweats under their overwhelming pressure. Watching the highly intimidating and completely unnatural approach from his distant vantage point, Kazu immediately starts sweating and frantically calls out on the radio, severely doubting if their theoretical master plan is actually going to work out in practice. A highly suspicious Rin demands to know who these random guys are, prompting her bubbly groupmates to eagerly explain that they are actually friends they wanted to introduce to her. Takabana is introduced first, immediately turning into a blushing, sweaty mess as he tries to nervously stutter out a polite greeting to his favorite idol. Next up is Seidu, who instantly petrifies into a literal solid statue of absolute stage fright, prompting Nana to laughingly point out his extreme nervousness. Katone introduces herself next with a playful wink and a wave, cheerfully telling everyone they can just address her as Her Royal Highness. Watching the chaotic introductions unfold from a safe distance, Kazu nervously sweats as he worries that his friend's incredibly stiff and awkward behavior will instantly make Mizuki highly suspicious. The makeshift operations crew circles up around a quiet Mizuki, determined to force their casual friendship plan into action. The plan immediately goes south as Kazu notices that Mizuki looks completely overwhelmed and far more horrified by the sudden social ambush than he ever anticipated. Katone aggressively nudges Kazu to play his part, forcing him to reluctantly mumble a deeply awkward plea for her to officially join their friend group. Mizuki stands there in quiet surprise before crossing her arms to thoughtfully ponder their incredibly bizarre social request. She calmly agrees to their terms with a simple nod, leaving a completely flabbergasted Kazu to scream internally over the fact that her icy defenses were breached so easily. Kurumazaka and the classmates enthusiastically celebrate the massive success of their matchmaking plan. Other students immediately flock to the bench to strike up conversations with Mizuki, prompting her friends to jokingly complain about them trying to hog her all to themselves. The surrounding onlookers watch in surprise as Mizuki effortlessly socializes, instantly dispelling the boyfriend rumors about Kazuto and making others eager to become her friends too. Watching the peaceful scene unfold from a distance, Kazuto lets out a huge sigh of relief as he notes that everything seems to be going well. Kurumazaka happily congratulates Mizuki on making so many new friends and points out that she can finally go back to speaking with Kazu, but her comment is met with an icy, silent glare. Mizuki's cold and silent reaction instantly sends a terrifying chill through Kurumazaka and her classmates, leaving them completely horrified. Mizuki crushes the joyful mood entirely by coldly demanding to know exactly what Kurumazaka means by her suggestion. Deeply hurt and startled by her coldness, Kurumazaka tries to explain that she orchestrated the entire plan solely for Rin's own benefit, only for Mizuki to sternly cut her off. Mizuki bluntly tells her friend that while she appreciates the concern, she has absolutely nothing to do with Kazuto anymore. Mizuki bitterly blames herself for meddling in Kazuto's real life in the first place, concluding that her virtual gaming persona and her real-life idol identity are complete polar opposites who should have never mixed. Mizuki solemnly reflects on Kazuto's recent distance, darkly reasoning that it is completely logical for him to feel entirely disappointed in her. She tragically admits that holding on to their precious memories simply hurts way too much, revealing that she ultimately chose to just let him go rather than fight to keep their connection alive. Nana watches her friend shut down, completely horrified to recognize the exact same lifeless, empty eyes Mizuki had during the absolute lowest point of her idol career. The sheer weight of her suppressed heartbreak completely overwhelms her, proving that she is desperately trying to hold her shattering world together in total silence. Staring at her broken friend, a devastated Nana mentally admits complete defeat, realizing with crushing guilt that she is entirely powerless to pull Mizuki out of this dark emotional spiral. Mizuki abruptly cuts the intervention short by announcing she needs to prep for her next class, quickly shutting down Nana's protests and firmly demanding that the squad drop the entire subject immediately. Right on cue, the school bell rings to signal the end of lunch, prompting a completely dead-eyed Mizuki to declare their time is officially up before walking away from the stunned group. As they helplessly watch her walk back to class, the squad grimly realizes that Kazuto's sudden distance has inflicted emotional scars on her heart that are vastly deeper and more catastrophic than they ever anticipated. The spiky-haired friend nervously suggests they just try their master plan again the next day, but Nana instantly shoots him down, grimly declaring that there is absolutely nothing more any of them can do to fix this mess. Nana solemnly explains that given Rin's currently shattered emotional state, it absolutely does not matter who else tries to reach out to her, because none of them will actually be able to save her from her depression. Staring directly at Kazu with absolute seriousness, Nana drops the heavy truth that there is only one single person left in the entire world who can pull Rin out of her despair. The crushing weight of her words instantly shatters Kazu's hesitation, prompting him to finally spring into desperate action to fix his massive mistake. Throwing all caution to the wind, Kazu shouts Mizuki's name at the top of his lungs from the school balcony, completely catching the lonely idol off guard down in the courtyard. His massive public outburst instantly draws the bewildered attention of every single student in the immediate vicinity, entirely blowing his carefully crafted cover. Nana and the rest of Kazu's completely stunned friend group watch in absolute awe as he finally steps up to take full responsibility. Staring up at the balcony, Mizuki softly calls out his real name in pure breathless disbelief. Without wasting another second, Kazu frantically screams out a massive public apology for everything that went wrong between them over the past few days. He fully owns up to his cowardly mistake, loudly confessing to the entire school that he was way too obsessed with his surroundings and completely failed to consider her actual feelings in the process. Kazuto stares out the window and heavily berates himself for being incredibly selfish, realizing that Mizuki was genuinely trying to bridge the gap between them while he cowardly pushed her away without even bothering to hear her out. The eavesdropping group watches in stunned silence as Kazuto suddenly erupts, loudly admitting that his sudden change of heart is entirely too convenient, but passionately declaring that he absolutely needs to tell her one last thing. Pushing through his intense nerves, Kazuto locks eyes with the icy idol and firmly braces himself to finally lay all his true feelings out on the table. Bowing at a sharp 90-degree angle, Kazuto completely throws his dignity out the window and screams at the top of his lungs, nervously fumbling his words as he desperately begs the untouchable superstar to please be his friend. The intense dramatic atmosphere instantly shatters into a million pieces as the entire squad deadpans in sheer second-hand embarrassment, realizing Kazuto completely ruined the climax by brutally biting his own tongue mid-confession. Recovering from his humiliating fumble, Kazuto quickly clarifies that he wants her to be friends with their entire group, prompting the rest of the squad to instantly jump in and cheerfully invite her out for some after-school karaoke. Taking one final leap of faith, Kazuto passionately raises his voice again and eagerly declares that he still really wants to go fishing with her, instantly leaving Mizuki wide-eyed and blushing at the deeply personal gaming reference. The surrounding classmates completely miss the romantic context and start whispering in total confusion about why anyone would suddenly bring up fishing, while a thoroughly flushed Mizuki happily reminisces about their virtual fishing date from the night before. The incredibly sweet moment is abruptly ruined when a teacher violently slides the courtyard doors open, furiously barking at the students that classes are about to start and sending Kazuto jumping out of his skin in absolute terror. In his frantic rush to escape the angry teacher, Kazuto completely loses his footing and takes a massive, ungraceful tumble right down the courtyard stairs, while his horrified friends desperately scream out his name in panic. The entire schoolyard erupts in sheer chaos as witnesses gasp in horror, while Mizuki frantically turns around with wide-eyed shock at the sudden terrifying scene unfolding right in front of her. Horrified by what she just witnessed, Mizuki completely loses her composure and screams Kazu's name at the top of her lungs. Screams echo through the crowd as onlookers cry out in absolute panic about someone falling from the building. Kazu's consciousness begins to fade as her desperate repeating cries of his name slowly echo in his ears. Crying hysterically, Mizuki begs him to wake up and desperately implores him to hang in there. Kazu slowly opens his eyes and weakly calls out her in-game name Rin as his vision begins to return. Kazu realizes he luckily landed directly in a soft flower bed and only sustained a few minor scratches, while a tearful Mizuki scolds him for being a total dummy and causing her so much worry. Mizuki tearfully smiles and confesses how incredibly relieved she is that he survived the fall and is completely fine. Smiling gently, Kazu softly apologizes to her for acting so recklessly and causing her such immense panic. With tears still welling in her eyes, she quietly nods and affirms that every single word of her previous emotional outburst was completely sincere. Mizuki earnestly tells Kazu that she wants them to get along in the real world just as much as they do online, adding that she also wants to go fishing with him a lot more moving forward. Kazu awkwardly admits that while fishing is not totally awful, he would really appreciate it if she would actually agree to go mining with him every once in a while instead. Flashing a brilliant smile, Mizuki happily concedes and playfully agrees that throwing in a mining session every now and then would not be such a bad idea after all. The heartfelt moment is abruptly shattered when Kazu's panicked friends suddenly burst onto the scene, loudly screaming his name and desperately checking to see if he is okay. As the friend group regroups and praises Kazu for being an absolute legend, they playfully bicker about his stingy behavior while the lingering tension finally completely dissolves. With their massive real-world drama officially cleared up, the grand reconciliation operation is declared a total success, as the two of them peacefully return to their virtual fishing dock. Kazu notes that he still had to endure a harsh scolding from the furious school gardener over the trampled plants, but successfully managed to avoid actual punishment by promising to completely fix the ruined flower bed. Back inside the game, Rin shyly catches his attention and tentatively asks if it is still okay for her to openly call herself his wife. Kazu flatly points out that it is entirely obvious since they are officially married, instantly causing Rin to explode with absolute joy over his blunt validation. Letting out a soft giggle, Rin smiles warmly by his side as they finally settle back into their comfortable and totally chaotic married gaming life together. Kazu is absolutely thrilled to finally be back online playing games with Rin, but their heartwarming reunion is suddenly cut short by a booming, unfamiliar voice calling out to them. A massive, incredibly muscular beastman warrior looms over them and declares that he has finally tracked them down, leaving a deeply sweating Kazu to frantically wonder who on earth this terrifying stranger could possibly be. Their virtual adventures kick off a brand new chapter as they gear up for a mining trip, setting the stage for Kazu to figure out how to naturally transition into calling his favorite idol by her actual real-world name. Kazu awkwardly asks Rin if this gigantic beastman is a personal friend of hers, prompting her to completely lose her cool and scream in absolute denial. Looking over his character sheet, Kazu notes with a sweat drop that despite his towering and aggressive appearance, the newcomer is just a level 2 beginner named Sturmengriff. Hearing the incredibly bizarre username, Rin gasps in sudden realization, instantly sweating as she realizes exactly who is behind the giant macho avatar. Rin immediately calls out her friend Nana's name, prompting the bubbly idol to cheerfully pop in and happily confirm that she has officially joined their online gaming lobby. When Rin dryly explains that Sturmengriff is actually just the ridiculous name of Nana's real life, pet cat Kazu is left completely dumbfounded, aggressively questioning why she would choose such a menacing handle for a chubby kitty. A massive, heavily bearded avatar suddenly strikes a fabulous pose, completely shocking Kazu as an incredibly feminine voice cheerfully coos over how cute someone is, creating an absolutely jarring contrast between the rugged face and the bubbly tone. Kazu scolds the newcomer for not sending a warning message before logging on, but the towering bearded man simply explains that she wanted to pull off a completely unexpected surprise visit. Rin immediately puffs out her cheeks in an incredibly cute pout, complaining to the massive newcomer that the sudden ambush genuinely scared her. The terrifying bearded man casually greets Kazu, completely shattering his mind as he realizes the giant avatar is actually Kuru Mizaka, Nana prompting him to ask the idol if this is her very first time seeing Rin's true gaming personality. Nana absolutely loses her mind upon discovering that the hyperactive digital elf is actually Mizuki, loudly calling out her friend's past lies about acting exactly the same online as she does in the real world, while a sweating Rin awkwardly tries to play dumb. The bearded idol facepalms in pure disbelief at Mizuki's wildly out-of-character online behavior, immediately getting called out right back for the blatant hypocrisy of using a hyper-masculine avatar that is a complete 180 from her own cute real-life image. Eager to get back to the action, Rin enthusiastically suggests they take Nana out on a hunting trip to get her accustomed to the game world. And Kazu confidently assures the nervous idol that they will help her take down any monsters she struggles with. As the newly formed party of 3 travels down a dirt path across the open plains, Kazu suggests they start off easy by targeting some of the weaker mobs in the surrounding area. A genuinely terrifying and vicious wolf monster suddenly spawns in their path, prompting the bearded Nana to absolutely gush over how adorable the creature is, while Rin quietly warns Kazu that her energetic groupmate has extremely unconventional tastes. Kazu desperately warns Nana to keep her distance because the monster is far too strong, but the vicious beast immediately lunges and violently bites down on the bearded avatar's head, forcing Kazu to frantically scream that the creature is absolutely not trying to play with her. In the game world, Kazu's party is in battle, but things immediately go south as their partner gets instantly shredded by a wild beast, leaving the rest of the group standing there in absolute stunned silence. The defeated novice player is completely depressed and apologizes for the easy wipe, but Rin kindly reassures her that everyone fails on their first try, prompting Kazu to suggest they fall back to grind on easier targets. Even on much lower-level targets, the novice continues to struggle hilariously as small, weak monsters and cute woodland creatures effortlessly bite and overwhelm her. Kazu internally notes that Kuru Mazaka is incredibly bad at video games, sighing as Rin immediately abandons the grind to go fishing instead, and leaving him alone with the heavily bandaged, menacing novice. Suddenly cornering Kazu, the towering avatar eagerly asks him if he wants to get closer to Rin before confidently preparing to the absolute key to fixing their relationship. With dramatic flair, the voice behind the avatar reveals that the absolute best way for them to shorten their distance is to finally start addressing each other by their real names. A shocked Kazu argues that their online names are practically the same as their real names anyway, but Nana eagerly counters that using their actual names carries a completely different, much more intimate weight that would make Rin incredibly happy. Nana aggressively commands Kazu to call her Rinka once they are alone before immediately muting her microphone and going away from the keyboard, leaving Kazu to reflect on how much her gaming voice actually matches her real-world self. Kazu joins Rin on the shore and gently reviews Nana's terrible gameplay, though his mind is completely occupied with whether changing the way they address each other will actually change their relationship. Stealing his resolve, Kazu stammers out her real name Rinka, before immediately getting incredibly flustered and blurting out an absolutely random question about her curry preferences to hide his intense embarrassment. Rin admits that using her real name is super embarrassing, but quickly adds that she actually finds it really sweet, leaving a sweating Kazu to internally struggle with the fact that breaking his years-long habit of calling her Rin feels incredibly weird. Kazu completely fumbles his attempts to naturally say her real name, desperately deflecting by bringing up tomorrow's class schedule and pointing out random seagulls, leaving Rin utterly confused by his bizarre rambling. Rin finally snaps and yells at him for acting so weird, while Kazu mentally admits total defeat, realizing he might actually be entirely incapable of calling her anything other than her usual nickname. Noticing his genuine struggle, Rin gently stops him and softly suggests that they should really talk things out if something is secretly bothering him. Seeing her earnestly trying to face him head-on makes Kazu realize that he absolutely needs to step up and change his own avoidant behavior to match her sincerity. Taking a deep breath, Kazu apologizes for acting strange and formally asks if it is okay for him to officially call her Rinka moving forward, catching her completely off guard. Rin becomes totally flustered in absolute shock, completely overwhelmed by how incredibly sudden and bold his unexpected request is. When a nervous Kazu asks if it is actually okay, a deeply blushing Rin yells back that it is obviously fine since they are already married, giving Kazu the final green light he needed. The sweet confirmation absolutely makes her day, leaving Rin radiating with an incredibly goofy, unfiltered wave of pure joy. Kazu enthusiastically tells her that she is more than welcome to use his real name Kazuto as well, prompting a completely flustered Rin to nervously test it out for the very first time. Kazuto finds himself repeatedly answering to his name as his gaming partner calls out to him in various tones, prompting him to casually respond with a mix of mild resignation and easy agreement. She suddenly launches herself into his arms with an incredibly energetic shout, leaving Kazuto completely flustered as she happily snuggles close and openly declares her immense love for him. He gently pats her head with a warm smile, prompting her to softly promise that she is completely in his care from this moment forward. He gladly returns the sentiment, causing her to blush deeply with a look of pure, unbridled joy. She happily clarifies that their new dynamic means they will be supporting one another both as close real-life friends and as dedicated virtual spouses. Their sweet moment is abruptly interrupted when their guildmate suddenly speaks up from behind, easily deducing that the sudden name-calling suggestion was entirely Nana's idea rather than anything Kazuto would have come up with on his own. Despite getting called out, Nana shyly admits that she is still incredibly happy about the situation because it makes her feel much closer to him and a little bit special. Taking things a step further, Nana casually suggests that Kazuto can address her by her first name as well, but his instant and easy agreement immediately triggers a massive wave of silent rage from his virtual wife. The sudden jealousy completely boils over as she furiously screams at him and runs away in a crying fit, leaving a totally clueless Kazuto to frantically wonder what he did wrong. Kazu cautiously makes his way into the abandoned old school building, marveling at the completely isolated and off-limits secret spot. Kazuto reflects that while their chaotic six-person group lunches have become a daily staple since the big courtyard incident today is completely different because Mizuki specifically requested to meet him all by himself. A sweating Kazuto nervously points out that they will be in massive trouble if any teachers catch them sneaking around the restricted building, but Mizuki smoothly counters that the sheer isolation is exactly what makes it the perfect secret spot for her to give him a special gift. She reveals an absolutely gorgeous handmade bento box packed with octopus sausages, sweetly explaining that she prepared it because she was deeply worried about his terrible daily diet of eating nothing but plain boiled eggs. Blushing slightly, Mizuki boldly declares that, as his rightful wife, she will personally prepare his lunch every single day from now on, causing Kazuto to burst into literal tears of pure joy as he frantically begs for permission to dig in. Shoving the food into his mouth, Kazuto is instantly blown away by her amazing cooking skills, loudly declaring that every single bite is absolutely delicious. As he eats, the heavy realization hits Kazuto that she must have woken up incredibly early just to prepare all this for him, leaving him deeply moved that she would go to such lengths despite her completely exhausting idle schedule. Kazuto dramatically bows in sheer reverence to the lunchbox and claims he is entirely unworthy of her immense dedication, prompting a blushing Mizuki to nervously ask if she can make one special request in return, which he instantly accepts with zero hesitation. Trembling with sheer embarrassment, Mizuki looks away and shyly asks if he would be willing to do a classic couples feeding routine, leaving Kazuto completely blanking as his brain short-circuits. Frantically pointing at an imaginary couple feeding each other, Kazuto stammers out a desperate confirmation to see if she genuinely means that incredibly romantic gesture, to which a fiercely blushing Mizuki firmly confirms that is exactly what she wants. Kazu panics and holds his head in complete embarrassment, questioning whether a direct hand feeding gesture is really something that regular casual classmates are supposed to do in public. When Kazu flatly refuses the idea, Mizuki immediately looks up at him with an incredibly sad, tearful expression and asks if he truly dislikes the thought of eating her food, making him instantly regret his blunt rejection. Panicked by her tearful reaction, Kazu frantically clarifies that he was only surprised and definitely wants to try her food, prompting Mizuki to instantly cheer up and happily feed him a second bite while urging him to eat as much as he wants. Mizuki relentlessly feeds him one bite after another, completely ignoring his growing distress as she happily stuffs him until he is completely full. Unable to take even a single bite more, Kazu frantically waves his hands and begs her to stop, admitting that he is completely stuffed. Mizuki is instantly struck by panic, gasping in horror and wondering if his sudden rejection is the dreaded marital fatigue she has read so much about, which leaves Kazu completely dumbfounded. Mizuki spirals into a dramatic and completely unhinged internal panic, desperately telling herself that even though they have been married for several years, Kazu still gives her butterflies every single day, so there is no way they could already be experiencing a relationship slump. Kazu sweatily explains that his rejection has absolutely nothing to do with marital fatigue and that he is simply too full to eat, which immediately relieves her worries. Suddenly, their peaceful lunch is cut short as an ominous and incredibly loud noise echoes nearby, instantly putting both of them on high alert. Kazu panics as the loud noise gets closer, while Mizuki instantly recognizes it as the terrifying footsteps of their strict physical education teacher heading straight in their direction. Kazu and Mizuki frantically sprint across the school grounds to escape an angry gym teacher named Ishimatsu, completely terrified of what will happen if they get caught. Realizing the furious teacher is actively sweeping the classrooms, a panicking Kazu quickly drags Mizuki into a narrow locker to desperately hide from their pursuer. Shoved into the dark and cramped space, Mizuki's icy composure completely melts away as she nervously stutters out Kazuto's name. The two of them end up squeezed dangerously tight inside the tiny locker, leaving Kazuto sweating buckets as the school's untouchable superstar presses directly against his chest. With absolutely zero room to maneuver, their bodies are squished flush against one another, instantly cranking the awkward tension up to an agonizing maximum. Blushing furiously with his heart hammering in his chest, Kazu's brain completely short-circuits as he internally screams about how extremely bad this compromising setup is. Mizuki accidentally lets out a soft murmur, sending an immediate shockwave of panic straight through Kazu as he remains utterly frozen in place. A deeply flustered Kazu frantically begs her to stop making such suspicious noises in close quarters, causing a totally embarrassed Mizuki to quickly cover her mouth in shock. The heavy silence is immediately broken by the loud thumping of their chests, prompting Mizuki to quietly point out how fast Kazuto's heart is racing, while he desperately argues that hers is beating just as wildly. Gazing up at him with a deeply flushed face, Mizuki softly notes how incredibly warm his body feels before dropping the absolute bombshell that she cannot hold herself back any longer. Inside the cramped storage closet, Rinka gets incredibly flustered and panics, weakly protesting that even though they are technically a couple, they are still just high schoolers in a very risky public spot. Kazuto is equally flustered by their intense proximity, his heart pounding as he softly calls her real name Rinka. Hearing him address her by her real name for the first time completely blows her away, leaving her totally speechless and blushing harder than ever. Overcome by the romantic tension, she weakly whispers his real name back to him. Surrendering entirely to the intimate moment, she sweetly begs him to please be gentle. However, the overwhelming buildup of dust inside the cramped closet finally pushes Kazuto to his absolute limit, leaving him unable to hold back a second longer. He violently explodes with a massive, incredibly loud sneeze that completely shatters the romantic atmosphere. After landing in a clumsy heap on the floor, Kazuto frantically apologizes and explains that the heavy dust was just too much to hold back, leaving a completely stunned Rinka totally frozen in disbelief at his massive blunder. Their awkward moment is suddenly interrupted as a chubby cat darts past them in the corridor, prompting a thoroughly startled Kazuto to scream in absolute confusion. He quickly realizes that those mysterious rhythmic sounds they kept hearing from outside the door were simply coming from the little bell jingling on the stray cat's collar. Mizuki instantly recognizes the chubby gray cat as Nana's escape artist, pet Sturmengriff, and Kazu confirms that the mischievous kitty has indeed run away from home yet again. Mizuki suggests they immediately bring the cat back to Nana, but when Kazu tries to follow up on a previous conversation by calling her Rinka, she suddenly goes quiet and turns away. She coldly dismisses his question and walks ahead with a silent pout, leaving a thoroughly baffled Kazu left to wonder why on earth she is suddenly so annoyed. Their real-world connection is about to hit an incredibly major milestone as they head into a brand new chapter focused entirely on a visit to the popular idol's bedroom. Back in class, Kazu's quiet afternoon is suddenly shattered when he receives a text message from Mizuki casually inviting him over to her house because her family is out of town for the weekend. His highly suspicious friends instantly crowd around him to snoop on his phone, dramatically declaring that a home visit under these specific circumstances is basically an R-rated event. A panicked Kazu demands to know how long they have been creepily lurking behind him, but they just weep tears of dramatic envy and aggressively warn him to prepare himself for the adult world. Kazu sighs and tries to bring them back to reality, bluntly pointing out that it should be completely obvious what he and Rinka are actually going to do when they are alone together. With a completely straight face, Kazu declares that they are obviously just going to play games online, instantly deflating his friends' wild expectations and leaving them completely deadpan. While his friends are distracted by their own serious conversation, Kazuto completely tunes them out, scheming that since Rinka cannot play online right now, this is the absolute perfect excuse to finally hang out with her in real life. Sunday rolls around and Kazuto finds himself standing outside a massive, highly luxurious apartment building, nervously ringing the doorbell to Mizuki's place. Rinka opens the door looking absolutely stunning, flashing a warm smile and sweetly welcoming him inside for their very first offline hangout. As she formally guides him into her apartment, Kazuto completely freezes up, overwhelmingly distracted by how incredibly beautiful his famous classmate actually is up close. He steps into her bedroom and is instantly struck by how perfectly clean, tidy, and incredibly feminine the entire space is. Kazuto internally freaks out over the radiant atmosphere and sweet scent of a real maiden's room, while Rinka completely ignores his panic and politely asks him to take a seat while she fetches some tea. His awe over the girly aesthetic is immediately shattered when he spots an absolutely massive, ultra-hardcore, multi-monitor gaming rig completely dominating the corner of the room. As Rinka returns with the drinks, Kazuto's attention shifts to a nearby sewing machine, leaving him pleasantly surprised to discover that the untouchable idol actually has a hidden domestic hobby. Catching him snooping around, Rinka immediately hits him with an icy glare, bluntly calling him a massive pervert and warning him to stop analyzing every single corner of her private space. Rinka sets down the tea and suggests they finally get started, only to realize Kazuto is already fully strapped into his headphones and locked onto the screen, completely ready to immediately start grinding in their online game. Rinka sternly calls out to Kazuto, ominously stating that she thinks he already understands exactly what needs to be done. Staring him down with an absolutely terrifying intensity, Rinka boldly declares that today they are going to completely clean up any relationships he has with other women, leaving a sweating Kazuto to nervously stammer in response. Hijacking his computer, she gleefully announces that they are going to start by completely wiping every single female friend from his online gaming accounts, prompting a frantic Kazuto to yell that she cannot just unilaterally delete his friends. Kazuto mentally short-circuits as he tries to process if it is actually normal for a platonic friend to ruthlessly delete a guy's contacts, completely baffled by how entirely natural and innocent she looks while doing it. Desperately pleading for mercy, he whines that he will end up totally alone, but she quickly counters that he already has her. When Kazuto explains that he still needs his weekday gaming crew for when her idle schedule keeps her offline, Rinka finally backs down and reluctantly accepts his logical excuse. Instantly twisting his words to an extreme, a teary-eyed Rinka pouts and accuses him of secretly wanting her to quit being an idol altogether, forcing a panicked Kazuto to loudly scream his absolute denial. Sweating bullets, he carefully tries to negotiate by stating he absolutely wants her to continue her idol career while also hoping she will let him keep his gaming friends, but she instantly shoots the compromise down without a single second of hesitation. Rinka fiercely defends her jealousy by citing a highly suspicious acquaintance who has been divorced 8 times, claiming that men only make women drop their guard so they can cheat, leaving an utterly bewildered Kazuto to wonder how he suddenly became the bad guy in this scenario. Completely exhausted by her intense interrogations, Kazuto bluntly points out that strictly controlling a guy's female contacts is usually something only actual couples do, instantly causing Rinka to freeze up in pure shock. Blushing furiously as the reality check finally hits her, Rinka awkwardly admits that he is absolutely right and acknowledges that they are not actually dating, leaving a flabbergasted Kazuto to mentally celebrate that she finally understands their boundaries. Mizuki fiercely stands her ground and aggressively yells that they are officially husband and wife, completely doubling down on their intense relationship status. Kazuto desperately shouts back that they are strictly just friends in the real world, and calls her out for acting way too heavy, but Mizuki stubbornly fires back, insisting that it is entirely natural for a devoted wife to actively control her husband's relationships with other women. Their heated argument is abruptly derailed when the sound of the front door opening and a cheerful voice calling out an arrival completely cuts off Kazuto mid-sentence. Mizuki instantly goes into full panic mode, frantically explaining that her sister was supposed to be out playing until much later, and desperately commands a completely bewildered Kazuto to hide immediately. With absolute sheer panic setting in, Kazuto quickly agrees to stash himself inside the closest closet to avoid the impending disaster, only for Mizuki to immediately shoot that idea down. As her little sister calls out her return from down the hall, Mizuki frantically lifts up her bed covers and forcefully shoves Kazuto underneath to hide him in plain sight. The little sister Nanoa wanders into the room and immediately asks if someone else is visiting. A sweating Mizuki casually welcomes her back and lies straight to her face, claiming the room is completely empty, before quickly trying to distract her by suggesting they get changed. The grand deception completely falls apart in less than a second when Nanoa curiously lifts the bed covers, leaving both her and the hiding Kazuto staring wide-eyed at each other in absolute horrifying shock. Kazuto completely freezes up, his mind totally short-circuiting as he stares at the adorable little intruder and realizes she looks exactly like a miniature version of Rinka. Absolute chaotic panic erupts from the apartment as both Kazuto and Mizuki internally scream over the sheer world-ending disaster that her little sister just officially caught her smuggling a random guy into her bedroom. The story shifts focus to officially introduce the three incredibly close sisters of the Mizuki family as a brand new chapter begins. Kazuto's presence is immediately exposed as Rinka's energetic little sister celebrates that her older sister has officially brought a man home, while Rinka awkwardly introduces her as Nanoa. The cheerful little girl introduces herself with immense energy, happily greeting Kazuto as a first-year elementary schooler. Kazuto marvels at how incredibly strong and radiant the Mizuki family genes are, only to be completely blindsided when Nanoa innocently asks if he plans on climbing with her older sister. She flashes a brilliant, innocent smile while explaining that she is referring to the stairs to adulthood. A thoroughly baffled Kazuto questions whether kids these days are just incredibly mature, or if he is simply behind, prompting Rinka to quickly clarify that her little sister is just repeating dramatic TV phrases she does not even understand. Nanoa aggressively begs Kazuto to play with her, using an absolutely irresistible, teary-eyed pleading look that instantly melts his defenses and makes it impossible for him to say no. Kazuto completely ignores Rinka's attempt to discuss something important, happily promising Nanoa that he will play with her as much as she wants, as she easily coaxes him into hanging out. Nanoa happily celebrates her victory before immediately expressing a keen interest in playing Kazuto's online game, leaving him highly amused by her sudden gaming curiosity. The little sister completely rejects Kazuto's initial avatar choice, forcing a disappointed Kazuto to sit down with her and start the character creation process from scratch. She quickly finishes designing a cute wizard avatar and proudly declares she is done, earning some warm praise from Kazuto. As Kazuto happily praises Nanoa, a highly annoyed Rinka watches them from the background, bitterly muttering to herself that her own avatar is easily just as cute. Under Kazuto's guidance, Nanoa targets a weak mushroom monster and successfully defeats it with a single spell, earning some happy praise from her supportive gaming mentor. Watching them play, a sulking Rinka mutters that she could easily do that too, prompting a sweating Kazuto to awkwardly ask if she secretly harbors a sibling rivalry. Rinka firmly denies having any rivalry, but her stoic act immediately slips when Nanoa excitedly celebrates another victory, with Kazuto earning more of his affectionate praise. Entirely consumed by jealousy, Rinka darkly fumes that she could take down the monster in a single hit, which immediately confirms Kazuto's suspicions that she is indeed actively competing with her little sister. Rinka tearfully complains that Kazuto never showers her with those kinds of compliments, leaving him to point out the obvious age difference, while secretly wondering if her gaming jealousy has gone a bit too far. Rinka suddenly puts on glasses and cites a scientific study lecturing Kazuto that praising a partner is crucial for boosting confidence and building a healthy relationship, so he needs to start praising his actual virtual wife. Looking directly at him, Rinka softly admits that while she is genuinely happy he gets along so well with her little sister, there is a much more important point she is trying to make about their own relationship. Mizuki blushes deeply and shyly begs Kazuto to look at her just as closely. Kazuto can only stutter out her real name Rinka, as he feels completely overwhelmed by the intense romantic tension between them. Mizuki softly admits that she wants him to spoil her too, prompting a completely shocked Kazuto to realize that if she only wants a simple head pat, he can easily do that to comfort her. Kazuto gently pats her head, noting with a pounding heart how incredibly silky her hair feels and how refreshing she smells up close. Mizuki lets out soft, embarrassed murmurs that make him blush of embarrassment, forcing him to desperately beg her to stop making such flustering noises as he continues to pat her head. Mizuki smiles with absolute contentment, quietly giggling to herself as she enjoys the comforting attention. Hours fly by, and by the time it is past noon, Mizuki has fallen completely fast asleep on the bed, leaving a weary Kazuto sitting on the floor while wondering exactly how much longer he has to keep patting her head. Mizuki suddenly stirs awake and gazes up at him with a heavily flushed face, softly telling Kazuto that he is more than welcome to touch her even more. Her incredibly bold and suggestive invitation completely freezes Kazuto's brain, leaving him to sweat bullets as his mind frantically races with the implications of her words. Their incredibly tense moment is abruptly shattered when the door suddenly swings open and a woman loudly announces that she has returned home, completely breaking the romantic atmosphere. Kazu's anxiety instantly boils over as he reacts in complete flustered panic to the highly chaotic turn of events. The awkward tension suddenly hits a brand new peak when a strikingly familiar girl showing off Rinka's exact family genes unexpectedly appears, prompting a completely stunned reaction. After sitting them down, the sudden intruder bluntly demands a complete detailed explanation of the exact relationship between the two blushing high schoolers. The mysterious guest finally introduces herself as Kasumi, a college student, who also happens to be Rinka's older sister, leaving Kazu to internally marvel at how incredibly strong the family's stunning genes really are. While Rinka initially introduces him as just a classmate, her sister's follow-up question about whether they are dating prompts Kazu to panic deny it, only for Rinka to completely throw him under the bus by proudly declaring that he is actually her husband. The casual announcement of a teenage marriage initially sails right over her sister's head before her brain finally catches up, leaving her utterly jaw-dropped in absolute speech-shattering shock. Rinka quickly clarifies that their holy matrimony strictly took place inside an online game, prompting her greatly relieved sister to assume they are simply just very close digital friends. Although Kazu eagerly agrees with the safe friend zone label, Rinka stubbornly doubles down on their marital status, forcing her deeply exhausted older sister to just sweat drop in total resignation. Admitting that she doesn't have the slightest clue how a virtual wedding is supposed to actually work, her sister turns extremely serious and directly asks Rinka if she is genuinely being serious about this relationship. Looking her older sister dead in the eyes, Rinka completely drops her usual playful tone and firmly declares that she absolutely means every single word. Nana turns her focus to Kazuto, calling out his name with a gentle smile and leaving him nervously scrambling to respond. She bows deeply and formally asks Kazuto to please take good care of Rinka, leaving him utterly stunned and stammering in pure confusion. Nana confidently explains that he is the only one who can truly understand her sister, prompting a sweating Kazuto to demand an explanation, while Rinka watches them in quiet bewilderment. Showing off Rinka's cute appearance, Nana boldly prompts Kazuto to think about crossing the line with her sister as a starting point. She leans in dangerously close, whispering in his ear to just let his boundless lust take over, which drives a sweating Kazuto's anxiety straight through the roof. Completely overwhelmed by her unhinged advice, Kazuto decides his time is officially up and frantically declares that it is finally time for him to head back home. A brand new chapter begins as the summer heat sets in, prompting the group to start planning a trip to the beach. The summer heat is absolutely brutal, leaving the boys completely drained and sweating while they sit in the shade trying to cool down. Sweating and barely holding onto his popsicle, his friend weakly asks the group what specific things immediately come to mind whenever they hear the word summer. As the oppressive summer heat beats down on the group, an exasperated Tachibana desperately begs his friends to think of something exciting and refreshing to do, prompting his unbothered buddies to casually list off completely mundane summer staples like cicadas, fireworks, and shaved ice. Refusing to take the hint, the trio deadpans even more boring suggestions like wind chimes and air conditioning, completely missing the mark and forcing a frustrated Tachibana to explicitly shoot them down. Tachibana completely loses his mind and aggressively demands that his dense friends think about swimsuits, just as an incredibly energetic Nana suddenly slides the doors wide open to interrupt the gathering. With a massive beaming smile, the bubbly idol excitedly announces her grand plan for the group to immediately pack their bags and head straight for the beach. After a long drive down the coast, a mesmerizing view of the sparkling ocean finally comes into sight as a serene Rinka quietly announces that they have officially reached their destination. The entire squad steps out onto the sunny shoreline and takes in the gorgeous coastal breeze, completely hyped up to finally kick off their ultimate summer beach trip. Rinka politely thanks Nana's older sister for driving them all the way to the coast, while Nana happily notes that this is a much-needed and incredibly precious vacation for the overworked idol. Before driving off, Nana's older sister flashes a cheeky wink and a solid thumbs up specifically aimed right at Kazuto, completely flustering him as she silently encourages him to make a bold move. Nana enthusiastically grabs Rinka and declares that they are heading off to get changed into their swimwear, prompting Kazuto to turn to Katon and ask why she isn't joining the other girls. Flashing a highly suggestive smirk, Katon casually reveals that she already came fully prepared by wearing her bikini underneath her regular clothes, instantly catching Kazuto off guard with her boldness. After Katon boldly strips down to her bikini right on the beach, Kazuto mentally notes her unexpectedly risky behavior while feeling highly relieved that he was the only one around to witness it. Meanwhile, an energetic Nana is already out in the ocean with the other boys, loudly demanding that Kazuto hurry up and join them, leaving him to sigh affectionately at how much they resemble an excited bunch of little kids. The energetic trio immediately devolves into a massive chaotic water fight, happily splashing each other with boundless energy while completely letting loose in the refreshing ocean waves. While the rest of the group is busy goofing off and laughing in the shallows, a calm voice finally announces their arrival, signaling that the last members of their beach party have officially finished changing and are ready to join the fun. Nana makes her grand entrance completely decked out in a cute plaid bikini, proudly declaring that she blew up the inner tubes all by herself, and instantly dropping the jaws of all the guys who are absolutely blown away by her stunning summer look. Right behind her, Rinka completely shatters their high expectations by awkwardly wading into the water fully covered from head to toe in a long-sleeved jacket, and a massive sun hat tightly clutching a giant orca floaty like a protective shield. The entire group is immediately struck totally speechless by her incredibly heavy layers, staring at her in absolute stunned silence, while a highly self-conscious Rinka nervously stammers and wonders why they are looking at her so weirdly. Eager to break the awkward tension, someone quickly suggests a game of beach volleyball, prompting the hyped-up group to immediately circle up and excitedly lock in their teams for a highly competitive match. Tachibana loudly hypes up his teammate Nana as they prepare to absolutely dominate the game, while Ayanakuji confidently calculates their total victory with zero chance of losing. However, Kazuto is completely thrown for a loop when he is bluntly informed that he has been entirely left out of the team roster, standing there in utter confusion as the rest of the squad prepares to start without him. Severely bummed out that he was totally excluded from the volleyball match, a dejected Kazuto slowly trudges back toward their beach tent, only to suddenly spot Rinka sitting completely alone in the shallow water with her giant floaty. Taking a moment to relax away from the chaotic group, Rinka quietly rests on her inflatable ride with her wet jacket clinging tightly to her frame, glancing back at him with a deeply flushed, striking look that instantly catches Kazuto entirely off guard. Covered in seaweed, and complaining that real-life beaches are way messier than video games, Kazuto wades through the water as Rinka casually asks why he isn't playing volleyball with the others, to which he bluntly admits he just isn't the fun type. Kazuto internally kicks himself for forcing Rinka to come along when she is strictly a homebody who prefers gaming or reading, worrying that he pushed her way too far. But she quickly sets his mind at ease by reassuring him that she is actually having a good time. Shocked that she perfectly read his mind, Kazuto asks how she knew what he was worrying about, prompting a sweet smile from Rinka, as she confidently declares that she naturally understands exactly how her husband thinks. Relaxing on her floaty and leaving herself to the whims of the waves, Rinka softly admits that being out on the ocean makes all the heavy stress and troubles of her idle career completely wash away. Taking in the beautiful seaside atmosphere, she reflects that her mind and body finally feel a lot lighter, giving her the much-needed motivation to keep doing her part. Kazuto softly calls her name as she watches the rest of the group playing volleyball nearby, warmly explaining that the absolute best part of the trip is how everyone effortlessly treats her and Nana just like totally normal students instead of unapproachable celebrities. Flashing an incredibly bright and genuine smile, Rinka sweetly expresses her deep gratitude to Kazuto for helping her find such an amazing group of friends. Meanwhile, back at the volleyball net, Nana quietly watches the two of them, their intimate moment from afar, quickly snapping out of it and feigning ignorance when one of the boys asks what she is staring at. Back in the water, Rinka grabs the zipper of her jacket and playfully announces that she has something very special she wants to show him, leaving a completely clueless Kazuto to ask what she means. Without a moment of hesitation, she pulls back her jacket to confidently reveal her stunning swimsuit, instantly sending Kazuto into an absolute state of sheer wide-eyed shock. Rinka shyly admits that she specifically wanted Kazuto to be the first one to see her new swimsuit, playfully questioning why he is panicking now before confidently declaring that it would be entirely inappropriate for anyone other than her rightful husband to see her exposed body. Showing off her brand new summer outfit, Rinka boldly demands to know exactly how she looks. A heavily sweating Kazuto averts his gaze and awkwardly stammers out a weak compliment, but an unsatisfied Rinka immediately shuts down his avoidance and strictly commands him to look at her properly. Finally, stealing his nerves, Kazuto turns to face her directly and earnestly confesses that the swimsuit looks incredibly good on her. His genuine and direct compliment instantly breaks through her stoic act, leaving Rinka blushing deeply with a remarkably warm and completely satisfied smile. Their private moment is abruptly shattered when their friends energetically call out from the shoreline to announce that it is time for lunch, prompting a highly startled Kazuto to frantically shout back his agreement. As they head back to the main group, Katon quickly intercepts Rinka and suspiciously demands to know exactly what she was secretly discussing with Kazuto out in the water. Flashing a radiant and remarkably smug smile, Rinka smoothly brushes off the interrogation by declaring their conversation an absolute secret, leaving Katon completely baffled by her overwhelmingly joyful mood. The beach house staff finally brings out their massive feast, serving up an incredibly appetizing spread of classic summer foods that instantly has the entire group drooling in anticipation. Digging into their meals, the boys happily marvel at how the salty ocean atmosphere somehow magically makes all the standard beach food taste infinitely better. Their peaceful lunch is suddenly threatened when some nearby girls start whispering about how incredibly gorgeous Rinka is, quickly speculating that she must be a famous model or idol that they have seen on television. Realizing that her secret idol status is dangerously close to being exposed, a panicking Nana violently shoves a pair of ridiculous pineapple sunglasses onto a completely bewildered Rinka to hastily disguise her identity. Despite the utterly goofy eyewear, Nana quickly realizes that her desperate attempt at a disguise is completely useless, because Rinka's natural beauty still makes her effortlessly stand out from the crowd no matter what she wears. Kazu casually chimes in to mention that Nana easily stands out just as much, instantly catching the energetic girl off guard and making her blush profusely at the sudden, unexpected compliment. After completely stuffing themselves to their absolute limits, the energized group enthusiastically decides it is finally time to hit the water and go for a proper ocean swim. Before they can jump in, Rinka notices that the plug on her giant killer whale floaty has popped open and calmly excuses herself to go refill it, though the surrounding whispers about her true identity continue to quietly circulate. Nana immediately seizes the perfect opportunity to play wingwoman, expertly deflecting the other girls' eager offers to help, so she can boldly order Rinka to go spend some quality alone time with Kazu instead. Following Nana's pushy advice, a slightly awkward Rinka heads over to the beachside air pump to get her massive floaty ready for their impending water hangout. Watching the pair from a distance, Nana warmly notes that Rinka and Kazuto genuinely seem to have a great thing going and already look like a perfect couple. As Nana wistfully watches the two of them from afar, she is abruptly interrupted by a pair of pushy guys who tap her shoulder and ask if she is hanging out all alone. The overly eager dudes immediately start hitting on her, loudly praising her looks and trying to pressure her into joining them, while Nana awkwardly realizes she is being blatantly picked up. They persistently invite her back to their tent for some cold drinks, completely ignoring her frantic protests that she is just waiting for her friends and is still underage. The situation quickly turns dangerous when one of the guys aggressively grabs her arm and tries to forcefully drag her away, completely disregarding her desperate pleas for them to let her go. The incredibly tense situation is suddenly interrupted when a calm young man steps up and firmly demands that they let her go, leaving the annoyed creeps completely bewildered by his sudden interference. He coolly introduces himself as the owner of the nearby shop and politely asks them to stop causing a scene, but the hostile guys completely brush off his authority and stubbornly try to pull her away anyway. Refusing to back down, the shop owner aggressively steps in and grabs the troublemaker's arm, sternly declaring that she isn't going anywhere, which finally intimidates the cowardly creeps into giving up and walking away. With the threat finally gone, the owner gently checks on her well-being and advises her to stay on guard against guys like that, prompting a deeply relieved Nana to earnestly thank him for the quick rescue. Smoothly shifting gears, the owner casually brings up a hidden locals-only beach spot nearby and eagerly offers to take her there himself, which immediately catches her full attention and gets her totally hyped up. Rinka happily accepts the stranger's offer for a quick 5-minute ride, genuinely thinking he is incredibly sweet for helping out. Kazu immediately tries to intervene by suggesting they grab the rest of the group to go together, but the stranger completely shuts him down, insisting that he only has room for Rinka and her giant orca floaty. Riding shotgun in the impressive vehicle along the winding coastal road, Rinka politely compliments the car, prompting the driver to confidently brag about how proud he is of his ride. Making casual conversation on the way, Rinka asks if the secret beach they are heading to is going to be relatively empty, which the driver smoothly confirms by noting that it is usually just a handful of local kids hanging around. Relieved by the lack of crowds, Rinka innocently mentions that her friends will not have to worry about any unwanted attention and hopes the whole group will enjoy the secluded spot, completely missing the incredibly suspicious smirk creeping onto the driver's face. The driver smoothly changes the subject to play the hero, noting that the scary incident from earlier was pretty bad, and she must have been terrified, prompting an uneasy Rinka to awkwardly agree. He then boldly states that he could never just leave such a pretty girl all by herself, laughing off the incredibly creepy remark, while Rinka immediately gets confused by the weirdly intimate comment. The unsettling vibe finally makes Rinka realize the absolute danger of her situation, sending her into a silent panic as she remembers that she is totally alone and completely forgot her phone, while the driver casually adds that he couldn't bring his own friends along either. As pure dread sets in, her worst fears are instantly confirmed when the driver completely drops his friendly act, sinisterly mocking her for being foolish enough to get into a total stranger's car right after having such a frightening experience. The terrifying reality of her situation fully hits Rinka, leaving her completely frozen in pure horror as she realizes she has just walked straight into a massive trap. The car abruptly pulls off the main road into a highly secluded area, prompting a trembling Rinka to desperately ask why they are stopping, only for the man to aggressively lean over her and sinisterly declare that this was obviously his plan all along. The creepy driver smugly reminds a completely paralyzed Nana that she technically agreed to this when she got in the car, completely ignoring her weak protests that her body refuses to move. He casually tells her to just think of the whole ordeal as a fun summer memory, while a terrified and completely immobilized Nana internally begs for someone to save her. Meanwhile, Kazu and the rest of the gang quickly realize that their friend is missing, prompting a deeply serious Rin to silently signal that they need to take immediate action. Out of nowhere, an absolutely devastating volleyball strike violently smashes straight through the passenger window, completely shattering the glass and stopping the kidnapping attempt dead in its tracks. The sudden impact leaves both the creepy driver and a wide-eyed Nana completely frozen in absolute shock, as shattered glass rains down on them inside the cabin. The driver immediately breaks down, screaming in pure agony over his utterly destroyed vehicle, while Kazu rushes straight to the car to urgently check if Nana is unharmed. When the furious driver desperately tries to demand compensation for the massive damages, Kazu instantly shuts him down by flashing photographic evidence of the kidnapping and aggressively threatening to call the cops on him instead. Realizing he is completely defeated, the creep frantically speeds off in his wrecked car to escape, leaving Kazu to explain that he followed them out of sheer worry after seeing Nana get into the suspicious vehicle. Finally safe from the terrifying ordeal, a deeply relieved Nana bursts into nervous laughter and lightly teases Kazu for having the absolute audacity to completely total such a ridiculously expensive car just to save her. Her nervous laughter quickly fades away as the adrenaline finally wears off, causing her to break down in genuine tears, as she softly admits just how completely horrifying the entire experience actually was. Kazuto gently reassures a shaken Nana that she is finally safe now, though Rinka watches them with an intensely conflicted look. Following the intense incident, Nana explicitly warns Kazuto to keep the entire ordeal a complete secret from Rinka, turning the strange event into a private bond strictly between the two of them. As the exhausted group rides home together, Kazuto reflects on the chaotic trip and sincerely hopes they will all be able to return to the beach again next year. While pretending to be asleep, Rinka slowly opens her eyes and blushes deeply, clearly harboring some lingering suspicions about what actually went down. A brand new chapter kicks off with Rinka launching a special operation to completely win over her husband's heart. Back at school, the classroom buzzes with awe as the midterm exam results reveal that Rinka has effortlessly secured a spot in the top 10 once again, prompting her classmates to assume she must study nonstop at home. Rinka walks past her praising classmates with an incredibly cool and composed expression, maintaining her flawless reputation as the school's perfect student. In reality, Rinka spends her private time at home frantically studying an absolute mountain of self-help books and marriage guides to figure out how to be the perfect virtual wife. She deeply sighs over how awkward things have been with Kazuto lately, desperately wondering what she can do to finally close the distance and deepen their relationship as a married couple. Reading from a relationship advice book, Rinka discovers a passage warning that marriages can easily become boring and stereotypical over time, as the initial romantic spark is slowly overtaken by a mundane sense of security. The dreaded word absolutely shocks Rinka to her core, forcing her to begrudgingly admit that her relationship with Kazuto has indeed fallen into that exact trap, leaving her to frantically wonder what she needs to do to avoid being just another stereotypical couple. Turning the page to a section about boosting feminine appeal, Rinka realizes that since they completely skipped the normal dating phase and jumped straight into a virtual marriage, she desperately needs to start actively using her womanly charms to win Kazuto over all over again. Intensely focusing on the book's specific instructions, Rinka nods along in deep concentration as she absorbs the brand new romantic methods she plans to test out. The scene shifts to the bustling school cafeteria where the friend group gathers for lunch, but Rinka remains completely silent and fiercely determined to put her newly learned romance strategies to the ultimate test. She immediately kicks off her plan by flawlessly mimicking Kazuto's every single move, copying him right down to scratching her head, raising her hand to ask for water, and even casually checking her phone the exact second he does. Rinka internally notes that this is her first big strategy, a psychological trick known as mirroring, where a person can easily build a much deeper connection with someone simply by imitating their everyday actions. The mirroring routine takes a chaotic turn when their friend casually asks Kazuto to trade a piece of his pork cutlet for some fried chicken, prompting an eager Kazuto to agree and instantly giving a hyper-focused Rinka an idea. As Kazuto completes his food trade, a fiercely determined Rinka flawlessly mirrors his exact motions by shoving her own plate toward a completely confused Katon, who happily accepts the sudden food offering. Keeping a completely deadpan expression, Rinka perfectly finishes her mirroring maneuver by smoothly snatching Katon's hamburger right off her plate, leaving her friend to shriek in absolute horror over her suddenly stolen lunch. Rinka casually munches on her food while internally pondering exactly how far she actually needs to go in imitating Kazuto's behavior, realizing that copying absolutely everything he does would end up being incredibly weird. Moving on to her second grand strategy, Rinka decides to initiate direct physical contact boldly, latching right onto a completely startled Kazuto in the middle of the hallway. Executing her plan, Rinka presents a handful of lotion and sweetly asks Kazuto to take some of it off her hands, claiming she accidentally squeezed out way too much hand cream. Rinka mentally hypes herself up, recalling that the internet touted this specific hand cream sharing method as the absolute most effective way to initiate physical contact, boldly telling a confused Kazuto to prepare himself. As they thoroughly rub the lotion between their hands, Rinka is internally blown away by how incredibly good the contact feels, confidently assuming that Kazuto must definitely be feeling the intense romantic tension by now. Instead of getting flustered by the intimacy, Kazuto turns completely pale with dread, forcing a panicked Rinka to ask if holding her hands was really that gross, only for him to bluntly explain that he is just stressing over how sticky his smartphone screen is going to get later. Rinka's romantic strategy is completely shattered into a million pieces when their bespectacled classmate suddenly swoops in and starts rubbing Kazuto's hands to steal some of the leftover lotion for his own dry skin. Utterly defeated, Rinka slumps over her desk and laments that absolutely none of her carefully planned strategies are working on Kazuto, pushing her to finally break out her ultimate final secret technique. Resorting to total manipulation, she shoots Kazuto a direct text message ordering him to meet her alone on the school rooftop, entirely convinced that an isolated meetup will finally force him to become fiercely conscious of her as a woman. Kazuto dutifully arrives on the rooftop and casually asks why she called him out so suddenly, instantly draining away all of Rinka's fierce confidence and leaving her nervously stammering as she struggles to execute her grand finale. Rinka blushes furiously and completely panics, mentally screaming as she desperately wonders how on earth she is supposed to actually manipulate someone. Realizing she is entirely unprepared and has no clue what to do next, a stressed Rinka tries to figure out a plan while Kazuto completely ignores her protests that the coast is clear and decides to take a peek outside anyway. The intense need for secrecy stems from a massive tabloid article exposing the retired idol's secret boyfriend, meaning they absolutely cannot be caught alone together under any circumstances, as Kazuto carefully slides the door open. Kazuto confidently claims the area is completely empty, but the moment he spots another student couple walking by in the background, he frantically grabs Rinka's wrist and yanks her back into hiding. Safely out of sight, Kazuto lets out a huge sigh of relief and notes how incredibly dangerous that close call was, prompting a flustered Rinka to quietly thank him for his quick reflexes. Watching the other couple happily hug and flirt with each other in the corridor sparks an instant wave of jealousy in Rinka, even though she mentally admits their public affection is absolutely crazy. Caught up in the romantic atmosphere, Rinka starts vividly daydreaming about holding Kazuto, just like that, completely melting as she imagines them getting close enough to actually kiss. The intensely romantic thoughts completely overwhelm her, causing a deeply flushed Rinka to visibly gulp as she builds up her courage. Acting on her bold impulses, Rinka suddenly leans her entire body weight firmly against Kazuto's back, catching him completely off guard as he confusedly calls out her name. A sweating Kazuto nervously points out that she is pressing up way too close to him, but Rinka simply gazes up through half-lidded eyes and softly asks if he actually dislikes it. Rin aggressively leans in and confidently declares that since they are officially a married couple, it is completely natural for them to embrace each other and their love. Closing the distance even further, she firmly grabs his hand while a heavily sweating and completely overwhelmed Kazu can only nervously stammer out her name. Without warning, Rin suddenly snaps out of her bold trance and frantically screams in pure panic, violently rejecting her own romantic advance and leaving Kazu completely startled. Flushed red with absolute embarrassment, Rin frantically yells that they are just high schoolers, and that kind of behavior is way too unhealthy, before calling him stupid and bolting back inside while Kazu helplessly tries to stop her. Left completely alone on the balcony, a baffled Kazu wonders what on earth just happened, entirely unable to process her sudden and chaotic shift in mood. Despite the messy rejection, Kazu leans against the railing with a soft smile and completely ignores the chaos, silently reflecting on how incredibly nice Rin smelled up close. Later that night, a distressed and muffled groan of absolute regret loudly echoes from inside the dark apartment building. Hiding deeply under her covers, a completely mortified Rin curses herself for doing something so incredibly shameless, realizing with absolute horror that she was dangerously close to crossing a massive line if she had not stopped herself at the last second. She bites her fingers in pure agonizing embarrassment, completely unable to handle the overwhelming emotional aftermath of her own bold romantic stunt. The very next day, the totally defeated duo is forced to formally apologize to their fiercely jealous friends for their shameless flirting, leaving a deeply embarrassed Rin to awkwardly stand by while Kazu bows in absolute submission. Arriving at the local sulfur mine, Kazuto readies his pickaxe and hypes himself up for his first serious mining session in quite a while, just as a familiar voice happily calls out his name to get his attention. Turning around, Kazuto is instantly met by the towering hyper-masculine bearded avatar of his friend, prompting him to awkwardly correct his casual greeting so he can address her by her highly intense in-game name Sturmangriff. The hulking avatar cheerfully welcomes him back and easily dismisses the formality, telling Kazuto that just calling her Nana is perfectly fine, before eagerly suggesting they team up to tackle the caves together, which he quickly accepts. Kazuto casually points out that Nana has been logging into the game a lot more frequently lately, and asks if Rin is busy working, to which Nana confirms that the idol has extra vocal training today, leaving Kazuto to sympathetically note just how exhausting her demanding schedule really is. Pointing towards a dark and ominous tunnel, Nana eagerly asks if they can explore that specific route today, but a sweating Kazuto nervously warns her that the path is extremely narrow, poorly maintained, and notoriously difficult to navigate. Completely ignoring the danger, a hyped-up Nana deduces that a highly difficult path must absolutely be hiding some ultra-rare ores and begs him to let them check it out, successfully wearing down Kazuto's defenses until he reluctantly agrees to give it a shot. As they carefully make their way through the dark and incredibly slippery cavern, Nana casually strikes up a conversation by asking Kazuto exactly how long he and Rin have been dating in the game, to which he explains that they actually met 4 years ago, but only tied the knot recently. Nana happily congratulates the digital newlyweds and wistfully admits that she wants to get married in the game too, prompting Kazuto to warmly agree that being virtual spouses actually comes with some really nice benefits. Nana dramatically sobs about being completely alone, prompting Kazuto to ask if she has any other players on her friends list. She tearfully admits that besides him and Rinka, her only other contact is Nanoa, leaving Kazuto to awkwardly note that marrying the little sister would definitely be highly suspicious. Listening in, Rinka casually suggests that it might actually be possible for Nana and Kazuto to marry instead. She explains her reasoning by stating that being married in a video game does not actually mean anything in real life anyway. Kazuto's avatar goes completely quiet before he reluctantly agrees with her logic. However, in the real world, Kazuto reflects on how incredibly close and affectionate Rinka has been acting towards him lately, leaving him completely baffled by her dismissive stance on their virtual marriage. Back in the game, Nana slides her towering avatar right up next to Kazuto and abruptly asks if he has a real-life girlfriend. Kazuto modestly replies that he highly doubts any girl would ever be interested in him, but Nana immediately reassures him that she thinks he is actually really cool, earning a genuinely touched thanks from the shy boy. Nana confidently states that she genuinely believes there is someone out there who actively likes him, leaving a slightly dejected Kazuto to quietly wish that there was actually a girl like that attending their school. The conversation abruptly stalls when Nana mutters something under her breath, prompting a confused Kazuto to ask what she just said, only for her to completely play dumb. Completely ignoring his question, Nana excitedly screams his name and points out that they just stumbled upon an incredibly rare philosopher's stone, absolutely blowing Kazuto away, as he marvels at seeing the item for the very first time. The excitement instantly hits a fever pitch as Nana spots a highly valuable flying jade nearby, while Kazuto completely loses his mind, shouting that he also found an infinity stone, thrillingly declaring that they have discovered an absolute treasure trove. The very next day at school, an incredibly drained Kazuto stretches his arms and lets out a massive yawn in the classroom, prompting Rinka to casually observe that he looks completely exhausted. Rinka is absolutely stunned when Kazuto casually mentions that he went mining in the game with Nana the day, before forcing her to awkwardly squeeze out a strained congratulations. As Kazuto completely tunes out the heavy atmosphere with a massive yawn, his classmates look on in utter disbelief, whispering about how he is entirely incapable of reading a room. The awkward tension is suddenly broken when Nana cheerfully slides the classroom door open and happily greets Kazuto by his nickname. Kazuto enthusiastically thanks Nana for her help with the mining session, and she happily agrees that finding those rare ores was a massive stroke of luck, prompting them both to eagerly discuss planning their next big treasure hunt. Nana excitedly suggests bringing a minecart on their next trip to speed things up, and a thrilled Kazuto immediately agrees with her plan, completely oblivious to Rinka silently fuming in the dark background right behind them. When Nana enthusiastically suggests heading right back to the mines directly after class, Kazuto instantly agrees, causing Rinka's silent fury to reach a terrifying boiling point that leaves their nearby classmates absolutely shivering in pure fear. Later that afternoon, Kazuto receives a blunt text message from Rinka ordering him to meet her on the roof after class, a summons that he realizes he is slowly starting to get entirely used to. When Rinka coldly demands to know if he understands why she summoned him, Kazuto sweatily admits he has absolutely no clue, only to be instantly met with a terrifyingly intense icy glare that sends a shiver straight down his spine. Rinka sternly makes him confirm that they are indeed still a married couple in their online game, before pointing out that secretly meeting up with another girl behind his partner's back carries a very heavy meaning. She angrily screams that his secret mining trip with Nana is nothing short of blatant cheating, leaving a totally dumbfounded Kazuto completely speechless. Kazuto desperately argues that his supposed betrayal was strictly limited to their virtual video game, but Rinka stubbornly refuses to listen, firmly declaring that doing anything with her best friend is an undeniable act of cheating. Pushed to his absolute limit, Kazuto suddenly grabs her arm and forcefully calls out her name to stop her tirade. Kazuto earnestly begs her to just talk things out properly with him, internally noting with complete surprise that she has suddenly gone entirely quiet and submissive the moment he actually took charge of the situation. Blushing deeply and avoiding his gaze, Rinka softly confesses that seeing him and Nana acting so close in places she could not see completely overwhelmed her with genuine, uncontrollable jealousy. The sudden and surprisingly honest confession completely shatters Kazuto's brain as he stands there entirely stunned by the sheer, unexpected weight of her jealousy. Imagining how incredibly frustrated he would feel if the roles were reversed, and he had to watch her happily chatting with another guy, Kazuto sincerely apologizes for his complete lack of consideration, prompting Rinka to immediately apologize right back for getting so unreasonably angry over a game. Looking gently down at her, Kazuto notes that their heated argument proves just how incredibly important it is for them to actually express their feelings to one another in clear words. Realizing he is still tightly holding onto her, Kazuto quickly lets go of her arm and nervously apologizes for the aggressive grab before gently calling out her name again when she remains completely silent. Staring up at him with a deeply flushed face and absolute resolve, Rinka calls his name and boldly begins to confess her true undeniable romantic feelings for him. The incredibly tense and romantic atmosphere is instantly obliterated when an energetic Nana and her runaway cat suddenly burst onto the scene, loudly calling out her best friend's name to announce their arrival. Rinka completely freezes in place, her eyes widening in absolute horror as the absolute perfect moment for her grand confession is ruthlessly shattered into a million pieces. A flustered Nana suddenly cuts the conversation short, desperately begging Rin not to say another word. The heavy emotional tension is immediately interrupted by a familiar meow as Nana's chubby escape artist cat casually strolls up and rubs against their legs. A deeply confused Rin asks why her friend is acting so strangely, prompting Nana to tightly grip her chest as she emotionally struggles to force her next words out. Looking her straight in the eyes with a deeply flushed face, Nana drops an absolute bombshell by confessing that she feels the exact same way as Rin does. A brand new chapter kicks off, immediately throwing the spotlight on Nana's massive confession as she thinks about how incredibly close Kazuto and Rin have become. Rin completely freezes up in absolute shock at the unexpected revelation, but before she can even begin to process the heavy confession, Nana abruptly turns and sprints away down the hall. Refusing to let her escape that easily, Rin forcefully grabs her friend's wrist and stops her in her tracks, demanding to know exactly what she meant. Staring out the window to hide her face, Nana frantically apologizes for being a nuisance and quickly backpedals, loudly declaring that she actually just wants to fully support Rin and Kazuto's blossoming relationship. Rin completely sees straight through the desperate cover-up, her expression softening with a heavy realization, as she correctly deduces that her best friend is also entirely in love with Kazuto. Flashing a cheerful but heavily burdened smile, Nana bluntly admits to her face that she is a completely terrible friend, leaving Rinka totally stunned and sweating in absolute silence. As they slowly walk down the hallway with their hands tightly intertwined, a deeply remorseful Nana sincerely apologizes to her close friend for dropping such a heavy confession so suddenly. Sometime later, Rinka notices Katon hanging around outside her classroom and playfully greets her as a rare guest, curiously asking what brings her over to their turf. Kazuto suddenly pops up right behind Katon to ask if Nana is around, but Rinka completely bursts his bubble by revealing that she is absent for the day, prompting a highly disappointed Kazuto to awkwardly excuse himself. As he walks away down the hall, Kazuto internally stresses over the fact that Rinka has kept him completely in the dark about whatever happened between the girls, leaving him incredibly anxious that they might have gotten into a massive fight. Later that night, a deeply troubled Rinka stands completely alone on her dark apartment balcony, gazing up at the moon while heavy thoughts entirely consume her mind. She repeatedly replays Nana's heartbreaking admission of being a bad friend in her head, bitterly kicking herself for freezing up in pure shock and failing to respond in the heat of the moment. Rinka mentally argues that she should have instantly denied the self-deprecating claim, but quickly realizes that offering a fake half-hearted reassurance would have been infinitely more cruel to her best friend. A massive, violent storm of conflicting emotions completely overwhelms her, mixing intense confusion, deep anger, and heavy sadness as her thoughts relentlessly spiral out of control. Despite cherishing Nana as an incredibly important friend who always supports her, Rinka fiercely steels her resolve and firmly concludes that she absolutely cannot just hand Kazuto over without a fight. Wrapped up in her blankets and looking completely conflicted, Rinka quietly stews over a massive dilemma that is currently eating away at her. Her older sister quickly notices her distress and drapes a warm cardigan over her shoulders to keep her from catching a cold, gently reminding Rinka that she is always there to listen if something is secretly bothering her. Staring thoughtfully out at the glowing city skyline, Rinka slowly opens up and asks a heavy hypothetical question, wondering if her sister would choose her best friend or her crush if she suddenly realized they both liked the exact same person. Taking the heavy question entirely seriously, her sister pauses to think it over before confidently preparing to give Rinka her honest answer. Without skipping a beat, her older sister completely shatters Rinka's expectations by boldly declaring that she would simply just choose both of them. An utterly baffled Rinka stammers in confusion at the greedy answer, But her sister smoothly counters by asking exactly who made up the rule that a person is strictly forced to choose only one option. Flashing a confident smile, her sister logically points out that falling for the same guy is absolutely no reason to suddenly throw away a great friendship, accurately guessing that the friend in question is Nana, and firmly reminding Rinka that their bond is way deeper than a silly rivalry. Winking playfully, her sister suggests that the absolute best course of action is to just talk things out directly, with Nana leaving a sweating Rinka to weakly point out that she never actually confirmed who the best friend was. Her sister casually hums in agreement and decides to head off to bed for the night, leaving a deeply relieved and warmly blushing Rinka to genuinely thank her for the much-needed advice. Stepping out of the room and stretching her arms with a wide yawn, her older sister happily chuckles to herself about how incredibly dramatic and refreshing teenage youth can be. A heavily sweating Nana internally panics over the fact that they are forced to pair up for today's physical education class, absolutely dreading having to face her best friend after totally ruining her romantic confession. Her anxiety completely spikes when Rinka suddenly calls out her name from behind, making her jolt in sheer terror. Maintaining an incredibly intense and unreadable expression, Rinka firmly commands Nana to come over for a moment, leaving the energetic idol stammering in pure fear at her friend's icy tone. A completely stunned, Kazuto overhears his classmates excitedly gossiping that the two idols are about to face off in a serious tennis match, instantly wondering what exactly sparked the sudden and dramatic showdown. The rest of the students immediately hype up the unexpected spectacle, eagerly rushing over to watch the two famous group members go head-to-head on the school courts. Taking her position on the opposite side of the net, a highly nervous Nana quietly waits while a completely stoic Rinka aggressively stares her down, cranking the awkward tension up to an absolute maximum. Nana guiltily tries to apologize for the rooftop incident, but an uncompromising Rinka immediately cuts her off to directly address the romantic elephant in the room. Staring her best friend dead in the eyes, Rinka boldly and firmly declares that she will absolutely never give up on Kazuto. Nana is completely caught off guard by the fiercely honest declaration, her eyes widening in pure shock as she struggles to form a coherent response. Tossing the tennis ball into the air for her serve, Rinka confidently adds that she refuses to give up on her precious friendship, with Nana either leaving the energetic girl completely blown away by her unwavering resolve. Unleashing an incredibly powerful swing, a fiercely competitive Rinka loudly challenges Nana, aggressively declaring that if she genuinely thinks she can steal Kazuto away from her, she is more than welcome to try. During physical education class, Nana is completely blindsided when she misses a tennis ball, reacting with pure blushing shock as the ball flies past. Still feeling deeply guilty about her secret mining trip with Kazuto, Nana tearfully confesses that she betrayed Rinka, but Rinka firmly shuts down her worries while confidently returning a tennis serve. The surrounding classmates whisper in total awe of the girls' incredible teamwork and beautiful tennis rallies, but a heavily sweating Kazuto desperately begs them to stop talking before they overhear the deeply embarrassing accusations. While Rinka easily returns another shot, Nana passionately declares that she simply cannot bring herself to choose between her dear friend and Kazuto, asserting that it is just who she is. Rinka looks her dead in the eye and earnestly reveals that she doesn't want to lose either of them, either showing her true feelings about their precious friendship. Deeply moved by her best friend's warm sincerity, Nana bursts into tears of pure gratitude, warmly thanking Rinka for understanding her. With their emotional misunderstanding completely resolved, the girls instantly fire themselves up and challenge each other to a serious high-energy rematch. A brand new chapter begins as Rinka peacefully rests in bed, dreaming of the person she loves most as a brand new school day approaches. On her usual morning commute to school, Rinka suddenly halts in her tracks as a familiar voice calls out her nickname from down the street. Rinka politely exchanges casual morning greetings with an energetic Nana as they head to school together, though her mind is already entirely focused on evaluating her bubbly friend. Mentally preparing herself for an intense battle, a fiercely determined Rinka visualizes violently spiking a tennis ball at her rival, silently daring Nana to try her absolute hardest if she thinks she can actually steal Kazuto away from her. Going into full analysis mode, Rinka closely studies her competition, noting that Nana's round animal-like eyes and incredibly youthful face firmly put her in the super cute category compared to her own mature vibe. The deep evaluation continues as Rinka begrudgingly admits that Nana's bright, friendly personality naturally earns her a massive circle of friends and makes her extremely popular, with all the boys leaving Rinka to quietly ponder her next strategic move. Looking up at the school building, Rinka solidifies her master plan for the day, confidently deciding that she absolutely needs to figure out exactly what kind of girls Kazuto is actually into. Later, during their rooftop group lunch, Rinka completely shatters the peaceful atmosphere by boldly looking right at Kazuto and bluntly asking him what his type is, instantly causing a flustered Nana to violently choke on her rice ball. The rest of the highly uncomfortable friend group nervously begs them to take their intense flirting somewhere else, while Rinka mentally justifies her aggressive tactic by reasoning that asking such a bold question is actually way less embarrassing, with Nana right there to buffer the tension. A completely clueless Kazuto thinks for a second before casually answering that his type is probably MMORPGs, forcing an incredibly unamused Rinka to deadpan that she obviously meant his specific type in women. Kazuto awkwardly hums and admits that he has never actually given much thought to what kind of girls he likes, while a fiercely glaring Rinka stares a hole right through him and mentally screams for him to just choose between her and Nana already. After a moment of deliberation, Kazuto delivers the most boring generic answer humanly possible by simply stating that he probably likes kind people, immediately sparking a massively exasperated reaction that his safe answer was entirely expected. Takabana agrees that standard requirements are a given, but Katon quickly pushes the interrogation even further by casually asking if Kazuto prefers long or short hair on a girl, internally earning her massive praise for the perfect assist, while Kazuto defensively questions what is wrong with all of his friends today. Kazuto carefully ponders the question and casually admits that while both styles are nice, he generally leans towards preferring long hair, causing Rinka to instantly light up with a radiant, wildly triumphant smile. Ayanakuji immediately follows up by asking if Kazuto prefers elegant or cute girls, and when Kazuto admits he leans slightly more towards the cute type, it scores a massive imaginary victory for the energetic Nana while completely devastating Rinka's elegant image. With the score now tied at 1-1, a fiercely competitive Rinka intensely glares at the floor and mentally declares that the battle is far from over, leaving a completely clueless Kazuto standing there in pure confusion. Takabana completely shatters the tension by smugly asking the ultimate question of whether Kazuto prefers smaller or larger chests, throwing both girls into a sudden panic, while even the usually stoic Ayanakuji eagerly admits he desperately wants to know the answer. The high-stakes question instantly transforms the situation into a direct, silent showdown, pitting Rinka's modest figure against Nana's highly blessed proportions. As Kazuto takes a moment to seriously ponder his answer, the girls internally scream in absolute agonizing anticipation while waiting for his final verdict. Kazuto bluntly answers that he guesses he prefers them on the larger side, instantly delivering a completely devastating critical blow to a shattered Rinka. Rinka completely crumbles to the floor in pure despair, entirely resigning herself to her total crushing loss in the high-stakes romantic competition. A totally defeated Rinka bitterly curses the cruelty of the world while mourning that heaven unfairly gave her rival far too many gifts, leaving Katon to awkwardly attempt to comfort her by downplaying the physical advantage as just a simple lump of flesh. While the rest of the group chats about crazy proportions and sides, with Mizuki, one of the guys, immaturely declares he is going to start calling his friend the boobs man, instantly earning him a deadpan scolding for acting like an absolute elementary schooler. The boys shamelessly debate their specific preferences for boobs and butts right out in the open, while the girls seriously discuss whether shape matters more than size and contemplate drinking lots of soy milk, leaving an eavesdropping Nana completely dumbfounded by the chaotic chatter. Nana frantically yells at Rin to stop right there, desperately explaining that there has been a massive misunderstanding, before gearing up to finally confess who she actually has feelings for. With a heavily flushed face, Nana aggressively shouts out that the person she is actually deeply in love with is Rin, dropping an absolute bombshell that leaves her friend completely stunned. The jaw-dropping confession completely blindsides Kazuto and the rest of the gang, who are standing right there, while a deeply bewildered Rin can only let out a confused squeak of pure disbelief. Nana smoothly doubles down, confirming that she has been talking about Rin as her crush this entire time, while a panicking Rin frantically begs her to hold on as the incredibly heavy realization finally starts to kick in. Rin's brain totally short-circuits as she connects the dots from their earlier conversation, realizing with absolute horror that when Nana confessed to feeling the same way, she never actually mentioned Kazuto's name even once. Anticipating the obvious objections, Nana admits that girls are not traditionally supposed to date, but aggressively insists that she fell in love entirely because of who Rin is as a person, firmly declaring that her feelings would be the exact same even if Rin were a guy. Nana softly confesses that she kept these heavy feelings completely hidden because she already knew it was an unrequited love, genuinely admitting that seeing Rin happy was the most important thing in the world to her, which is why she tried so hard to support her relationship with Kazuto. However, her supportive facade finally crumbles as she guiltily admits that watching the two of them grow so incredibly close made her extremely restless, confessing that she secretly wanted to sabotage their relationship and absolutely despises herself for harboring such toxic thoughts. Nana deeply reflects on how Rinka was able to warmly forgive her and even tell her that she was genuinely needed, finding immense comfort in their unbreakable bond. Fueled by this reassurance, Nana boldly vows to Rinka that she will never give up on making her truly notice her someday. The unexpected romantic confession completely short-circuits Rinka's brain, leaving her entirely dazed and sweating as she awkwardly squeaks out a confused response. Nana suddenly spins around to face a highly startled Kazuto, calling out his name with a remarkably serious expression that instantly puts him on high alert. Pulling Rinka into a tight hug, Nana boldly declares to Kazuto that sooner or later she will completely steal Rinka away from him, officially setting off a playful rivalry for her affection. Looking directly at him with absolute determination, Nana firmly warns a stunned Kazuto to be fully prepared for the intense competition ahead. A brand new chapter kicks off as Rinka prepares to celebrate a highly anticipated milestone with her virtual husband. Back in the virtual world, a lavishly decorated table is set with a gorgeous bouquet of flowers and a massive mouth-watering feast to mark their special occasion. Rin enthusiastically declares that her grand preparations are finally complete as she sets up a massive, extravagant feast in the game. She casually dismisses the massive dent, the luxurious in-game commodities left in her virtual wallet, firmly believing the heavy expense is entirely worth it for today's highly anticipated occasion. Swooning with absolute joy, Rin happily celebrates the fact that it is officially their first in-game wedding anniversary. After proudly admiring the ultra-rare pickaxe she bought specifically as an anniversary present, Rin excitedly cheers as Kazuto finally logs into the game. Kazuto spawns into their virtual house and is instantly bewildered by the completely over-the-top decorations, prompting Rin to clear her throat and coyly admit she might have gone a little overboard for their highly special day. Completely missing the massive anniversary hint, a totally clueless Kazuto questions what she means by a special day, while an oblivious Rin excitedly suggests they go stargazing at a romantic mountain or lakeside spot after dinner. Getting totally carried away, Rin boldly suggests they even the same bed for the night, only for a highly nervous Kazuto to awkwardly interrupt her romantic rambling with a hesitant apology. With an incredibly awkward laugh, Kazuto completely shatters the romantic atmosphere by bluntly asking her exactly what they are actually supposed to be celebrating. The devastating realization that her virtual husband completely forgot their anniversary instantly hits Rin, causing her cheerful demeanor to completely freeze in place. Radiating an absolutely terrifying wave of pure rage, Rin darkly demands to know if he is just messing with her, leaving a terrified Kazuto to nervously gulp as he realizes he completely screwed up. Kazuto frantically guesses if today is her birthday, which only deepens Rinka's visible disappointment as she realizes he truly has no idea what they are supposed to be celebrating. He completely misses the mark again by guessing the anniversary of her idol group's formation, prompting a deeply unamused Rinka to furiously shake her head in sheer exasperation. Kazuto suddenly lights up with a brilliant idea, confidently declaring that it absolutely must be the anniversary of their favorite video game's original release. This incredibly tone-deaf guess instantly pushes Rinka past her breaking point, causing her virtual avatar to manifest a terrifying murderous aura as she readies her massive scythe for a complete execution. Blushing furiously with literal tears in her eyes, an absolutely enraged Rinka loudly screams his name in pure, unadulterated frustration. Her absolute fury violently blasts through their surroundings as she calls him a massive idiot for completely forgetting their special day. The chaotic argument finally settles down as the scene quietly transitions back to the cold, snowy exterior of their school building. Standing outside in the winter chill, Rinka buries her face into her thick scarf, still quietly pouting over Kazuto's massive blunder. She coldly scolds him for being incredibly inconsiderate by forgetting their one-year-in-game wedding anniversary, while Kazuto deeply bows in absolute shame, though she internally cringes at herself for getting so wildly carried away over a virtual milestone. Desperate to make up for his mistake, Kazuto earnestly promises to celebrate their anniversary properly tonight, and begs for her forgiveness, letting out a massive sigh of relief when a blushing Rinka finally nods in quiet obedience. As a playful punishment, Rinka insists that Kazuto must personally escort her all the way home. As they trudge through the freezing winter weather together, a shivering Kazuto loudly complains about the absolutely brutal cold. Kazuto lets out a sharp sneeze while walking slightly ahead, prompting Rinka to realize that he is intentionally taking the brunt of the freezing winds to shield her, which immediately makes her feel incredibly guilty for dragging him out in such harsh conditions. Watching him silently endure the bitter cold just to protect her, a deeply flushed Rinka quietly mutters to herself about how incredibly unfair his natural sweetness is. Kazuto suddenly turns around to check on her, only to freeze in utter confusion when he catches Rinka fully wound up and ready to launch a perfectly packed snowball right at his back. With a bright, blushing smile, she eagerly suggests they take advantage of the fresh powder and play for a bit, prompting Kazuto to happily accept the challenge as he quickly packs a snowball of his own. As Kazuto playfully tosses some snow at her with a cheerful laugh, Rinka watches him warmly, though a sudden wave of insecurity hits her as she worries that he still strictly views her as just a normal friend. Despite her lingering doubts about their complicated relationship status, Rinka steels her resolve and silently decides to keep pushing her luck anyway. Her romantic internal monologue is abruptly shattered when Kazuto accidentally nails her right in the face with a snowball, leaving him totally panicking as he frantically asks if she is all right. Completely ignoring the icy impact, Rinka silently steps up and tightly grips his sleeve, dropping a major curveball by softly asking Kazuto if he would hold her hand instead. A nervous Kazuto asks if it is really okay for them to be holding hands, genuinely worried about the massive panic that would ensue if their friends accidentally caught them in the act. Rinka smoothly counters his concerns by pointing toward an alternate route, confidently suggesting they just take a quiet detour to avoid any unwanted attention. Giving in to her bold request, Kazuto gently intertwines his fingers with hers and quietly mutters that he supposes it is fine, completely surrendering to the highly intimate moment. Feeling the winter chill, Kazuto softly points out that her hands are freezing, to which a deeply blushing Rinka hides her face in her scarf and quietly notes that his hands are just as cold before shyly agreeing with him. The two of them enjoy a peaceful scenic walk down the secluded pathway, completely lost in their own little world, as they quietly stroll through the freezing winter air hand in hand. As they walk, Rinka's heart violently pounds in her chest, leaving her blushing furiously, as she desperately wonders if Kazuto can somehow hear how incredibly fast her heart is racing from just a simple touch. Leaning slightly into him, Rinka internally realizes that she is probably the only one getting this ridiculously excited over something as basic as holding hands, letting the sweet reality of the romantic tension completely wash over her. Closing her eyes in pure contentment, she happily accepts her overwhelming emotions, boldly reaffirming her absolute resolve that she still deeply wants to become his rightful bride someday. Meanwhile, a faintly blushing Kazuto affectionately watches her quietly lean against him, entirely captivated by her presence, as they continue their quiet, deeply romantic walk home together. A resilient little flower bravely blooms through the freezing winter snow, beautifully symbolizing their slowly blossoming relationship, as the chapter finally comes to a heartwarming close. A brand new chapter kicks off, officially shifting the narrative spotlight over to the surprisingly cute and incredibly cool Katon for a casual weekend outing. Kazuto peacefully wanders through the bustling city streets, enjoying a rare and highly relaxing day off completely by himself. Happily holding onto his shopping bags, a deeply satisfied Kazuto celebrates successfully getting his hands on some highly sought-after limited edition merchandise. His peaceful outing is suddenly interrupted when a highly fashionable girl recognizes him and calls out his name, leaving a totally bewildered Kazuto struggling to realize that the stylish stranger is actually his classmate Katon. Katon playfully winks and greets him with a cheerful smile, casually noting what a massive coincidence it is to run into him, while a completely mind-blown Kazuto loudly screams her name in absolute disbelief. Katon bluntly admits she is genuinely surprised to see him outside, brutally teasing that she completely expected him to be the type of guy who just stays locked in his room playing video games all day, prompting a heavily sweating Kazuto to defensively ask who exactly she thinks he is. Katon modestly reflects that her own charm is usually entirely overshadowed whenever she hangs out with their famous idol friends, while a blushing Kazuto silently marvels at just how incredibly cute she looks in her casual clothes. Katon curiously asks which stores he was visiting, instantly triggering Kazuto to totally nerd out, as he excitedly shoves his phone in her face to brag about visiting a video game pop-up cafe, passionately rambling about all the incredibly accurate fantasy foods he ordered, while she awkwardly humors his massive geeky energy. Katon awkwardly deflects the conversation by asking about Kazuto's plans, before nervously dropping the massive bombshell that her own schedule involved going on a blind date, instantly throwing him into absolute shock. She quickly explains that a friend dragged her out to karaoke, only to completely blindside her with a secret group date, prompting her to fake a bathroom break and make a desperate escape, before casually asking Kazuto if he happens to be free for the rest of the night. When Kazuto admits that he doesn't actually have any solid plans and is simply heading straight home, she immediately jumps at the opportunity and eagerly invites him to hang out with her instead. Arriving at their surprise destination, she proudly presents a massive building hosting a highly immersive, otherworldly-themed escape room experience. A totally bewildered Kazuto questions if they are really doing an escape room, while she happily cheers that the exciting new attraction just recently opened up and is completely ready for them to tackle. Kazuto nervously admits that he is completely terrible at solving puzzles, but she cheerfully reassures him that the game is all about raw inspiration, just as the staff officially kicks off the event with a strict 60-minute time limit. Flipping over the very first set of clues, Kazuto is instantly overwhelmed by a series of incredibly confusing diagrams and cryptic numbers, loudly panicking that he has absolutely no clue how to even begin solving them. After just a brief moment of thought, she casually blurts out the correct answer right off the bat, leaving a completely stunned Kazuto absolutely blown away by her blazing puzzle-solving speed. She calmly explains that the confusing diagram represents an outstretched hand, expertly deducing that the numbers correspond to the exact letter count for each specific finger name, finally making the entire puzzle click for a deeply impressed Kazuto. When Kazuto eagerly points out that the next obstacle requires specific physical items, she instantly cracks it and celebrates her victory, leaving him completely mesmerized by her unexpectedly innocent and childish excitement over the game. With only 1 minute remaining on the clock, Katon confidently locks in 5,371 as their final answer and excitedly celebrates their successful escape. But Kazuto remains deeply skeptical, sensing that something is still completely off. Suddenly realizing the catch, Kazuto urgently stops Katon and announces that the actual answer is 1,735, leaving her completely baffled as she asks why he changed his mind. Kazuto explains that because the puzzle rules require reading from right to left instead of left to right, they must input the entire password completely backward, prompting a panicking Katon to rush and submit the new code with only 10 seconds left on the clock. As the host formally thanks everyone for their hard work and reviews the riddles, he announces that the final correct answer is indeed 1735, declaring Team 8 the ultimate victors of the challenge. Katon bursts into wild celebration and happily cheers to Kazuto for their big win, drawing some light-hearted scolding from their nearby friends who tease her for being way too loud in the room. As they walk through the busy city streets after the event, Katon excitedly gushes about how much fun she had before nervously asking if she was the only one enjoying herself, but a smiling Kazuto quickly reassures her that he also had a blast solving all the clever escape room puzzles. Katon eagerly agrees that solving the riddles gives a massive adrenaline rush and enthusiastically suggests they should go to another escape room sometime, but Kazuto's attention is suddenly caught by a confused voice behind them. Their conversation is interrupted when a group from earlier approaches them and calls out Katon's name, prompting a whispering Kazuto to ask if she knows them, to which she quietly admits they are from the blind date she attended earlier. When the group curiously asks if Kazuto is her friend, Katon quickly explains that he is a classmate from her school, prompting polite casual greetings as they awkwardly acknowledge each other. The group mentions they are heading out to go bowling next, intensely sparking Katon's excitement, as she begs to tag along, leaving a sweat-dropping Kazuto to internally marvel at just how many diverse hobbies his energetic friend actually has. While hanging out in the city, Kazuto is completely caught off guard when his friends suddenly announce they are leaving, prompting him to frantically ask if he is supposed to tag along with them. A trendy guy trying to hit on Katon smoothly blocks Kazuto by claiming they do not have space for 2 extra people, prompting a defeated Kazuto to excuse himself and tell Katon to go have fun with them, leaving her visibly disappointed as they part ways. As they walk away, the trendy guys immediately start mocking Kazuto behind his back, laughing about how embarrassing his bold t-shirt is and joking that no one would ever want to be seen walking next to a nerdy guy like him. Hearing them relentlessly insult, Kazuto completely kills Katon's mood, causing her cheerful smile to instantly vanish as she looks down in absolute icy silence. Quickly recovering her playful facade, Katon readily agrees that Kazuto's outfit is totally nerdy, casually adding that he never cares about his image and constantly rambles about web games, even when he is entirely alone with a girl. However, she instantly flips the script and flashes a cheerfully brutal smile, dropping an absolute bombshell by declaring that despite his weird quirks, Kazuto is still 1,000,000 times more interesting than they could ever be, before happily waving goodbye. The savage point-blank insult completely obliterates the guys' egos, leaving them standing there totally jaw-dropped and sputtering in absolute shock as Katon effortlessly ditches them in the middle of the street. Further down the street, Kazuto frantically calls out to stop his friends from leaving him behind, only to be completely surprised when Katon suddenly appears beside him and casually announces that she ditched the bowling trip to grab ramen instead. Walking together under the night sky, Kazuto points out that the guy she just ditched was actually pretty handsome, but Katon completely brushes off the comment by smoothly admitting that he simply was not her type at all. Arriving at the massive stadium, Kazuto marvels at the sheer scale of the building as he gets ready to attend Rinka's highly anticipated live idol show. Standing at the very end of a massive crowd, Kazuto anxiously admits that he is feeling incredibly nervous, since this is his first time ever going to an in-person concert. His anxiety turns into pure shock when he reaches the front of the long queue and realizes he actually waited in the souvenir line by mistake, forcing him to quickly pivot and just buy some merchandise anyway. Carrying a tote bag, proudly displaying an exclusive Rinka fan, Kazuto suddenly halts when a familiar voice calls out his name from nearby. He is instantly greeted by an incredibly energetic Nanoa, who happily giggles as she immediately rushes over to give him a giant hug. Rinka's older sister Kasumi quickly catches up and gently scolds the little girl for running off alone, noting with a warm smile that their entire group has finally gathered for the big event. Spotting the idol merchandise in his bag, Kasumi playfully points it out while explaining that they also had to arrive early, specifically because Nanoa was just too excited to wait. Kazuto nervously questions if a regular guy like him is actually allowed inside the exclusive VIP area, since idols are strictly forbidden from inviting friends, but a smug Kasumi smoothly teases that he easily gets a free pass, since he is technically her husband in the virtual world. Their conversation is completely derailed when Rinka's frantic manager suddenly grabs Kasumi, totally losing her mind over the shocking revelation that her antisocial idol actually managed to make a friend besides Nana, and aggressively demanding to meet him right away. Looking out over the packed stadium from his seat, Kazuto is completely stunned by the sheer overwhelming size of the massive concert crowd. Remembering his classmates crying over sold-out seats, the heavy realization finally hits Kazuto just how insanely popular his friend's idol group actually is, and how incredibly difficult it must have been to secure his ticket. As the stadium lights dim and the highly anticipated show finally kicks off, Kazuto stares at the concert merchandise featuring Rinka, marveling at the completely surreal reality that his longtime virtual gaming partner is actually a massive real-world celebrity. The star-studded trio finally hits the stage in matching plaid outfits, instantly radiating pure idol energy as they enthusiastically kick off their performance with a high-energy pop song. The massive stadium immediately erupts into a deafening, unified roar as the entire crowd goes absolutely wild for the girls. Kazuto is instantly blown away by the live performance, absolutely mesmerized by how much better it sounds in person, as he enthusiastically watches an energetic Nana crush her solo part. He highly praises her incredible talent, internally noting that her flawless dancing and singing perfectly capture the ultimate, undeniably captivating aura of a top-tier idol. Rinka smoothly takes center stage with a remarkably radiant smile, delivering her own lines with a beautifully charming and completely mesmerizing energy. Pleasantly surprised by how perfectly her voice suits upbeat pop songs rather than just slow ballads, and incredibly hyped Kazuto enthusiastically joins Nanoa in wildly waving their glow sticks and loudly screaming Rinka's name. Watching the two best friends flawlessly perform together, Kazuto finds himself entirely captivated, totally breathless over how absolutely stunning Rinka looks shining under the stage lights. As the massive stage lights dramatically flare up to signal the start of the show, a highly overwhelmed Kazuto lets out a nervous chuckle, while Nanoa looks up at him in quiet confusion. The moment Rinka and Nana hit the stage and begin their high-energy performance, Kazuto completely abandons his usual reserved demeanor, wildly cheering and waving his glow sticks right alongside a hyped-up Nanoa. Fully surrendering to the infectious energy of the crowd, Kazuto throws his arms into the air with a massive grin and loudly screams that the live concert experience is absolutely incredible. Kazuto enthusiastically marvels at how the exact same song feels completely different during a live performance, prompting a smiling Nanoa to agree that the stage creates an addictive connection, before teasingly warning him that the real show is only just beginning. The chaotic energy of the venue suddenly settles as the spotlight focuses entirely on Rinka, highlighting her incredibly serious and composed expression as she prepares for her solo. Rinka flawlessly belts out her lyrics while dramatically reaching her hand out toward the audience, completely dominating the entire arena with her stunning and elegant idol aura. The sheer weight of her performance hits Kazuto like an absolute truck, leaving him trembling in pure shock as he desperately tries to comprehend the overwhelming pressure she radiates. Staring up at her from the crowd in total disbelief, a mesmerized Kazuto questions if this breathtaking spectacle is actually Rinka's true, unfiltered power as a professional idol. Right in the middle of her captivating routine, Rinka specifically locks eyes with Kazuto in the audience, flashing him a highly intentional blushing smile that is meant entirely for him. Catching her direct, affectionate gaze completely short-circuits Kazuto's brain, leaving his eyes wide and his face flushed as his heart violently flutters in pure infatuation. Katon proudly praises her friend's incredible vocal talent, casually explaining to Kazuto that Rinka's amazing singing is the direct result of her grueling 5-day-a-week training schedule. She lets out a soft, knowing chuckle, clearly thrilled to see Kazuto finally getting to experience the idol's breathtaking live performance firsthand. As Nanoa enthusiastically cheers for her older sister from the balcony, a deeply satisfied Katon silently congratulates herself for making the excellent choice to invite Kazuto along to the live show. Later that night, a completely exhausted but highly energized Kazuto sprawls out in his bedroom surrounded by idol merchandise, happily reflecting that today's concert was hands down the absolute best show ever. He marvels at how completely different the live experience was, admitting that even though he had already watched their performances countless times on video, seeing the girls perform in person entirely took his breath away. Flipping through the concert pamphlet, Kazuto warmly recalls Rinka previously claiming she was terrible at dancing, only for her to completely blow him away with her surprisingly flawless moves during the final act. Replaying the concert in his head, Kazuto suddenly realizes that despite the entire idol group being up on stage, his eyes were completely glued to Rinka for the entire performance. He vividly remembers her pouring her absolute heart and soul into the microphone, entirely captivated by the sheer, unbridled passion she radiated under the bright stage lights. The heavy realization suddenly washes over him, leaving Kazuto to quietly accept the undeniable truth about his own feelings regarding the beautiful idol. Staring affectionately at her promotional photo, Kazuto fully surrenders to his overwhelming admiration and proudly admits to himself that he has officially become a massive fan of Mizuki Rinka. A brand new chapter begins as the narrative prepares to explore their highly anticipated first online date. Rinka's heart completely skips a beat as she tries to process the sudden and incredibly exciting invitation for an official online date. Nana cheerfully calls her up and casually suggests they go on a date together after their current task, playfully wondering out loud if Kazuto would also like to join them. While Kazuto nervously questions if a group outing with 3 people can even be considered a proper date, Nana aggressively shoots his worries down and tells him not to sweat the minor details. Brushing aside his hesitation, Nana enthusiastically commands them to meet up at the in-game plaza near 10 o'clock sharp. The moment Kazuto logs into the game right at 10 o'clock, Nana's peeved avatar immediately scolds him for being late, strictly lecturing him that standard date etiquette requires arriving at least 10 minutes early. Kazuto is completely shocked to notice that Nana has gone all out by equipping a premium tuxedo cosmetic item, which she smugly justifies by pointing out that an anniversary date is a highly rare and special occasion. When Nana points out that Kazuto is just wearing his completely standard default outfit as usual, he casually dismisses her concerns, leaving her to sweat drop and silently reflect on how incredibly normal and unbothered he acts even on a date. Despite the slow start, Rinka remains fiercely resolved, reminding herself that this special date is her absolute perfect chance to make a massive move. Getting ready for their in-game hangout, a highly motivated Nana confidently schemes that if she acts like the perfect escort on this virtual date, she can finally prove to Rin that she is a much better, far more reliable partner than Kazuto. Inside the game world, Rin finally spawns in and happily apologizes for being slightly late, prompting Nana's towering avatar to smoothly claim they also just arrived, only for a completely oblivious Kazuto to instantly ruin the mood by bluntly pointing out that she is exactly 5 minutes late. Taking full advantage of Kazuto's massive social blunder, Nana notices Rin's brand new dress and internally celebrates her golden opportunity, smoothly dropping a highly charming compliment about how incredibly cute her outfit looks. Before Nana can secure the romantic victory, Kazuto instantly recognizes the dress as a highly exclusive limited availability item from the latest event, earning massive praise from Rin and leaving Nana to bitterly curse his unexpectedly sharp gaming knowledge. Nana slumps over in total defeat and kicks herself for failing to properly research the latest game cosmetics, but quickly bounces right back when Rin asks for their next destination, eagerly raising her hand and declaring that she knows the absolute perfect spot. Leading the party to a breathtaking, highly elevated cliffside, Nana dramatically throws her arms wide and proudly presents the highest peak of the Black Plains as their grand romantic destination. Nana internally celebrates her flawless date, breathing a massive sigh of relief and giving silent thanks to Katon for coming in clutch and recommending the gorgeous spot on an online message board when she desperately asked for help. Her grand romantic surprise completely crashes and burns the very second Rin happily notes how beautiful the scenery always is, casually revealing that Kazuto has already brought her to this exact mountain multiple times and leaving Nana utterly devastated. Nana quietly weeps over the utter failure of her supposed hidden gem, while an oblivious Rin and Kazuto casually agree that only hardcore players usually grind in this specific area, prompting a heavily sweating Nana to question exactly what kind of terrifying location they think this is. Before Nana can even process the horrifying implications, an ominous flapping sound loudly echoes from above as a massive shadow descends on the group, prompting Rin to calmly announce its arrival, while a completely clueless Nana sweats in pure absolute terror at the impending boss fight. A massive, terrifying bird monster suddenly drops in and unleashes a deafening screech, completely ambushing the group. A completely terrified Nana frantically asks what the imposing creature is, prompting Rin to calmly and bluntly identify it as a world boss. Rin casually explains that they are currently standing right on the monster's spawn point, and notes that it usually takes dozens of players to defeat it, leaving a sweating Nana to loudly complain that this is absolutely not a safe dating spot. The giant bird monster suddenly reels back and begins charging up a highly devastating attack to wipe them out. A panicking Nana frantically screams that they need to run away immediately, but Rin simply hums in agreement and calmly prepares her weapon while an anxious Kazuto calls out her name. Completely unfazed by the impending danger, Rin confidently locks her aim onto the giant beast and prepares to unleash her counterattack. The monster violently fires off a massive blinding blast, prompting a terrified Nana to desperately scream for Rin to get out of the way. Instead of dodging the lethal strike, a fiercely determined Rin holds her ground and fires her own attack straight back, while Kazuto desperately shouts her name. Her perfectly timed shot effortlessly pierces right through the monster's heavy attack, striking the giant boss directly in the face with absolute precision. As the massive beast violently recoils in agony from the critical hit, Rin immediately calls out for Kazuto, who confidently steps forward to seamlessly follow up her attack. In the virtual world, Kazuto swiftly readies his sword as a massive, terrifying avian monster lunges straight toward him. Leaping directly onto the beast's back, Kazuto ruthlessly drives his blade straight through the glowing crystal on the monster's head, completely shattering it in a single devastating strike. The giant creature violently plummets to the ground and perishes in a massive cloud of dust, leaving a heavily bearded Nana absolutely amazed by the brutal takedown. Nana enthusiastically praises their incredible teamwork, before sweat dropping and pointing out that Rin seems ridiculously overpowered, prompting a sheepish Rin to apologize for getting a bit too carried away during the fierce battle. Flashing a cheeky peace sign, Rin proudly reveals her insanely high level, while Kazuto casually explains that his virtual wife is actually famous across the server as the absolute strongest player in the entire game, completely dwarfing Nana's measly beginner stats. Back in the real world, Katon sits at her desk in her pajamas, internally noting that while she has heard endless stories about Rin's virtual romance, witnessing Kazuto's incredibly casual high-level gameplay firsthand is an entirely different shock. Watching the two high-level avatars stand side by side on her monitor, Katon realizes just how much history and deep connection the couple actually has from playing the game together for so long. Blushing softly to herself, Katon completely drops her teasing facade and earnestly admits that she desperately wants to spend just as much quality time with her friends as they do with each other. Caught up in her own swirling emotions, Katon mentally scolds herself, completely baffled that she genuinely thought the virtual couple actually looked incredibly cute together, despite her usual snarky attitude. A fully grown Kazuto sighs in exhaustion as he checks his watch, trudging down the quiet street after working incredibly late at his corporate job. As he announces his return home, Kazuto mentally vents about the sheer stress of his overwhelming workload, complaining that dealing with impossible tasks and training completely green recruits is pushing him to his absolute limit. Stepping into the entryway and kicking off his work shoes, Kazuto is instantly met with a warm and familiar voice happily welcoming him back for the night. His exhaustion instantly melts away as a beautiful Rinka greets him holding their adorable baby daughter, who excitedly reaches out and demands her father hold her, prompting a deeply happy Kazuto to gladly oblige. Kazuto warmly reflects on how much their lives have changed, noting that Rinka officially retired from her demanding idol career 6 years ago, so they could finally get married and settle down to raise their daughter together. The wholesome family atmosphere completely shatters when Rinka suddenly sniffs his suit jacket and coldly points out the distinct scent of another woman, forcing a panicking Kazuto to frantically explain that he probably just brushed past a female coworker and swear that absolutely nothing happened. Flashing an incredibly terrifying dead-eyed smile, Rinka smoothly corners him by asking why he is rushing to defend himself if he isn't lying, before darkly whispering that she can absolutely never allow her husband to carry another woman's scent. Pulling out a massive kitchen knife with a chillingly sweet smile, Rinka casually orders a completely horrified Kazuto to stand perfectly still so she can carve off the exact part of him that smells like the other girl, cheerfully promising she won't actually hurt him. Kazuto violently jolts awake with a massive, terrified scream, panting heavily in a cold sweat as the terrifying illusion finally breaks. Clutching his head in pure relief as the morning birds chirp outside, a deeply shaken Kazuto tries to calm his racing heart, muttering to himself about how incredibly terrifying and bizarre that unhinged nightmare actually was. Kazuto kicks off his regular morning routine by boiling a fresh batch of eggs to last him until lunch, casually catching up on the latest news for his favorite online game while he eats. Scrolling through his timeline, Kazuto spots a brand new social media post from Rinka, formally thanking her fans for the recent live show, lightly noting to himself that her stiff and serious writing style doesn't sound like a typical bubbly idol at all. His fond amusement is instantly shattered the second he checks the clock, realizing with absolute horror that he is running incredibly late and frantically bolting out the front door in a blind panic. After a desperate full-speed sprint across the neighborhood, an exhausted Kazuto finally reaches the school building and mentally celebrates making it just in time. Violently throwing the classroom door open, Kazuto completely freezes in his tracks as he nearly collides head-on with Rinka. Flashing a calm and welcoming smile, Rinka sweetly greets him good morning and playfully points out that he barely managed to slide in right before the final bell. Seeing her face instantly triggers a highly traumatizing flashback to a bizarre nightmare involving her entire family, and a terrifying knife-wielding version of Rinka, leaving Kazuto sweating profusely in absolute dread. Awkwardly stammering out a rushed greeting, Kazuto quickly shuffles past a highly confused Rinka to reach his desk, internally stressing over how incredibly weird that wild dream is making him feel around her. The homeroom teacher suddenly calls the class to order and instantly sparks a massive wave of excited chatter by officially announcing that they will be drawing a brand new seating chart for the semester. While Kazuto remains entirely clueless about the sudden classroom hype, his intensely serious friends dramatically declare that the absolute most crucial and high-stakes event of the entire school year has finally arrived. The boys in class erupt into a massive chaotic cheer over the life-changing event of getting new seat assignments, desperately praying to land a spot next to the school idol, while a sweating Kazuto nervously admits he only cares about scoring a lazy seat in the back. While fiercely praying to the heavens to be surrounded by cute girls, Takabana casually hands Kazuto his drawn seat assignment, leaving Kazuto holding the folded paper in total confusion without having peeked inside yet. Takabana nervously points out the ironic reality that the guys who absolutely do not care always end up scoring the best seats, while a classmate sternly reminds everyone that trading numbers is strictly forbidden, right, as Takabana eagerly opens his paper. Takabana's dreams of a high school romance are instantly shattered into a million pieces when he unfolds his ticket, realizing with absolute horror that he is completely trapped in the middle of all the biggest and most intimidating delinquents in the entire class. Rinka happily approaches Kazuto and curiously asks what seat number he ended up pulling, prompting him to hesitantly glance down at his folded paper to check his results. By a stroke of absolute pure luck, Kazuto manages to pull the desk right next to Rinka, leaving him cheerfully satisfied with his spot, while she sits beside him maintaining her perfectly stoic idle composure. A massive wave of murderous jealousy instantly radiates from the other boys, who furiously curse Kazuto for his unfair luck, but he easily brushes off their intense resentment by happily reflecting on how glad he actually is to sit next to Rinka. Rinka completely drops her icy act and flashes a remarkably warm, deeply blushing smile right at him, causing Kazuto to instantly melt and internally admit that sitting next to her is going to be incredibly distracting all year. Later, during an exhausting physical education marathon outdoors, Kazuto finds himself completely ditched by Tachibana, and his energetic friends leaving him huffing and puffing all by himself at the absolute back of the pack. Absolutely hating every single second of the brutal exercise, a heavily sweating Kazuto quickly reaches his absolute breaking point and decides to shamelessly cheat darting around a quiet corner to take a massive shortcut away from the designated route. Walking along the outside of the gym building, Kazuto suddenly stops as his attention is caught by some loud activity echoing from a barred window. Looking inside, he quickly realizes that the girls' physical education class is currently holding a high-energy basketball game. Peering through the bars, Kazuto instantly spots Rinka on the court looking intensely focused as she readies herself to make a play with the ball. Rinka suddenly has the ball stolen away from her by a swift opponent, prompting her teammates to yell out in shock as the opposing team immediately mounts a fast attack. Determined to win back the possession, Rinka pouts with slight frustration and immediately charges back down the court with absolute focus. Watching her chase after her opponents, Kazuto sweatily notes how incredibly serious she becomes during sports, reflecting on just how fiercely competitive she truly is. After Rinka successfully lands a difficult shot to earn loud cheers from her teammates, Kazuto quietly reflects on her public reputation as a cool-headed idol, noting how amusing it is that her true passionate emotions actually seep through when she gets competitive. Completely captivated by her radiant energy, Kazuto warmly admits to himself that he could easily watch her forever before a sudden low rumbling and a soft meow abruptly catch him off guard. Suddenly, Nana's giant black cat violently lunges right onto Kazuto's face and knocks him flat onto the ground, leaving a completely startled Rinka to walk over and demand to know what he is doing there, while Kazuto desperately begs her to get the heavy pet off of him. The scene shifts to the evening as Kazuto's classmate politely asks to have his phone back, but a completely panicked Kazuto begs him to wait just one more minute, frantically stressing that the limited edition idol merchandise sale starts at 7 sharp, and the clock is already ticking at 6:59. Tachibana loudly yells at Kazuto that he absolutely does not need a stuffed animal, but a frantic Kazuto violently throws his arms up and insists that he desperately does, aggressively demanding that his friends give him just a single minute to secure his prize. Tachibana casually points out that they are basically the only friends willing to put up with his massive addiction, while Ayanakuji notes that his mind is entirely consumed by online video games, prompting a mildly annoyed Kazuto to call them rude and defensively claim that his obsession is not true anymore. Kazuto proudly reveals that ever since attending the live concert, he has become completely hooked on Star Mind's music, actively adding their expensive idol merchandise to his digital cart, while constantly listening to their songs at home. Reflecting on his changing habits, Kazuto admits that while he used to stay up late relentlessly browsing video game forums, his mind now constantly wanders to Rinka instead, leaving him quietly wondering what she is up to right before going to sleep. His deep, romantic internal monologue is abruptly cut short when he suddenly freezes completely solid right in the middle of the sidewalk, bringing his walk to a dead halt without any warning. His friends are instantly bewildered by his sudden statue-like pause, prompting Tachibana to call out Ayanakuji's name as they both stare at Kazuto in total confusion. Kazuto remains completely motionless with an intense expression, entirely zoned in on whatever is happening on his phone screen, while completely ignoring the awkward tension. Ayanakuji and Tachibana nervously try to guess what could possibly have caused his dramatic silence, only to have their expectations entirely shattered when Kazuto suddenly screams in absolute victory that his online merchandise purchase successfully went through. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with an incredibly bold question from Rinka, setting the stage for a highly anticipated and nerve-wracking event where the popular idol invites herself over to Kazuto's house. Taking a quiet moment away from the rest of the group, Kazuto and Rinka find themselves completely alone together on a secluded outdoor staircase. Rinka casually decides that it is finally time for her to properly meet his parents, but a sweating Kazuto nervously explains that both of his folks actually work extremely late. Completely unfazed and overly excited, Rinka declares that the setup is actually perfect, since it means they will have much more time alone together, aggressively insisting that she is coming over no matter what. A heavy wave of panic suddenly hits Kazuto as he realizes the highly dangerous implications of being completely alone with a girl in his empty house, prompting him to frantically pull out his phone to invite some friends over, before Rinka quickly reaches out to stop him. With a heavily flushed face, Rinka softly looks up at him and admits that she would actually strongly prefer it if it were just the two of them hanging out. Her bold request completely short-circuits Kazuto's brain, leaving him hopelessly flustered, as he stammers out his absolute surrender, allowing a triumphant Rinka to cheerfully declare their private hangout officially settled. Sporting an incredibly smug and highly satisfied smile, Rinka internally celebrates her massive romantic victory, while eagerly anticipating getting a highly personal look inside his house. The highly anticipated moment finally arrives as they reach his front door, with an incredibly excited Rinka formally excusing her intrusion before stepping inside to check out his personal bedroom. Kazuto nervously apologizes for the absolute state of his bedroom, awkwardly explaining that he tried his best to clean up the incredibly messy gamer cave on such short notice. Her attention is immediately drawn to a massive idol poster hung up right on his wall, prompting her to smugly tease a deeply embarrassed Kazuto about secretly decorating his room with a giant picture of her. Kazuto awkwardly looks away and casually admits that he is actually a genuine fan of hers, now causing Rinka to blush warmly at his sweet confession. Thrilled by his supportive words, Rinka flashes a radiant smile and playfully offers him a little bit of exclusive fan service by recreating her iconic poster pose right in front of him. Kazuto happily holds up her promotional poster and casually adds that he really likes that specific pose too, completely missing the absolute horror suddenly striking Rinka's face. Rinka immediately shifts into full-on wife mode upon seeing his incredibly messy room, boldly declaring that they need to clean the place up so her husband has a proper living space, while a panicking Kazuto desperately tries to stop her from grabbing his scattered clothes. As she starts dusting, Rinka pauses and thoughtfully notes a strange discrepancy, pointing out that, while Kazuto's bedroom is packed full of character, the rest of the apartment feels completely empty and totally devoid of life. Looking around the suspiciously pristine spaces, she casually wonders out loud if absolutely no one else actually uses the other rooms in the house. Her investigation comes to a screeching halt when she accidentally picks up a pair of men's underwear, instantly blushing furiously, as she frantically questions why on earth his boxers were just lying around out in the open. Kazuto casually spots the boxers and happily notes that he had been looking for them, prompting a totally mortified Rinka to loudly scold him for being so incredibly careless with his laundry. Staring him down with a heavy blush, Rinka fiercely lectures him about leaving unused underwear just sitting on the floor, aggressively asking if he plans on keeping them out forever. Rinka tightly clutches the boxers and nervously stammers that she never expected to be doing something so incredibly indecent, prompting a baffled Kazuto to ask what is so indecent about laundry. He mentally notes that he totally expected her to just normally tell him to put them away, while a completely flustered Rinka desperately pivots the conversation and orders them to just keep cleaning. The cleaning montage gets chaotic as a bossy Rinka relentlessly barks orders at a sweating Kazuto, only for her to end up blushing furiously when she accidentally picks up yet another pair of his scattered boxer shorts. While Kazuto gets completely distracted geeking out over how much an old retro board game could sell for a heavily blushing Rinka quietly watches him and daydreams about what it would actually be like if they were married and living together. Her deeply romantic fantasy instantly spirals out of control as she imagines a picture-perfect domestic life, picturing the two of them happily sitting on the floor as a married couple while playfully showing off old toys to their adorable little daughter. Realizing she is grinning like an absolute fool over her wild domestic daydreams, a heavily flushed Rinka aggressively whips her head away to hide her face the very second Kazuto turns around to ask about throwing something out. After a long day of cleaning and exhausted, Kazuto finally hauls the heavy trash bags out of the room and sighs in relief, only to suddenly pause in the doorway when he notices something unexpected. He finds a completely drained Rinka passed out right on his bed, leaving him standing there in quiet surprise, as he softly watches the exhausted idol sleep soundly through the late afternoon. Staring affectionately at her resting face, Kazuto recalls her complaining about enduring 2 straight weeks of grueling idol lessons without a single break, leaving him to softly wonder why she chose to spend her only precious day off aggressively scrubbing his messy room. His heartwarming thoughts are abruptly interrupted when the deeply asleep Rinka softly murmurs his real name in her dreams. Hearing his own name slip past her lips completely catches Kazuto off guard, causing his eyes to widen as a profound, overwhelming wave of emotion instantly washes over him. Gazing fondly down at her, Kazuto deeply reflects on all the incredible, vibrant sides of Rinka he has been lucky enough to witness, entirely cherishing every single memory from her radiant stage performances to her most vulnerable and genuine smiles. Kazuto quietly admires a lock of Rinka's silky hair, completely captivated by the peaceful moment as he sits beside her. Resting comfortably on the floor beside her mattress, Kazuto gently holds Rinka's hair and quietly watches over the exhausted idol as she sleeps soundly. Soaking in the incredibly tranquil atmosphere of the quiet bedroom, Kazuto happily notes how nice and refreshing the breezy wind from outside feels. Lulled to sleep by the relaxing afternoon breeze, Kazuto finally closes his eyes and peacefully dozes off right next to a slumbering Rinka to end the chapter. A brand new chapter kicks off with a casual outdoor picnic where Katon happily sets up the blanket and notes that this is actually their very first time hanging out completely alone together after Rinka thanks her for coming on such short notice. Blushing deeply and nervously fidgeting with her hair, Rinka softly admits that she has a major secret. She specifically wants to only with Katon, prompting her friend to happily munch on a rice ball and ask what is going on. With an incredibly dark and serious expression, Rinka casually drops the absolute bombshell that she slept with Kazuto, causing a totally blindsided Katon to violently spit out her lunch in pure jaw-dropping shock. While a completely oblivious Rinka innocently asks if she is all right, a flabbergasted Katon furiously hacks and coughs on the ground before aggressively demanding every single detail of the incredibly spicy revelation. Rinka casually explains that she went over to Kazuto's house to hang out, but accidentally fell asleep on his mattress, waking up later to find him peacefully resting on the floor right beside her, leaving an utterly exhausted Katon to deadpan that her dense friend meant sleeping in the most literal, innocent way humanly possible. Nana is completely shocked to hear that absolutely nothing happened between Rinka and Kazuto during their highly anticipated hangout, letting out a stunned gasp as she struggles to believe the news. A deeply blushing Rinka can only offer a highly hesitant and uncertain response, sheepishly admitting that nothing probably happened, while her friend silently screams in absolute disbelief at her weak answer. While Rinka casually explains that she was simply too exhausted and slept incredibly soundly, a highly skeptical Nana internally rants that any normal guy would have definitely tried to make a move, seriously questioning if Kazuto is actually normal. Determined to uncover the absolute truth, Nana enthusiastically proposes a complete reenactment of the event to confirm what actually went down, instructing a highly confused Rinka to try sleeping exactly how she did that day. As Rinka goes along with the plan, Nana slowly hovers over her and softly whispers her name to check if she is already asleep, instantly turning the silly reenactment into a highly intense and nerve-wracking moment. Rinka plays along perfectly with the reenactment, lying completely still with her eyes closed to recreate the exact peaceful state she was in when she fell asleep around Kazuto. Nana slowly leans in close, gazing down at Rinka with a deeply blushing face as she playfully touches her hair to test how she would react in her sleep. As Nana gets even closer and gently holds onto her, Rinka tries her absolute best to remain still, though she begins to feel incredibly flustered by the mounting tension. The playful investigation reaches a boiling point as Nana moves in face-to-face, bringing herself incredibly close, as if she is about to steal a kiss from a heavily blushing Rinka. Completely losing her cool under the intense pressure, a panicking Rinka violently holds Nana back and screams for her to stop, instantly shattering the reenactment before her friend can take the simulation any further. Rinka gets completely flustered and panics about what she was trying to do, admitting she was entirely caught up in the moment, while Katon shivers in fear over her terrifyingly intense aura. Katon casually guesses that knowing Kazuto's usual dense behavior, he probably wouldn't have even realized the romantic tension, and might have just focused on getting squished, leaving a shocked Rinka to repeat the word in absolute bewilderment. Katon aggressively lectures her that going over to a guy's house completely alone is far too bold, warning her that she wouldn't be able to defend herself if he actually decided to make a move, leaving Rinka completely speechless. Katon points out that Rinka is actually terrible at approaching guys since they always end up shying away from her aggressive tactics, noting that she probably confidently assumes they will make a move first. Rinka desperately argues back that she didn't exactly have a choice in the matter, trying to defend her actions. Tearing up with embarrassment, Rinka weakly confesses that this is truly her very first time liking someone, and she has absolutely no clue how she is actually supposed to navigate a real romance. Looking down at her picnic basket, Rinka sadly reflects that despite all her desperate attempts and plans, Kazuto still only views her as a normal friend, making her feel like all of her hard work was a total waste of time. Katon gently interrupts her sad thoughts to directly ask Rinka if she is actually having fun being around them. Katon warmly points out that Rinka is currently able to balance her busy, idle activities while being constantly surrounded by supportive friends, and staying close to the person she loves, questioning if this isn't already the absolute best environment she could hope for. Katon turns intensely serious and asks Rinka what she would do if she finally confessed to Kazuto, and he ended up rejecting her, warning her that their perfect dynamic would completely shatter and suggesting that maybe it is simply better for them to just remain friends. Mizuki Rinka quietly reflects on a tempting proposal, feeling a bit hesitant, while Katon watches her with curious interest. Rinka feels deeply anxious about the potential consequences of getting rejected, worrying that it could make things incredibly awkward around her classmates, and completely ruin her ability to talk to Kazuto as comfortably as she does now. As she overthinks the situation, Rinka finds herself completely overwhelmed by her own swirling anxiety, fearing she might completely lose her cool. Rinka briefly convinces herself that it might be far better to just leave things exactly as they are rather than risk changing their dynamic. She fondly remembers the fun, casual moments she gets to with Kazuto, cherishing their close and comfortable bond. However, she immediately rejects the idea of staying in her comfort zone, declaring to Katon that she simply cannot accept keeping things the way they are. Completely losing her composure, a deeply blushing Rinka loudly blurts out that she passionately wants to flirt with Kazuto way more. An incredibly hyped Rinka enthusiastically declares that she wants to hog Kazuto entirely to herself, leaving a completely stunned Katon to quickly agree and try to calm her down. Fully embracing her true feelings despite her deep-seated fears of how their relationship might change, Mizuki Rinka boldly and proudly announces that she is deeply in love with Kazuto. While Rinka instantly shies away in absolute embarrassment over her loud outburst, Katon can only blush and sheepishly admit that listening to such an intensely passionate confession was incredibly embarrassing for her too. Rinka feels deeply embarrassed after sharing her overwhelming feelings, quickly apologizing to Katon for rambling so much. Katon blushes and admits that there is absolutely nothing she can do to stop her since Rinka is clearly so deeply in love with Kazuto. Katon is completely overwhelmed as she recalls Rinka casually declaring that they are basically married, sighing at how incredibly serious her friend is about love. While Katon chalks it up to Rinka simply being infatuated with the concept of romance itself, the narrative questions if Rinka is actually preparing to make some serious real-life moves on her virtual husband. Feeling completely overwhelmed by the intense romantic conversation, Katon mutters to herself about how incredibly shameful she is being. Katon explains that while she wants to support her as Nana's friend, she cannot make any absolute promises, leaving Rinka deeply grateful just to have someone she can finally open up to. Katon warns Rinka not to let her romantic feelings interfere with her professional idol career, prompting a docile Rinka to quietly agree to keep her focus. Katon wistfully reflects on how nice a romance must be, sighing about how she has always wanted to experience falling in love herself. Meanwhile, back at school, Kazuto is joined by his classmates who eagerly surround him to start up a brand new conversation. Kazuto quietly watches the sunset alone before the scene shifts to the usual friend group hanging out and eating lunch on the school rooftop, noticeably missing a certain someone. Later at home, Kazuto sits completely alone at his desk, entirely focused on grinding away in his online game to pass the time. After successfully taking down a Minotaur boss to clear a quest, Kazuto eagerly asks what the party should tackle next, only to be left hanging when a party member abruptly logs off for the night. Left completely alone in the virtual world, Kazuto's avatar wanders over to a serene wooden pier by the lake, quietly standing there in the digital breeze. Kazuto melancholically notes that since Rinka is currently offline, there is absolutely no chance of her actually showing up at the pier, leaving him to sadly wonder why he even bothered visiting their usual hangout spot in the first place. The next day at school, Kazuto awkwardly peeks into another classroom to look for Nana, prompting a classmate to dramatically announce that a handsome boy is specifically asking for her. Nana is genuinely surprised by the highly unusual visit and asks what is going on, but Kazuto insists they find a quiet spot to talk first, instantly sparking wild rumors among the eavesdropping students. Moving to an empty stairwell away from prying eyes, Nana curiously asks what happened, only for Kazuto to quickly downplay the dramatic setup as nothing major. Getting straight to the point, Kazuto asks if Rinka has been incredibly busy lately, which Nana quickly confirms by explaining that she is currently the busiest member of their entire idol group, though she warmly adds that Rinka is genuinely enjoying the hard work. Hearing that straight from her best friend makes Kazuto let out a massive sigh of relief, admitting that her sudden prolonged absence from both school and their online game had him seriously worried about her well-being. Katon cheerfully waves goodbye to Kazuto to wrap up their hangout, but she suddenly stops in her tracks, her expression turning completely serious as she asks if she can ask him just one more question. Dropping her usual playful demeanor entirely, Katon looks Kazuto straight in the eyes and bluntly asks him exactly what he thinks of Rinka. Kazuto casually walks forward and answers that they are simply just good friends both in real life and in their video game, prompting Katon to heavily question if that is truly all there is to their relationship. Katon stares intensely into Kazuto's eyes, her unwavering gaze completely putting him on the spot and making him sweat under the heavy pressure. Kazuto awkwardly looks away and stammers, entirely unsure of how to properly answer her intense interrogation as the heavy silence stretches on. Clenching her fists in sheer frustration, Katon bluntly declares that his incredibly dense and non-committal attitude is exactly what seriously pisses her off about him. Instantly snapping back to her aggressive and energetic self, Katon points right at him and loudly orders him to meet her in the exact same spot after school next week, aggressively vowing to ask him the exact same question again, while a totally bewildered Kazuto groans in confusion. Later in the classroom, Kazuto sits quietly at his desk, completely lost in thought, as Katon's heavy question loudly echoes in his mind, leaving him to deeply ponder if their virtual marriage actually pushes him and Rinka way beyond the boundaries of normal friends. Kazuto mentally breaks down Rinka's true personality, reflecting that, while her cool and perfect exterior makes her seem totally unapproachable to others, she is actually just a normal lonely girl who is surprisingly clumsy and hilariously terrible at video games. Remembering how incredibly hard she always tries at everything she does, and how much genuine fun it is simply being around her, Kazuto touches his lip as he gets dangerously close to finally admitting his true romantic feelings. Looking out the window, Kazuto unexpectedly spots Rinka walking on campus with her dark-haired manager, leaving him completely startled. The manager strictly goes over Rinka's brutally packed schedule of voice training and photo shoots as they head toward an awaiting taxi, while Rinka quietly sighs and accepts her demanding idle work. Just as they prepare to leave, Kazuto frantically runs out of the school building and loudly calls out her name to halt them. Rinka turns back in absolute surprise, completely stunned to see Kazuto chasing after her so desperately. Although Rinka's manager frantically tries to usher her into the car, Rinka steps away to ask what is wrong, leaving a flustered Kazuto to nervously struggle for words before weakly deflecting by mentioning he was only consulting with a teacher. Flashing a beautifully radiant smile, Rinka cryptically reveals that she has a massive new job lined up, warmly admitting that she cannot any specific details yet, but absolutely cannot wait for him to finally see it. As the taxi finally drives off with her manager looking intensely stressed, a deeply touched Kazuto stands on the sidewalk and warmly waves goodbye to Rinka with a soft smile. Staring up at the vast open sky, Kazuto quietly reflects on her words as a massive, undeniable realization about his own feelings finally begins to completely settle in his mind. Kazuto shoots a quick text to Nana admitting that he finally understands his own heart, prompting her to immediately corner him alone in the classroom and aggressively demand his final answer. Gathering all of his courage, Kazuto looks her dead in the eye and firmly declares that he thinks of Rinka as the only person he wants to be with forever. Nana Kurumazaka quietly presses Kazuto for answers in an empty classroom after school, leaving him completely bewildered, as she questions what his ultimate goal is. With a remarkably serious expression, Kazuto firmly reiterates that his only real goal is to be with Rinka forever, prompting a thoroughly confused Nana to demand what he actually means by such a bold statement. When Nana aggressively demands a deeper explanation of his feelings, a sweat-dropping Kazuto helplessly insists there is simply no other way to explain it, driving her to absolute wit's end over his hopeless, dense energy. Trying to get through to his dense skull, Nana curiously asks him if his heart actively races whenever he hangs out with Rinka, but a calm Kazuto gently explains that his feelings are simply a pleasant excitement and a warm sense of fulfillment whenever she is around. Realizing just how completely clueless he is, Nana quietly calls out his name in utter disbelief, leaving an oblivious Kazuto to offer a casual grunt of confusion right as she begins to process the shocking truth of his dense nature. Completely losing her mind over his absolute cluelessness, an incredibly stunned and exasperated Nana loudly screams that his cozy, warm feelings are the literal definition of love. Her incredibly loud and sudden declaration echoes through the quiet classroom, leaving Kazuto utterly speechless in the heavy silence. As the reality of her words slowly registers in his brain, a completely panicked and overwhelmed Kazuto lets out a massive shriek of disbelief. Nana furiously lectures him on how incredibly obvious his romantic feelings are. But when a deeply confused Kazuto admits he has absolutely no clue what falling in love actually feels like, she quickly corners him by asking if he ever feels this way about anyone besides Rinka, prompting his instant and firm rejection. Fiercely driving her point home, Nana lists all the classic symptoms of being head over heels, like constantly wondering what they are doing when apart, or desperately wishing to stay together forever, before aggressively asking him if that perfectly matches exactly how he feels about Rinka. In a pure chaotic frenzy, Nana dramatically thrashes on the floor and violently screams that her profound feelings for Rin are undoubtedly rooted in true love, desperately begging Kazuto to somehow comprehend her incredibly confusing, intense emotions. Completely overwhelmed by the raw, absurd sincerity of her chaotic outburst, Kazuto covers his deeply flushed face and finally admits that he completely understands exactly what she is trying to say. Nana proudly reaffirms that she is entirely in love with Rin and officially declares Kazuto her ultimate romantic rival, prompting Kazuto's heart to dramatically pound in his chest as the heavy reality of his own deeply hidden feelings for Rinka finally hits him. Nana curiously asks what initially sparked his bold declaration of war against her back, then leaving a totally panicked Kazuto to quickly deflect and vaguely claim it was actually for a completely different reason. Turning to face him directly, Nana sincerely thanks Kazuto for clearly acknowledging their bitter rivalry, while a deeply relieved Kazuto softly admits that having everything finally out in the open feels completely right. With a heavy sigh, Nana reluctantly reflects on the entire chaotic situation, quietly admitting to herself that her grand plan to win entirely backfired, leaving her feeling like she accidentally ended up just helping Kazuto get closer to his true feelings. Kazuto happily waves goodbye as an energetic Nana cheers and sets off peacefully, watching her walk away into the distance under the warm, glowing sunset. The scene focuses sharply on Kazuto's determined footsteps as he officially begins his own deliberate journey forward. Looking remarkably confident and totally at ease, Kazuto strides ahead with a faint smile, his mind entirely made up, as he completely embraces his newfound romantic resolve. A quick comedic bonus panel features a deeply embarrassed Kazuto covering his bright red face while internally screaming over his own intense feelings for Rinka, directly acknowledging the hilarious meta-commentary, praising Nana for finally forcing the dense protagonist to truly confront his love. A brand new chapter officially kicks off, setting the stage for the highly anticipated next phase of their complicated romance, as Rinka quietly sits under the wide open sky. The scene abruptly transitions to a dreary and rainy morning at school, casting a quiet and moody atmosphere over the classroom as a heavy downpour batters the windows. Resting his head on his hand, Kazuto lets out a heavy lovesick sigh while fondly staring at his phone's lock screen, which proudly displays a cute screenshot of his and Rinka's virtual gaming avatars. Totally lost in his own little romantic world, Kazuto continues to gaze at his phone with a deeply flushed face, completely oblivious to his two friends standing right behind him and judgingly whispering about his incredibly creepy behavior. Trying to hastily play off his embarrassing daydreaming, Kazuto casually attempts to make small talk about the rainy weather, but he completely jumps out of his skin the absolute second Rinka walks into the classroom and cheerfully wishes the boys a good morning. As she casually walks past his desk, Kazuto is instantly blinded by her radiant aura, internally panicking over how incredibly beautiful she looks today and desperately wondering if his newly realized crush is single-handedly making her seem infinitely more attractive. Rinka takes her seat and flashes him a remarkably sweet, genuine smile, causing Kazuto's brain to entirely short-circuit as he violently whips his head forward to quickly hide his massive blushing panic from her. Retreating to the boys' bathroom to desperately collect himself, Kazuto checks his phone and instantly feels a massive wave of guilt when he sees a flood of sad, gloomy emojis from Rinka silently apologizing to her for his weirdly cold and avoidant reaction. Realizing exactly how pathetic he is acting, Kazuto violently slaps his own cheeks to snap himself out of his daze, bitterly scolding his own cowardice for being so hyper-aware of his romantic feelings that he couldn't even look the poor girl in the eyes. Staring deeply into his own reflection, Kazuto finally confronts his heavy personal insecurities head-on, quietly and anxiously wondering if an ordinary average guy like him could genuinely ever be a fitting romantic match for an incredible idol like Rinka. Kazuto internally admits that he desperately wants to date Rinka, but his massive insecurities instantly take over as he heavily worries that he is not nearly good enough for her and awkwardly doubts his own average looks. His self-esteem continues to plummet as he firmly convinces himself that there is absolutely no way a massive hardcore gaming addict like him could ever properly match up with a shining, incredibly popular idol. Sinking even deeper into his own negative thoughts, Kazuto bleakly assumes that having a nerdy boyfriend like him would just end up being completely embarrassing for Rinka to deal with. The heavy internal monologue fades out as the scene peacefully transitions to the bright and sunny school rooftop for the afternoon lunch break. The friend group casually hangs out by the railing, awkwardly eating their lunches while standing up and jokingly debating if there is even any actual point to eating up on the roof, despite the gorgeous weather. Down in the noisy hallways, the students excitedly gossip about a massive new couple, revealing that the soccer club ace just started dating Murata, leaving the gang completely shocked at how insanely fast the juicy rumors managed to spread around the school. Kazuto quietly watches the newly formed couple happily standing together, silently observing the sweet and slightly chaotic aftermath of their big romantic announcement. Rinka highly praises Murata for successfully snagging the popular sports star, while Kazuto warmly notes that the two of them actually suit each other perfectly, drawing a quiet and slightly pensive response from the idol. Later in the classroom, as the school day finally wraps up, Kazuto casually suggests they hit up the local karaoke spot while packing his bag for the afternoon. Before heading out, Kazuto politely stops to genuinely congratulate a highly flustered Murata on her brand new relationship, earning a loud and deeply embarrassed thank you from his surprised classmate. A classmate asks Kazuto if he and Shindu are childhood friends, prompting a surprised confirmation before he notes that he and Rinka have only known each other for 5 years, and considers Shindu a true veteran of her life. She casually reveals that Shindu actually confessed his feelings to her first, but she was the one who ended up putting the entire relationship on hold. She explains that although she genuinely loves Shindu and was incredibly happy when he confessed, she felt deeply insecure because he is so handsome and popular while she views herself as completely plain, though she quickly adds that she is entirely over those worries now. She admits she was intensely scared of what other people would say about them, which made her think about turning him down entirely, but she eventually resolved to seek advice from someone in a similarly prestigious social position as Shindu, which led her straight to Rinka. When she consulted her, Rinka firmly told her that none of those superficial details like social status, age, or physical appearance matter at all when it comes to true love. Rinka warmly reassured her that Shindu is simply another normal high schooler encouraging her to stop worrying about public opinion, because loving someone with a completely pure heart is the absolute most beautiful thing a person can experience. Deeply moved by Rinka's wise words, she tearfully expresses her gratitude and confidently vows to finally give Shindu a proper answer, promising to try her absolute best as she tightly squeezes Rinka's hands. Rinka sweetly assures her that a girl in love is incredibly cute and guarantees that everything will turn out perfectly fine, earning a deeply grateful thank you. Hearing the school bells ring to signal the end of club activities, Murata happily notes that Shindu must be finished with practice and bids Kazuto goodbye, leaving him completely alone to doze at his desk in the empty classroom. Alone with his thoughts, Kazuto realizes he was completely clueless about Rinka's true nature, understanding that she would never care about differences in social standing or popularity to begin with, which finally gives him the final push he needs to officially ask her out. Rinka quietly watches Kazuto walking outside with his younger sister, smiling and blushing warmly as she reflects on how incredibly sweet and caring he is. Later that evening, Kasumi's quiet relaxation in her bedroom is suddenly interrupted when a loud and unexpected knock echoes at her door. Rinka nervously steps inside to ask her big sister for some urgent advice, prompting a highly curious Kasumi to see what is troubling her. Rinka drops a massive bombshell by revealing that she is officially going on a real-world date with Kazuto, eagerly begging her big sister to help her choose the absolute perfect outfit, and leaving Kasumi completely shell-shocked by the news. A brand new chapter officially begins as a beautiful cover illustration of Rinka sets the stage for her highly anticipated quest to dress up for her first real-world date. Rinka proudly Kazuto's text messages inviting her to a movie date, admitting to her sister that she is having a highly stressful and difficult time deciding what kind of clothes would make her look the absolute cutest. Rinka tries on a very conservative and retro dress, but her big sister immediately shoots it down, noting that, while the look is sweet, something about it feels completely off for a casual romantic date. Rinka first presents an extreme undercover celebrity look with a massive hat and dark sunglasses, before showing off a completely absurd planet-shaped outfit that leaves a sweat-dropping Kasumi utterly speechless at her sister's bizarre fashion choices. Rinka gets deeply existential as she overthinks the true meaning of cuteness, prompting an exhausted Kasumi to deadpan that she is a completely lost cause, and admit she had absolutely no idea her sister even owned such weird clothes. Desperate for some solid fashion advice, Rinka aggressively begs Katon to help her pick out some new clothes, easily brushing off her friend's mild hesitation about matching her personal preferences. Walking down the busy street together in her usual idle disguise, Rinka warmly praises Katon's impeccable style, fully trusting her seasoned friend to put together the absolute ultimate outfit. Playing perfectly into her reliable big sister persona, Katon smugly agrees to help out her sweet little friend, secretly hyping herself up over getting full control over such a massively important romantic event. Carefully analyzing her friend's physique in front of the mirror, Katon casually notes that Rinka has a remarkably straight bone structure, leaving the confused idol entirely clueless about the specialized fashion terminology. Stepping up as the ultimate personal stylist, Katon expertly breaks down the three main skeletal body types, explaining that matching the right clothing style to her specific build is the absolute key to making an outfit pop. Katon goes into complete overdrive as she aggressively digs through the closet while rapidly mumbling complex fashion formulas and color theories, leaving a completely bewildered Rinka to legitimately wonder if her friend is actually chanting a magic spell. After ruthlessly filtering through the options, Katon proudly presents the absolute perfect combination, leaving Rinka completely wide-eyed and amazed by the adorable outfit. Happily checking herself out in the mirror, Rinka heavily gushes over how incredibly cute the new look is, while an incredibly smug Katon confidently boasts that her styling coordination is absolutely second to none. Blushing furiously in her new clothes, a highly embarrassed Rinka shyly asks if Kazuto will actually find her cute, prompting Katon to enthusiastically hype her up and declare that the entire town will definitely be turning their heads to stare at her. Instead of being flattered by the massive compliment, a completely panicked Rinka violently yells that grabbing the entire town's attention is an absolutely terrible idea, instantly shattering the wholesome mood and leaving Katon utterly baffled by her sudden outburst. Her sister immediately shoots down her plans, loudly reminding her that she is a highly popular idol, whose casual outdoor date would instantly spark a massive paparazzi scandal if she walks around in her usual eye-catching outfits. Forced to change their plans, her sister takes charge of her wardrobe to find a completely plain, inconspicuous outfit, leading to a long and tiresome session of trying out several ordinary styles. Her sister quickly grows incredibly frustrated, realizing that no matter how basic or plain the clothes, Rinka's natural cuteness still shines through completely and makes her impossible to hide. They finally settle on a simple outfit featuring glasses and a beret, but after thanking her sister, Rinka casually asks to borrow her lovely dress from earlier, leaving her sister slightly puzzled. Rinka explains that she specifically wants to wear the beautiful dress the next time she leaves the house because she desperately wants a certain someone to think she looks adorable. The pure and wholesome confession completely pierces her sister's heart, leaving her totally powerless to resist. Overwhelmed with sibling excitement, her sister enthusiastically agrees to help and immediately vows to prepare an entire collection of adorable outfits for her to try. The dress-up session kicks off with a highly fashionable gothic landmine style that highlights Rinka's fair skin and long legs, driving her sister into an absolute fangirling frenzy. Next, she tries on a cool and sporty street style that perfectly matches her cool demeanor, prompting her sister to loudly celebrate how stunning she looks. While her highly energetic sister excitedly digs through the closet for the next fashion style, a completely exhausted Rinka sleepily complains that she is already far too tired to continue the endless dress-up show. Kasumi flashes a devious, heavily blushing smile as she holds up a clothing hanger, playfully ordering Rinka to try on just one last special outfit before calling it a night. Later that night, while relaxing in the bathtub, Kazuto is completely caught off guard when his phone suddenly dings with a new notification, leaving him to wonder who could possibly be messaging him so incredibly late. Checking the new message, Kazuto's brain instantly short-circuits as he is completely blindsided by a highly unexpected picture of Rinka wearing an incredibly tight and revealing Chinese dress. Before Kazuto can even fully process the spicy photo, it gets rapidly deleted from the chat, as a heavily panicking Rinka desperately explains that her older sister secretly sent it without permission, and begs him to forget he ever saw it, while a deeply grateful Kazuto sinks into the bathwater and gives a silent thumbs up to praise Kasumi's top-tier wingman skills. A brand new chapter officially begins with a highly anticipated weekend date, setting the stage for Kazuto's desperate and nerve-wracking mission to finally hold hands with his popular idol wife in real life. Arriving at their designated meeting spot a whole hour early, a heavily blushing Kazuto awkwardly scratches his head and admits he got way too excited for their big outing, his heart violently pounding in his chest as he anxiously waits on the busy city street. Meeting up for their highly anticipated date, Kazuto is instantly taken aback when Rinka arrives fully decked out in a heavy disguise to perfectly hide her famous idol identity. A totally shocked Kazuto points out that she arrived a whole hour ahead of schedule, prompting Rinka to quickly fire back that he is incredibly early too, which forces Kazuto to internally admit his own fake excuse about wanting to browse a bookstore first. Pulling her mask down with a deeply flushed face, Rinka shyly confesses that she simply got way too restless waiting around at home and instinctively rushed out early just to see him. Her incredibly adorable honesty sends a massive critical strike straight to Kazuto's racing heart, forcing him to desperately recover his composure, and eagerly suggest they head straight into the cinema. Checking out the promotional poster for an absurdly dramatic sci-fi romance film, Rinka notes how incredibly packed the theater is for the popular tearjerker, while Kazuto awkwardly sweat drops at the totally overwhelming movie description. Taking their seats and sharing some popcorn, Kazuto casually asks if she watches movies often, only for Rinka to bluntly declare that she would much rather spend any precious free time grinding in their favorite online game, instead leaving Kazuto to internally marvel at her absolute hardcore gamer mindset. Dropping a sudden romantic bombshell, Rinka smoothly clarifies that Kazuto himself is the main reason she actually logs in, completely catching him entirely off guard. Staring right at him with a remarkably soft expression, Rinka earnestly confesses that logging into the game is an incredibly important and precious time for her, simply because it means she gets to hang out with him. A completely flustered Kazuto violently whips his head away to frantically slurp his drink and hide his intensely blushing face, while a highly amused Rinka playfully tacks on that she obviously just enjoys playing the game itself too. Her tone turns deeply serious as she quietly admits that if she had never met him online, she would have completely retired from playing in an absolute instant, leaving a heavily sweating Kazuto to internally note just how intensely heavy her dedication actually is. Chibi-like panels illustrate Rinka and Kazuto discussing their gaming habits, where a dramatic voice reminds them that retiring from their beloved MMO would be an absolute waste, since there are still so many exciting things left to do in the virtual world. Kazuto enthusiastically nerds out by recommending mining as Rinka's next major in-game goal, passionately claiming it would take more than a lifetime of research to fully master, while Rinka deadpans about his inner gaming geek showing. Rinka casually defends her passive gaming style by pointing out that fishing is easily the most popular and relaxing activity in the Black Plains, leaving Kazuto to question the actual appeal of simply standing around doing nothing but AFK fishing all day. A nostalgic flashback highlights the simple carefree bond Kazuto and Rinka back when they only knew each other as virtual companions, happily laughing and chatting in the game. Back in the real world, the theater lights dim as the show officially kicks off with the latest high-octane sci-fi movie trailer, prompting Kazuto to note that the previews are finally starting as they settle into their seats. Their attention is suddenly grabbed by a highly anticipated romantic trailer for an upcoming winter release, instantly catching Rinka off guard and sending a wave of quiet excitement through her as she watches the screen. Desperately trying to communicate in the silent theater, Rinka uses dramatic gestures to get her point across, leaving a deeply puzzled Kazuto to wonder what message she is trying to convey. Rinka's expression turns incredibly serious as she focuses entirely on Kazuto, showing her absolute resolve to get her message across no matter how quiet the room is. Leaning in incredibly close to whisper directly into his ear, Rinka softly asks if they can come back to watch the romantic movie together next winter, sending his heart into a frantic flutter with her bold invitation. A deeply blushing Kazuto is completely caught off guard by her sweet whisper, but quickly recovers his composure to happily agree, prompting chibi versions of themselves to celebrate their successful future date plan. Arriving at the theater for their movie date, Kazuto quickly finds himself in an incredibly awkward situation as the heavily romantic atmosphere of the venue immediately makes itself felt. Both Kazuto and Rinka quickly realize they are in a terrible spot, as their theater seats are completely surrounded by intensely affectionate lovey-dovey couples cuddling and kissing right next to them. A sweat-dropping Kazuto notes that none of the surrounding couples are even paying attention to the movie, realizing they only came for the romantic atmosphere, which makes him nervously steal a glance at Rinka to see how she is taking it. To Kazuto's surprise, Rinka sits perfectly upright and remains entirely engrossed in the film, completely ignoring the intense romance unfolding in the dark theater around them. While Rinka continues watching the dramatic film with absolute concentration, Kazuto tries his best to refocus his attention back on the screen to avoid any more awkwardness. Hanging out at a restaurant after the movie, Rinka happily flips through the film's official pamphlet and praises the story, admitting she was completely blown away by the massive plot twist revealing all the main characters were actually disembodied spirits. While Kazuto internally admits he found the overly complex plot absolutely impossible to follow, he can't help but smile, fondly reflecting that the trip was completely worth it just to see Rinka this incredibly happy and animated. When Kazuto sweatily points out how awkward the theater seats actually were, noting that she was so glued to the screen, she completely missed the neighboring couples intensely making out. Rinka shrieks in absolute and total shock. Blushing furiously at her own cluelessness, Rinka defensively argues that because movie production requires immense time and effort, it is only proper to show the creators due respect by giving the film her absolute, undivided attention. As Kazuto quickly surrenders to her passionate lecture, to calm her down, he silently smiles to himself, fondly noting how incredibly serious Rinka can get sometimes, and warmly admitting that he deeply loves that charming side of her as well. Walking through the bustling streets after their meal, Kazuto casually groans that he completely overate. Rinka easily agrees that the portion sizes were massive, prompting Kazuto to joke that he absolutely does not want to even look at another pork cutlet for a very long time. Staring ahead at the crosswalk, Kazuto completely loses himself in a deep, romantic panic, frantically wondering if Rinka would get mad if he actually tried to boldly hold her hand during their upcoming movie screening. Stealing his nerves, a heavily sweating Kazuto glances over at his date and nervously tries to grab her attention, silently preparing himself to make a massive move. Before Kazuto can even execute his plan, Rinka completely beats him to the punch by suddenly grabbing his hand. Blushing furiously behind her glasses, she desperately makes up a quick excuse, loudly claiming that she just grabbed his hand because the street is way too crowded and they might get separated. A totally caught off guard, Kazuto awkwardly agrees to her flimsy excuse, but internally kicks himself for being such a massive coward, heavily regretting that he didn't just honestly tell her he wanted to bond instead of letting her take the lead. As they continue walking down the street perfectly hand in hand, a deeply blushing Kazuto silently calls himself an absolute idiot for failing to make the first move, while a highly flustered Rinka quietly enjoys their sweet, romantic progress. The scene completely shifts back to the virtual world, where Rinka's avatar curiously asks Kazuto exactly where he brought them. Standing in front of a giant wooden treasure chest inside a dimly lit dungeon, Kazuto smoothly explains that he specifically chose this location because he knew it was exactly her kind of spot. Staring at the grimy dungeon setup, Rinka's avatar flashes a deeply unimpressed expression, bluntly shutting Kazuto down by flatly stating that this is absolutely not the kind of romantic date spot she was actually hoping for. A brand new chapter kicks off as Kazuto and Rinka step into the highly anticipated game-themed cafe, and she immediately gushes with pure unbridled excitement that the venue is absolutely the best. Rinka happily marvels at how perfectly the interior mimics their favorite web game's online lobby and eagerly reviews the creative food items on the menu, while Kazuto points toward another corner and tells her to check out a highly nostalgic display. Rinka instantly recognizes a giant cutout of the beginner Dungeons B monster, excitedly wondering if the display is actually life-sized, while Kazuto warmly admits that he always really liked this specific enemy during their early play sessions. Rinka warmly recalls how frequently they used to dive into those beginner dungeons together back when she was still a clueless novice who struggled to defeat even the cutest monsters, prompting Kazuto to happily agree that those early adventures definitely bring back some of his most precious memories. Reflecting on their long history together, Kazuto admits he never could have imagined back then that his online gaming partner would actually end up being his real-world classmate, and Rinka softly confesses that she was equally stunned to discover her virtual husband was the very same guy sitting in her classroom. When Kazuto is completely taken aback to hear that she already knew about him in real life, Rinka gently reminds him that they had actually talked face-to-face once before back during their middle school days. Kazuto gets thrown into a vivid flashback of his middle school days, recalling the exact moment the school's untouchable future superstar walked past him while the surrounding students whispered in total awe of her. When Rinka awkwardly told him that her agency strictly prohibited her from taking photos, a completely oblivious middle school, Kazuto had bluntly interrupted her to clarify that he only wanted her to tap the confirm button on his gaming console to help him with a trade, leaving her entirely dumbfounded as she quietly tapped the screen. The simple tap had instantly completed his high-level trade, causing a brilliant light to flash from the screen as a teary-eyed Kazuto erupted in pure, unbridled joy over his successful transaction. Kazuto had enthusiastically bowed and thanked her with absolute sincerity, leaving a thoroughly startled Rinka standing there completely stunned by the nerdy boy's intense and incredibly genuine gratitude. Reflecting on their past, Rinka casually admits that her very first impression of Kazuto was simply wondering what was wrong with him, recalling a time when he got furiously yelled at by a teacher for blatantly playing on his phone during class, and leaving her thinking he was just a total weirdo. Rinka concludes her mildly insulting confession about her first impression only for a completely oblivious Kazuto to excitedly realize that she was the lucky charm who scored him an ultra-rare gacha character, shamelessly admitting that he was way too hyper-focused on his mobile game to even pay attention to her back then. Kazuto casually mentions how wild it is that she ended up being one of his online gaming friends, but Rinka instantly shuts him down with a terrifyingly dark aura, forcing a sweating Kazuto to frantically correct himself and acknowledge her as his virtual wife, while marveling at how strange their whole situation truly is. Looking back on their vastly different social standings, Kazuto contrasts her massive status as a universally loved idol with his own complete lack of presence as a totally average nobody, genuinely betting that if they hadn't crossed paths in their favorite online game, they never would have spoken a single word to each other in real life. Rinka sweetly agrees that life is full of absolute surprises, while a deeply reflective Kazuto quietly trails off, solemnly thinking about how unpredictable everything still feels even right now. The atmosphere suddenly shifts into high gear as an intensely serious Kazuto firmly calls out her name, clearly gathering every single ounce of his courage to finally drop the ultimate life-changing question. Right as Kazuto pushes past his limits to finally ask her out, the heavy romantic tension is brutally shattered when an oblivious waiter abruptly drops off their massively extravagant fantasy-themed desserts, instantly resetting the mood, while a completely thrilled Rinka practically sparkles with excitement over the sweets. While Rinka completely geeks out over her elaborate dessert, a hyperventilating Kazuto severely panics over nearly confessing in the heat of the moment. After collapsing in pure exhaustion from the near miss, he weakly pulls himself together and desperately tries to pivot back to their previous conversation, as if his massive internal freakout never happened. Flashing a confident and incredibly hopeful smile, Rinka eagerly asks what his very first impression of her was, only for a completely oblivious Kazuto to casually admit he literally never gave it a single thought. The absolute second Rinka drops into a terrifyingly dark and menacing silence, a heavily sweating Kazuto frantically backpedals and screams that he totally remembers now. Dropping all the jokes, Kazuto sincerely confesses that while he usually never pays any attention to how anyone else looks, he vividly remembers thinking she was ridiculously cute the absolute first time he ever laid eyes on her. Rinka attempts to brush off his sweet compliment by casually noting that she is probably completely used to hearing such high praise all the time, prompting Kazuto to quietly peek at her reaction. However, her cool facade completely shatters as she sits there blushing furiously in absolute silence, entirely flustered by his genuine words, and completely at a loss for how to properly respond. Blushing deeply, Rinka formally thanks him, and softly admits that she is always happy to receive praise, leaving a heavily sweating Kazuto to internally scream about how incredibly unfair her adorable expression is before they awkwardly shift the conversation to how delicious their cafe desserts are. As they step out into the evening city streets, Rinka casually points out that it has already gotten completely dark outside, while a slightly disappointed Kazuto internally admits that he desperately wants to spend just a little bit more time together. Bringing their quiet walk to a sudden halt, the two of them simultaneously call out each other's names in perfect unison. Rinka warmly looks back at him and excitedly announces that there is actually one last specific spot she really wants to visit, confidently leading the way through the city, until she finally spots her grand destination. She brings him right to the center of a massive public square where a giant, dazzling digital billboard is proudly displaying her beautiful idol face in a massive promotional makeup advertisement. Kazuto's jaw completely drops in absolute awe as Rinka playfully brags that this is the massive secret project she mentioned earlier, warmly giggling with a heavy blush. As she confesses, she desperately wanted him to be the very first person to see it. Completely mesmerized by both the stunning billboard and the incredible girl standing right next to him, a deeply moved Kazuto stares at her in absolute reverence. Breaking his silence, Kazuto earnestly praises her incredible dedication, warmly admitting that he deeply respects the massive amount of effort she fiercely pours into her grueling idol work, her strict academics, and even her hardcore online gaming. When Kazuto pays her a sweet compliment, a highly flustered Rinka shyly stammers out her thanks while he looks on with gentle sincerity. Kazuto admits that Rinka possesses so many incredible qualities and talents that he lacks expressing how completely dazzling she always seems in his eyes. Sinking into his own deep insecurities, Kazuto notes that he can never hope to reach her level, feeling entirely plain and pitiful for having nothing special to offer. Kazuto quietly accepts his own average nature, wondering if Rinka will eventually realize it and grow distant as well, only for her to gently question his sad assumption. Rinka quickly turns his doubts around, softly explaining that he has a wonderful ability to deeply devote himself to what he loves, and constantly takes amazing care of others, declaring that he actually possesses many beautiful traits she completely lacks. Rinka warmly adds that they can easily make up for what each other lacks before dropping a massive bombshell by softly reminding him that since they are a couple, they are meant to support one another, leaving him entirely speechless. Looking back at him with a beautifully radiant smile, Rinka suggests that they can simply start by holding hands, gently asking him if that is okay with him. Hearing his gentle voice start to confess something, Rinka holds on even tighter and flashes her most affectionate blushing smile. Gathering every single ounce of his courage, a deeply resolved Kazuto looks her straight in the eyes and passionately prepares to confess his true feelings, officially ending the chapter on a massive cliffhanger. A brand new chapter officially kicks off, beautifully contrasting Kazuto's quiet life as an addicted gamer with Rinka's shining high-energy career as a popular idol. Kazuto gathers his courage and attempts to confess his long-hidden feelings, admitting to Rinka that he has always liked her, while she looks back at him in quiet, curious surprise. Just as Kazuto is about to confess, their intimate moment is suddenly interrupted by passing strangers who politely call out to get their attention. The strangers recognize her, despite her clever disguise, excitedly asking if she is indeed Mizuki Rinka from the popular idol group Star Minds. The blushing fan enthusiastically gushes about being a massive follower ever since her debut, loudly praising her incredible advertisement photos, while a completely panicked Rinka stands there absolutely frozen. The situation instantly takes a highly dangerous turn when the fan curiously points at Kazuto and asks if they are dating, sending Rinka into a state of absolute wide-eyed terror at the thought of a massive career-ending scandal. While a highly flustered Rinka stammers in pure panic and struggles to find the right words to deny it, a clear-headed Kazuto desperately racks his brain to come up with a brilliant excuse to rescue her. Kazuto steps in with an incredibly bold lie, putting a reassuring hand on her head and loudly calling her his dear sister, casually claiming that their mother will be furious if they stay out past their curfew. The fans are completely fooled by the quick-witted excuse, quietly whispering in relief, while Rinka lets out a soft sigh, deeply relieved but slightly bewildered by her sudden new role as his little sister. Kazuto and Rinka frantically make their escape from a group of excited fans, with Kazuto loudly apologizing for their rush, while the onlookers cheer them on and mistake Kazuto for her handsome younger brother. The two catch their breath in the quiet night, panting heavily from the sudden sprint to safety. Once they catch their breath on the pedestrian bridge, Rinka apologizes for not wearing her mask properly to avoid being recognized. Kazuto reassures her not to worry, reasoning that since the fan has known her for a long time, a simple mask probably would not have hidden her identity anyway. Once the immediate danger passes, they quickly separate, leading to a sudden awkward tension between them. As Kazuto flusters and tries to explain his sudden pull away, Rinka quietly agrees that they certainly do not want her fans getting the wrong idea about them. A downcast Rinka apologizes once again for the trouble, but Kazuto gently reassures her that the situation was not her fault at all. Rinka remains deeply concerned, arguing that associating with her means he will constantly have to worry about public perception and discomfort, despite Kazuto's frantic insistence that he genuinely does not mind. As the train tracks rattle beneath them, Rinka worries about the potential fallout of someone taking their photo and causing trouble for his family. But Kazuto confidently counters that he would easily find a way to handle it. Even when Rinka warns him that obsessive fans might end up uncovering his actual address, Kazuto remains completely unfazed and enthusiastically declares that he can handle whatever comes their way. Rin passionately protests that she absolutely does not want things to go that way, leaving Kazuto completely at a loss as to what he is even supposed to do next to handle her sudden outburst. After a heavy silence, Kazuto quietly apologizes under the night sky as a train loudly rattles by the platform, cutting through the awkward tension between them. Rin gently reassures him that she will be perfectly happy as long as they can continue playing their favorite online games together, trying to ease his mind. Kazuto is left feeling deeply conflicted and slightly stung when she pointedly reminds him that they are not actually dating in real life. Kazuto instantly regrets his harsh words, realizing he handled the situation poorly, but they both quickly apologize to each other and decide it is finally time to head home before things get any more awkward. Trying to break the heavy mood, Rin cheerfully suggests that they visit a sports center next time, though she quickly adds that they should definitely invite all of their other friends along as well. Rin dreamily gushes about wanting to try all kinds of fun activities like riding a mechanical bull with their whole group, leaving a slightly disappointed Kazuto to weakly agree to the group outing. With a soft but bittersweet smile, Rin calmly declares that tonight will be the absolute last time the two of them ever hang out completely alone together. She reasons that bringing the rest of their friends along is much better anyway, especially since it means they will not have to worry about the public eye catching them together. As they casually discuss watching a movie with the others, next time Rin quietly and bitterly accepts the harsh reality that she is merely just an online gaming friend to Kazuto, absolutely nothing more and nothing less. Rinka happily expresses that just being able to talk at school, play games, and have fun together on their date is more than enough for her, while Kazuto quietly listens to her deeply modest wishes. Overcome with emotion, Kazuto suddenly pulls a tearful Rinka into a tight, comforting embrace, gently scolding her for saying she is fully satisfied while looking so incredibly sad. Holding her close, Kazuto earnestly declares that he absolutely does not care what other people might think of them, before sheepishly correcting himself and admitting he actually does worry a little bit, since a scandal could seriously impact her idol career. Despite the massive professional risks, Kazuto firmly states that he harbors another emotion so incredibly strong that it completely overrides all of those logical worries, prompting a tearful Rinka to softly question what that feeling could possibly be. Awkwardly rubbing his face, Kazuto confesses that when he previously claimed he was perfectly fine with just continuing their virtual gaming sessions together, he wasn't actually being entirely honest with her. Kazuto earnestly admits that while spending time with her anywhere is wonderful, his true selfish desire is to properly be with her in the real world rather than just staying confined to their digital avatars. Gazing deeply into her tear-filled eyes, Kazuto boldly declares that simply seeing her inside a video game is no longer nearly enough for him. Tears of pure joy finally spill down Rinka's flushed cheeks as she lets out a happy laugh, softly teasing that his intense and emotional speech sounds exactly like a romantic confession. Meeting her gaze with absolute unwavering resolve, Kazuto firmly and instantly confirms that it is indeed a genuine confession of his true feelings. Standing together under the bright moonlight, Kazuto completely sheds all of his past dense behavior and insecurities, officially dropping the ultimate romantic bombshell by telling Rinka that he deeply loves her. Takabana and Ayanakuji completely lose their minds in absolute excitement, aggressively demanding to know exactly when Kazuto and Rinka are going to finally take their relationship to the next level and have intercourse, leaving a thoroughly stunned Rinka entirely speechless. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with a beautiful cover illustration of Rinka hugging her knees, perfectly setting the stage for the dramatic revelation of her deepest hidden secrets. Riding the busy evening train back home together, Kazuto and Rinka sit in complete heavy silence, the awkward romantic tension from their big date still lingering thickly in the air between them. After reaching their stop, Kazuto finally builds up the ultimate courage and pulls Rinka aside to look her dead in the eyes, completely shattering the tension by earnestly and directly confessing his profound love for her, bringing her to absolute blushing tears of pure joy. With his adrenaline totally skyrocketing and his heart violently pounding, frantically sweating, Kazuto desperately tries to explain that seeing her true, unfiltered self only made him way more attracted to her. However, a deeply serious Rinka abruptly cuts his frantic rambling short to drop a massive counter-confession. Swallowing hard to steel her absolute resolve, Rinka prepares to finally unveil the massive, heavily guarded secret she has been desperately hiding from him all this time. Rinka boldly admits that she has been keeping a major secret from him, but casually notes that hiding it any longer is completely pointless, leaving a highly confused Kazuto to ask what she means, before she suddenly invites him to come over to her house right this second, so she can finally show him the absolute truth. As they travel together, Kazuto spirals into a massive sweating panic over what her dark secret could possibly be, his wild imagination immediately jumping to the absolute worst-case scenario, where Rinka suddenly reveals that she is actually a guy. His overactive brain then completely spirals out of control, vividly imagining an unhinged scenario, where a blood-soaked Rinka confesses to being a deranged serial killer, who murders boys just like him, leaving him violently shivering in his train seat until he finally snaps back to reality, and reminds himself that there is absolutely no way his sweet, idle crush would ever do something so insane. Kazuto firmly acknowledges that his intense feelings for Rinka are completely genuine, realizing that his affection is no longer just platonic, but a deep, true romantic love that he embraces with all his heart. Sitting on the train beside her, Kazuto silently resolves that no matter how bizarre or unusual Rinka's massive secret might be, he will wholeheartedly accept her for exactly who she is as they finally arrive at her apartment. Kazuto is suddenly met with the bizarre sight of a giant tumbling pile of custom-made plush dolls that perfectly resemble his real-life self. After a loud crash, the massive pile of Kazuto plush dolls violently tumbles out of her closet, leaving a completely horrified Kazuto to scream in pure, unadulterated shock, while Rinka frantically tries to calm him down. Sweating buckets in absolute horror, Kazuto frantically asks if the dolls are modeled after him, prompting Rinka to shyly and casually confirm that they are indeed her custom collection of Kazuto plushies. Rinka explains that she sleeps with the dolls because her craving to be constantly surrounded by him grows stronger day after day, which finally makes a mind-blown Kazuto realize why she frantically slammed her closet shut during his past visit. She quickly adds that she also owns high-quality plushies of their other friends. Clutching the doll tightly, Rinka confesses that this was the giant secret she wanted to, explaining that, because she deeply values their connection, she felt she needed to fully expose her real self to him before hearing his true feelings. Noticing his stunned silence, a deeply embarrassed Rinka quietly mutters that he seems completely shocked, while Kazuto averts his gaze and internally groans over how incredibly heavy her intense affection actually is. To her surprise, Kazuto suddenly becomes deeply flushed and excitedly admits that her overwhelming dedication actually makes him incredibly happy, leaving Rinka completely deadpan at his bizarre reaction. Kazuto eagerly envisions her cutely snuggling his plush double in her sleep, loudly declaring the entire concept to be absolutely adorable, while a wide-eyed Rinka watches his sudden outburst in quiet bewilderment. Kazuto bashfully admits that as a guy he is actually incredibly happy and flattered to be loved so deeply by her, even if it is a bit embarrassing. While a relieved Chibai, Kazuto realizes that her adorable plushie obsession is infinitely better and much cuter than the terrifying yandere scenario he originally feared. Deeply touched by his warm reassurance, a tearful Rinka cries happy tears and softly whispers her gratitude to him. Kazuto gently comforts her, quietly reflecting on how silly it was of him to worry so much, since there is absolutely no way he could ever hate her for simply keeping a cute collection of plush dolls. While gently comforting her, Kazuto gathers his resolve to finish his interrupted confession, softly telling her that being around her always makes him incredibly happy. Kazuto looks her straight in the eyes and formally confesses his love, earnestly asking Rinka to go out with him so they can always be together from now on. Overflowing with absolute joy, a tearful Rinka happily blushes and warmly accepts his confession, agreeing to be his girlfriend. Trying to ease the sweet romantic tension, a blushing Kazuto praises how well made the chibai plush doll is, while a highly enthusiastic Rinka proudly shows off one of her dolls and explains that each and every one of her handmade creations has its own unique adorable features. Rinka softly whispers that she actually has a second part to her highly secret collection, proudly presenting a massive poster of Kazuto casually eating lunch at his desk at school. A completely petrified Kazuto stares in total shock, sweating profusely, as he realizes he has absolutely no memory of anyone ever taking that photo, while a slightly defensive Rinka claims his reaction is totally rude. Rinka flashes a sweet but slightly intense smile, innocently questioning if there is anything wrong with taking candid photos of her dear husband, leaving a terrified Kazuto to realize that his nightmare of an obsessive wife might actually be turning into reality. Kazuto is completely flabbergasted to discover that Rinka has created a massive professional-grade line of custom fan merchandise, dedicated entirely to him, leaving him to sweatily realize that a literal superstar idol has been treating him like her own personal celebrity idol this whole time. Rinka proudly presents the absolute crowning jewel of her collection, a completely filled-out marriage registration form, instantly sending a sweating Kazuto into a massive state of panic at her sudden and aggressive escalation. Kazuto is utterly horrified to inspect the document closer and discover that it even features his family's official name stamp already perfectly pressed onto the paper, leaving him deeply concerned about how she even managed to get her hands on it. Trying to calm his own racing heart, Kazuto nervously points out that a homemade document would obviously just get instantly rejected at the city hall, prompting a warmly smiling Rinka to assure him that she is well aware of the official laws, while he secretly questions if she actually understands at all. Rinka affectionately clutches the registration form to her chest, blushing deeply as she confesses that just looking at it fills her heart with pure joy, because it reminds her of their virtual marriage, causing Kazuto's heart to violently skip a beat at her sheer unbridled cuteness. Despite how incredibly endearing she is, Kazuto holds his head in pure existential dread, internally screaming that her intense romantic dedication is actually far more terrifying than any of the custom merchandise she has collected so far. Looking up at him with a beautifully radiant and deeply affectionate smile, Rinka softly promises that someday in the near future, they will officially register a real marriage document together, melting away all of Kazuto's lingering worries. Kazuto deeply blushes as he quietly reflects on his incredibly endearing girlfriend, fully embracing her intense love and happily resolving to gladly accept her and her wonderfully passionate personality forever. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with a highly celebratory title page of a winking Rinka, setting the stage for their exciting new life together now that the popular idol has officially become his girlfriend. The scene shifts back to Rinka's apartment as her older sister Kasumi cheerfully bursts through the front door, loudly announcing her arrival, before pausing when she realizes the entryway is completely silent. Kasumi quickly spots Kazuto's shoes parked right next to Rinka's in the Genkin, and instantly figures out what is going on, playfully declaring at the top of her lungs that she will just lock herself in her room and blast dramas through her headphones to give them absolute privacy, while a panicking Rinka and Kazuto hide together under a blanket. Kasumi mentally wishes the young couple the best as she smoothly retreats, leaving a heavily blushing Rinka to realize her sister completely saw through them, while Kazuto nervously peeks out from under the covers to check if the coast is finally clear. Frantically emerging from their hiding spot in pure embarrassment, Rinka quickly explains that she just completely panicked when she heard the door, and her body instinctively moved on its own, prompting a sweat-dropping Kazuto to point out they literally had absolutely no reason to hide in the first place. Watching her get so hilariously flustered over nothing, Kazuto affectionately smiles at Rinka and gently teases her for being such an absolute airhead. Completely unfazed by the light-hearted teasing, a radiant Rinka looks right back at him and sweetly declares that she loves him too. The sudden direct affection completely short-circuits Kazuto's brain, sending him into a massive blushing panic, as Rinka playfully clarifies that she just realized she never actually gave him a proper reply to his earlier confession. With his heart furiously pounding, Kazuto mentally admits that her smooth counterattack completely caught him off guard and nearly destroyed his composure, deciding that she isn't an airhead at all, but actually a total little devil. Sitting beside him, Rinka earnestly confesses that she doesn't think he ever actually realized she had a massive crush on him right from the very beginning, only for Kazuto to casually admit that he did. A surprised Rinka asks if he really knew all along, prompting Kazuto to get hit with a terrifying mental montage of all the times she acted incredibly jealous and fiercely possessive, leaving him to sweat drop, and awkwardly admit that her intense feelings were actually glaringly obvious. Rin gets completely depressed, lamenting how even Katon told her she is absolutely terrible at making romantic advances. While Kazuto tries to reassure her that it is really not that big of a deal, Rin suddenly fires back, demanding to know if he has ever even bothered to try making a move on her instead. Kazuto frantically defends himself, stammering that there is no way he would do something like that, although he internally flashes back to a previous intimate moment and awkwardly tells himself that it did not actually count as a real move. Rin pressures him with an incredibly intense gaze, demanding to know if he actually has, before quickly hiding away and loudly demanding that he tell her the truth, while a stubborn Kazuto firmly refuses to say a single word. In her sheer desperation to force an answer out of him, Rin suddenly gets incredibly close, completely cornering Kazuto as they lock eyes in a tense and surprisingly intimate confrontation. Feeling the sudden proximity, Kazuto quickly gathers his composure and gently explains that they do not need to keep distancing themselves from one another anymore, since they are officially in a relationship now anyway. A deeply embarrassed Rin softly agrees with his words, but the heavy romantic tension immediately deflates when she retreats back into hiding, prompting Kazuto to chuckle at how incredibly amusing their awkward dynamic is. Kazuto reflects on how they were just normal online gaming companions up until very recently, marveling at how a few simple words managed to suddenly shift their entire dynamic into an official relationship. Rin quietly agrees with his realization before boldly asking him if she should just show him exactly what she means through actual physical actions, instead of just talking about it. Kazuto's heart skips a beat as he nervously asks what kind of actions she is referring to, only for a deeply flustered Rin to counter by directly asking him what he actually wants to do next. Kazuto's mind completely goes into a frantic overdrive as his heart pounds in his chest, desperately wondering if she is actually about to lean in and finally kiss him. As they lean in closer, the atmosphere turns incredibly romantic and tense as a blushing Kazuto softly calls out her name, their lips drawing tantalizingly close to each other. Just as they are about to an intimate kiss, both of their phones suddenly go off, with loud notifications instantly shattering the romantic tension and throwing them into a massive red-faced panic. Blushing furiously, Rinka awkwardly tries to break the tension by checking her phone, while a completely traumatized Kazuto trembles in pure embarrassment from the abrupt interruption. While a completely flustered Kazuto stammers to himself over how close they just came to kissing, Rinka stares at her phone screen in silent, wide-eyed shock at what she sees. To their surprise, the sudden notifications are actually from their chaotic school group chat, where Takabana had accidentally asked his mom to turn on the water heater, triggering Katon and Sato to immediately tease him about his hilarious mistake. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Kazuto finally starts to calm down upon realizing it was just a silly group text, turning to see Rinka giggling softly at the ridiculous distraction. Regaining her composure, Rinka sweetly suggests that they take things slow for now, before flashing a radiant smile and proudly declaring that, as his virtual wife and brand new real-world girlfriend, she is officially in his care, leaving a highly amused Kazuto to sweat drop over her incredibly bizarre way of phrasing it. Meanwhile, a completely shirtless and shivering Takabana checks his phone in his cold bathroom, completely bewildered, to find both Ayanakuji and Rinka spamming the chat with furious, angry face emojis. A brand new chapter officially begins as Nana enthusiastically belts out a song at karaoke while Katone and Rinka watch from the background. The peaceful atmosphere is instantly shattered when Nana lets out an incredibly loud shriek, absolutely losing her mind upon discovering that Rinka and Kazuto are finally officially dating. As a flustered Rinka tries to calm her loud friends down, Katone curiously asks if they're classmates. Seidu and Takabana have been told the big news, yet prompting Rinka to explain that she left it up to Kazuto to fill them in. Katone mischievously demands that Rinka spill all the juicy details, immediately leaving a thoroughly panicked Rinka to desperately beg her to calm down first. With Katone quietly watching the tense exchange, a nervous Rinka hesitatingly turns her attention toward Nana, quietly calling out her name to gauge her reaction to the dating news. Instead of getting upset, Nana offers her utmost support, gently asking Rinka if she is truly happy with her new relationship. The unexpected question catches Rinka completely off guard, leaving her to softly wonder why Nana would even need to ask such a thing. Melting into pure joy, a heavily blushing Rinka enthusiastically declares that she is so incredibly happy she could scream. Hearing her best friend's pure confession is all Nana needs to hear, prompting her to happily celebrate the news and declare that Rinka's happiness is the only thing that actually matters. While Nana warmly congratulates the new couple, Katone admits she has a million questions, but does not even know where to begin, before suddenly dropping a massive bombshell by asking exactly how far they have already gone together, causing a completely panicked Rinka to violently spit out her drink in sheer embarrassment. In the cozy karaoke room, Katone slyly teases her friends by pointing out that modern high school relationships usually progress incredibly fast, prompting a coughing and deeply blushing Rinka to frantically argue that they only just started dating, while a sweating Kazuto nervously looks away in silence. A highly flustered Rinka quietly looks down at her drink and sheepishly mutters that they haven't even progressed to holding hands, yet immediately triggering a massive wave of pure adoration from Katone and Nana, who can't help but internally squeal over how incredibly adorable she is. Nana eagerly raises her hand to officially kick off the interrogation, asking Rinka what exactly made her fall so deeply in love with Kazuto in the first place, only for Rinka to immediately and confidently answer that she loves absolutely everything about him. Loudly cheering with excitement, Nana aggressively shoots down the overly vague answer and demands far more specific details, leaving a totally defeated Rinka to softly groan as Katone strictly warns her that bragging is absolutely not allowed. Completely ignoring the ban on bragging, a highly passionate Rinka launches into an endless rapid-fire rant about how Kazuto is incredibly considerate of others, wonderfully dedicated to his passions, and possesses an incredibly handsome face, completely overwhelming her friends with her non-stop gushing. Nana and Katone playfully tease her by mimicking elegant gossiping ladies who wistfully laugh about how wonderful it is to be young, leaving a deeply embarrassed Rinka to shiver in pure mortification at the back of the room. Hastily declaring the end of her romantic report, a deeply flustered Rinka desperately tries to cue up a karaoke song to change the subject, only for her friends to ruthlessly snatch the remote control straight out of her hands with absolute authority. Nana and Katone flash mischievous smiles as they strictly declare that absolutely no singing will be allowed, until she spills every single detail about how the big romantic confession actually went, leaving a sweating Rinka completely trapped under their intense interrogation. Rinka eventually surrenders to her own secret desire and passionately every single detail of the romantic confession, unleashing a massive wave of excited squeals from Nana and Katone as their chaotic romance gossip session stretches on for hours. The scene abruptly transitions to Kazuto's own intense interrogation after school, as his completely stunned friends Takabana and Sato violently shake him in absolute disbelief upon hearing the jaw-dropping news that he is officially dating their school's beloved superstar idol. In a lively karaoke room, Kazuto's friends are completely blown away by the shocking news of his relationship, eagerly questioning who confessed first, before celebrating his massive victory when he admits he was technically the one to make the move. While Seidu adjusts his glasses and begrudgingly admits that the two of them actually make a perfectly suited couple, Takabana loudly weeps in pure hilarious envy, bitterly complaining about his own non-existent love life. Deeply touched by his friend's warm and genuine support, Kazuto holds back some grateful tears while they casually turn their attention to the karaoke monitor where a music video is playing. The romantic conversation is immediately derailed as the boys excitedly discuss a popular artist's brand new song release, prompting the narrative to dryly note that this superficial gossip was indeed the absolute limit of their mature relationship discussion. Sometime later, Kazuto heads out of the room to visit the karaoke venue's drink bar to fetch some refreshments for the group. Carrying his tray while remembering his friend's drink orders, Kazuto's quiet errand is suddenly interrupted by loud, frantic screaming from the drink station, where he spots a highly unhinged girl desperately flailing her arms at a malfunctioning soda dispenser. As Kazuto quietly observes the overflowing foam-covered cup and assumes she must be completely new to using a drink bar, the girl suddenly turns around to reveal herself as an incredibly surprised Nana, leaving both of them shouting each other's names in absolute shock. Nana excitedly notes what a wild coincidence it is and asks if he is alone, prompting Kazuto to explain that he is with his friends while internally panicking to learn that Rinka is also at the venue. Nana happily explains that she, Rinka, and Katon are currently taking a quick break from their girls' talk. Kazuto kindly hands her a paper towel to clean up her sticky hands, prompting a deeply blushing Nana to hide her face in embarrassment and desperately moan about how mortifying it is that he witnessed her complete soda machine disaster. When she nervously asks once more if he saw her embarrassing struggle, a highly confident Kazuto smoothly tells her that using a soda machine is actually incredibly easy once you master the basic principles, smugly telling her to watch and learn as he prepares to show off his drink bar skills. Kazuto starts off a lesson at the drink bar by demonstrating how to properly handle a soda machine, warning that the cola gets incredibly foamy if one isn't careful, and instructing that the first pour must be stopped once the glass is 40% full. After explaining that the secret is to let the foam settle before repeating the process to fill it the rest of the way, Kazuto leaves Nana completely amazed by his technique, with her declaring that this is exactly what she expected from the guy who stole Rinka's heart. Rinka decides to try out the pouring trick herself to see if she can get the hang of it, earning some warm praise from Kazuto when she successfully gets the foam to cooperate. The light-hearted mood takes a sudden turn when Nana casually shifts the conversation, bringing up the fact that she already heard the big news about Kazuto and Rinka dating now. Feeling the weight of the direct question, Kazuto offers a quiet, slightly awkward confirmation that the rumor is indeed true. Nana immediately offers her cheerful congratulations and expresses how genuinely happy she is for the two of them, leaving a slightly sheepish Kazuto to stammer out his appreciation. Noticing his hesitant demeanor, Nana quickly warns him that she will get genuinely angry if he tries to apologize to her, giving him no choice but to accept her support. Nana candidly admits that while she would be lying if she said she wasn't feeling emotionally torn about the news, she is actually surprised by how little of a shock it turned out to be. She goes on to explain that she recently had a massive realization about the true source of her own feelings toward Rinka. Nana's her final conclusion, explaining that she finally figured out her intense feelings for Rinka are actually those of a passionate fan supporting her absolute favorite idol. Rin's passionate friend enthusiastically declares that her beloved idol's happiness is her own happiness, loudly proclaiming that she is feeling absolutely overjoyed right now, which only leaves a thoroughly overwhelmed Kazuto to awkwardly nod along. As her friend wildly celebrates her absolute elation, Kazuto watchfully observes her chaotic energy from behind, concluding that, as long as she is in a good mood, things are probably going to be just fine. While her hyperactive friend continues to wildly pump herself up, a relieved Rin warmly reflects that perhaps she really had absolutely nothing to worry about after all. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with a beautiful cover illustration of Rin's elven gaming avatar, setting the stage for their latest virtual adventures now that they are officially dating. While hanging out by the lakeside in their favorite online game, Kazuto quietly notes that it is about time for Rin to log in, suddenly realizing that this will officially be the very first time they are meeting virtually since they started dating in real life. Kazuto is suddenly hit with a vivid flashback of their recent intimate near kiss, blushing furiously as he desperately tries to convince himself that nothing should really change between them in the game since they are just playing an MMO together. The absolute second Rin logs online, she immediately catches Kazuto completely off guard by being incredibly affectionate and clingy, leaving a flustered Kazuto to sweatily realize that her in-game personality has completely and utterly changed. Kazuto points out that she is acting way more hyper than usual today, which Rin eagerly attributes to them finally meeting after 2 long weeks of being too busy with her idle gigs to talk properly, before she suddenly asks for absolute reassurance that she really is his official girlfriend now. After a flustered Kazuto instantly reassures her and confirms that they are indeed a couple, a completely overjoyed Rin sweetly beams with happiness, as she proudly celebrates the wonderful reality that the two of them are officially dating. Rinka playfully reminds Kazuto that they are technically already married, though a slightly flustered Kazuto quickly clarifies that she means entirely within the confines of the game. Rinka instantly snaps at his reluctance, angrily demanding to know why he is still dodging his duties as her husband. When Kazuto frantically protests that he is only 17 and legally cannot get married, yet a shocked Rinka aggressively demands that he marry her the absolute second he turns 18. Kazuto awkwardly admits that while he isn't exactly sure if they can actually pull it off immediately, he is personally ready to marry her whenever she is, leaving Rinka completely speechless. A totally caught off guard Rinka asks if he is seriously thinking about a real-world marriage, prompting Kazuto to confidently confirm that he obviously wouldn't even be dating her if he hadn't seriously considered their long-term future together. A quiet, peaceful silence falls over them as they sit by the water fishing until Rinka suddenly breaks the calm by softly confessing that she really wants to see him. Abruptly standing up from her fishing spot, a deeply blushing Rinka shyly mutters his real name and earnestly repeats that she desperately wants to see him. When a completely oblivious Kazuto points out that they are literally looking at each other in the game right now, a highly flustered Rinka desperately clarifies that she actually wants to see him in the real world this exact second. Kazuto tries to be logical and casually reminds her that they are going to see each other at school tomorrow anyway, while distracted by a fresh catch completely missing the heavy romantic cue and earning a massive wave of pure frustration from his girlfriend. Fed up with his dense behavior, Rinka totally snaps and aggressively declares she just called a taxi to come straight to his house, instantly logging out and leaving a deeply panicked Kazuto to freak out over her insanely sudden late-night trip. Sitting completely alone by the virtual river, a heavily bewildered Kazuto is left totally stunned by how unbelievably fast she just vanished from the game. Later that evening, a deeply flushed Kazuto opens his front door and is completely stunned to find Rinka standing right outside, eagerly announcing that she has arrived at his house. While Rinka casually stands outside his gate, Kazuto gently scolds her for not ringing the doorbell, pointing out that dropping by entirely unannounced might have bothered his parents if they were actually home. Realizing she acted entirely on impulse, Rinka's ears droop as she nervously asks if her surprise visit was a bad idea, leaving a totally defeated Kazuto to surrender to her cuteness and invite her inside since his parents are actually away. Stepping into his house with an excited smile, Rinka politely excuses her intrusion while Kazuto softly offers to take her coat and bag. As Rinka walks ahead to take off her jacket, Kazuto catches a whiff of her sweet perfume and internally panics, frantically denying that anything is wrong when Rinka curiously looks back at him. Trying to distract himself, Kazuto struggles to lift her incredibly heavy bag, asking if it is a bit too huge for a simple sleepover, to which Rinka enthusiastically explains that girls need a massive amount of supplies even for just a single night. Kazuto's brain completely short-circuits as he violently screams over the shocking realization that Rinka is actually planning to sleep over for the entire night. Rinka cheerfully reveals she brought a gift and laments that his parents aren't around for her to formally introduce herself, totally ignoring Kazuto's screaming as he spots her painfully obvious, "I completely planned this" expression. Kazuto desperately argues that they haven't even been dating for very long and frantically insists that he hasn't prepared anything for an overnight stay, trying to get her to understand the incredibly heavy implications of her sleepover. Flashing a brilliant, confident smile, Rinka smoothly unzips her massive bag and proudly declares that he doesn't need to worry because she brought absolutely everything they could possibly need for the night. Back in Rinka's room, she flashes a sweet teasing smile and boldly suggests that they go all night, sending a completely shocked Kazuto into an absolute romantic panic. To Kazuto's shock, she leads him straight upstairs to his own bedroom, ignoring his frantic pleas to wait as she calmly steps inside and asks if she can sit on his bed, leaving him totally mentally unprepared for what is about to happen. As Rinka comfortably sits on his bed, Kazuto stands frozen in his own room, completely paralyzed by the intense romantic tension and the terrifying weight of the moment. The scene cuts to an exterior shot of the quiet house under the night sky, while the soft sounds of activity drift from the illuminated windows. In a hilarious twist, the grand all-night event turns out to be a highly intense, high-octane gaming session with Kazuto frantically shouting about oncoming enemies, while Rinka desperately yells for her virtual husband to heal her. While a cheerful Rinka gushes about how incredibly fun the quests are, a sweat-dropping Kazuto finally realizes this was the major preparation she meant, admitting that while the game session is awesome, his romantic expectations have been completely upended. Rinka happily transitions them over to playing a competitive fighting game, leaving Kazuto to hilariously realize what she actually meant by her earlier suggestive invitation, while he internally groans over how completely his romantic hopes have been crushed. A brand new chapter officially kicks off, setting the stage for a nostalgic dive into the past as the story prepares to explore Kazuto's childhood memories. Preparing to settle down for the night, Kazuto prepares his bedding as the narrative prepares to unfold his story right from the very beginning. Kazuto reflects on his unbelievable reality, summarizing how he sits next to a super famous idol who turned out to be his virtual in-game wife, and how they recently crossed the boundary to officially start dating in real life. Kazuto's brain completely enters outer space as he tries to comprehend the wild development of his brand new idol girlfriend, suddenly spending the entire night at his apartment before Rinka quietly calls out his name to pull him back to earth. Rinka hesitantly asks if it is truly all right for her to sleep on his bed, feeling slightly guilty about taking his personal sleeping spot. Kazuto warmly reassures her and happily prepares his floor bedding, insisting that he is perfectly comfortable sleeping on a futon for the night. When Kazuto casually mentions laying out a futon to sleep in the exact same bedroom with her, Rinka happily lights up with excitement over the cozy idea, only for a panicked Kazuto to instantly shut down her suggestion. Rinka aggressively questions what could possibly be wrong with them sharing a room, forcing a heavily sweating Kazuto to passionately yell back that they need proper boundaries, admitting that staying composed is already taking every ounce of his willpower. Unwilling to back down, Rinka gives him her absolute best teary-eyed puppy dog pout to beg him to stay, but a fiercely determined Kazuto aggressively shields his heart and screams another firm rejection. Despite all of his passionate protests, Kazuto completely loses the battle of wills and ends up sleeping on the floor in the very same room anyway, leaving a blissfully beaming Rinka to enjoy her comfortable victory. Turning to face him with an incredibly sweet and affectionate smile, Rinka softly wishes him a good night, prompting a heavily blushing Kazuto to quietly return the greeting as he finally turns off the lights. As the room falls into absolute darkness, Rinka quietly snuggles under the warm blankets, her heart full of pure joy as they peacefully prepare to spend their very first night together in the same room. Trying to fall asleep, Kazuto silently admits that there is absolutely no way he can easily doze off under these incredibly tense circumstances, right as Rinka softly whispers to ask if he is still awake. After a startled Kazuto quickly confirms that he is awake, Rinka sweetly admits that since it has been so long since they last had proper alone time together, she feels like sleeping is an absolute waste of their precious moments. When Rinka cutely proposes that they stay up talking until they finally get sleepy, Kazuto happily agrees, leading them to chat for hours about school, her hectic idol schedule, the countries she dreams of visiting, and countless other fun topics. Despite their cozy chatting, Kazuto weakly groans that he is still not getting tired at all, prompting a concerned Rinka to gently remind him that they have class tomorrow morning and really need to go to sleep soon. Right before they drift off, Rinka hesitantly asks if she can bring up a personal question she has been quietly curious about for a very long time, earning an open invitation from a curious Kazuto. Kazuto is completely caught off guard by her sudden, unusually formal attitude, as Rinka warns him that her upcoming question is highly personal, gently adding that he does not have to force himself to answer if it makes him uncomfortable. Getting straight to the point, Rinka reveals that her long-standing curiosity is actually about him and his relationship with his parents. The heavy question immediately plunges Kazuto into a quiet, pensive silence, leaving him to let out a soft, contemplative sigh as he processes her inquiry. Rinka explains that she has always worried about the absolute silence surrounding his family life, but Kazuto quickly tries to deflect the serious question, casually joking that it is completely normal for a high school boy to never talk about his parents. Rinka remains completely unconvinced by his weak excuse, silently noting that it is not just his silence that is unusual, but the fact that his giant house is almost entirely empty, with absolutely no signs of any other family members actually living there. Rinka casually points out that it seems like he isn't even using any of the other rooms in the entire house, except for this one, to which Kazuto bluntly and honestly replies that nobody else is actually using them either. Curious about the empty house, Rinka gently asks what his parents are doing, while Kazuto quietly looks away and heavily points out that she has far too little genuine interest in her own surroundings. Lying completely still on his floor mattress, Kazuto lets out a small sigh and ponders exactly where he should even begin to explain his incredibly complicated family situation. Staring blankly up at the ceiling, Kazuto casually drops a massive bombshell, revealing to a completely shocked Rinka that his biological mother actually passed away back when he was still just in elementary school. While a stunned Rinka cautiously asks about his father, Kazuto coolly explains that his current mother is actually his father's second wife, adding the incredibly dark detail that he literally hasn't seen his stepmother a single time since the very first day they met. Kazuto bleakly admits he doesn't even know what his stepmother does for a living, before revealing that his own father entirely ignores him every single time he tries to speak to him. While Rinka gasps in pure disbelief at the brutal reality, Kazuto playfully uses a video game reference to describe his miserable childhood, casually admitting that his father refuses to even make eye contact and completely treats him like he is completely invisible. Lying back with his hands entirely relaxed behind his head, Kazuto casually drops the absolute harshest truth of all, casually declaring that his parents simply have zero interest in him whatsoever. Flashing an incredibly calm and completely emotionally detached smile, Kazuto smoothly reiterates that they truly have absolutely no interest in him at all. Completely unable to process his dark confession, an absolutely horrified Rinka suddenly jumps to her feet and furiously screams that treating a biological son like that is completely unnatural and totally wrong, leaving Kazuto utterly stunned by her intensely passionate defense. Rinka suddenly gasps in pure wide-eyed shock as she watches Kazuto peacefully dozing right beside her, realizing that under normal circumstances, such a cozy situation would be completely unthinkable. Rinka gently questions him about his parents' extreme working hours and asks if that actually counts as neglect, but a yawning Kazuto casually dismisses her concerns, explaining that such a busy household is actually not that uncommon these days, before apologizing for the heavy topic. Rinka gazes at him with deep sympathy and softly asks if he ever felt incredibly lonely growing up in such a quiet house, but Kazuto simply offers a warm smile and gently reassures her that a person easily gets entirely used to it over time. Kazuto admits that rather than feeling lonely, he doesn't even have any memory of experiencing that kind of sadness anymore. Kazuto cheerfully stretches his arms and adds that he was simply way too busy playing online games to ever have any spare time to feel lonely, while a quiet Rinka watches him with an intensely touched and emotional expression. Looking gently at her, Kazuto holds her hand and softly explains that because he met her in the game, he is completely okay now. Deep into the early morning hours, Kazuto snores peacefully in his sleep, completely unaware of his surroundings as the clock ticks past 2 in the morning. Suddenly, Rinka's eye violently snaps open in the dark, and she quietly sits up in bed, radiating a terrifyingly intense and looming aura as she stares down in total silence. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with an incredibly ominous vibe as Rinka hovers like a creeping shadow directly over a completely defenseless sleeping Kazuto. Slowly and methodically reaching her hand out, Rinka gently begins to poke at Kazuto's squishy cheek, while he remains completely dead to the world. Giggling to herself in absolute and pure satisfaction, Rinka happily visualizes Kazuto being adorably swarmed by tiny bee monsters in his dreams, as she continues to playfully mess with his sleeping face. As she stares intently at him, the playful mood suddenly shifts, and Rinka's heart begins to pound violently in her chest, forcing her to gulp down her mounting nerves. Completely overcome by her own intense desires, a heavily sweating Rinka slowly lifts the edge of his blanket. Without a single moment of hesitation, Rinka smoothly slips directly underneath the covers and cuddles up right alongside Kazuto, resting her head gently against his arm. With her heart continuing to beat wildly out of control, Rinka lies incredibly close to him, the heavy romantic tension entirely consuming her in the quiet room. Blushing furiously in the darkness, Rinka quietly stares at Kazuto's peaceful sleeping profile, fully soaking in the deeply intimate and heavily romantic moment between them. Rinka nervously watches over a fast asleep Kazuto, her heart pounding loudly in her chest, as she slowly inches closer to him in the quiet room. With her pulse racing uncontrollably, she nervously clutches her shirt and creeps toward his sleeping figure, completely overwhelmed by the intense private atmosphere. Instead of making a romantic move, an incredibly focused Rinka gently places her beloved collection of custom Kazuto plushies in a perfect semi-circle right around his resting head. Staring at the bizarre plushie arrangement in absolute awe, she happily sighs that her long-cherished dream has finally come true, completely mesmerized by the adorable sight. The wholesome mood is instantly shattered when a sleep-talking Kazuto quietly mutters out for his father, completely catching Rinka off guard. Still completely out cold, Kazuto sleepily mutters that his parents actually have absolutely no interest in him, casually dropping an incredibly depressing bombshell right in the middle of his dreams. Hearing his deeply vulnerable confession, a profoundly saddened Rinka softly calls out his name and firmly grabs onto his shirt to offer him comfort. Driven by pure affection, she immediately pulls him into a tight, incredibly warm embrace to soothe his lonely heart. She holds him close in the quiet darkness, silently vowing to give him all the love and attention he desperately missed out on. However, the sudden realization of exactly what she just did finally catches up to her, leaving a heavily blushing Rinka completely frozen in pure wide-eyed panic, as she realizes she is now intimately cuddling with her boyfriend in bed. Back in bed, Rinka is completely panicked as she finds herself lying incredibly close to a deeply asleep Kazuto, desperately trying to mentally prepare herself as he peacefully snoozes next to her. Her panic instantly skyrockets when a sleeping Kazuto suddenly turns over and pulls her into a tight, warm embrace, completely catching her off guard. Trapped in his surprisingly firm hold, Rinka's heart beats wildly as she realizes just how strong he is, completely overwhelmed by absolute blushing embarrassment over their incredibly close contact. Slowly letting her intense embarrassment melt away, Rinka comfortably snuggles right into his chest, peacefully relaxing in his warm embrace. With her heart still beating gently, Rinka spends the rest of the night blissfully close to him before the scene transitions to the quiet house, welcoming a bright new morning. Right at 6 in the morning, his loud alarm clock goes off, forcing a sleepy Kazuto to groan and slowly wake up. Sitting up in bed, Kazuto is instantly greeted by a wonderfully delicious aroma drifting into his room, leaving him to wonder what is cooking. Walking out of his room, Kazuto finds Rinka already fully prepared for school and happily welcoming him with a warm morning greeting, prompting a blushing Kazuto to yawn and sheepishly admit that he slept incredibly soundly. Rinka proudly presents a steaming stack of freshly cooked pancakes, cutely asking if it was all right that she borrowed his kitchen, while Kazuto stares at the delicious breakfast in absolute star-struck amazement. Kazuto happily devours his breakfast and loudly praises her cooking, admitting it has been ages since he had a breakfast that wasn't just plain boiled eggs, while a deeply pleased Rinka watches him with a warm, satisfied smile. Having deeply reflected on Kazuto's heartfelt words from the previous night, Rinka sets her mug down and cheerfully announces that she has officially come up with a brilliant new idea, instantly catching a pancake-eating Kazuto completely off guard. Flashing an incredibly warm and radiant smile, Rinka drops an absolute bombshell, by casually suggesting that they should start living together at her apartment, leaving Kazuto completely jaw-dropped in sheer, unadulterated shock. Rinka cheerfully explains that her apartment has an extra Japanese-style room he can easily use, but a highly panicked Kazuto frantically shoots her down, arguing that they can't just make such massive decisions on their own, and pointing out that her parents would absolutely never permit it. Rinka's expression turns terrifyingly intense as she radiates a heavy aura of pure pressure, fiercely declaring that she will easily force her parents to allow it, because she firmly believes that living in separate houses is simply wrong for a committed couple. Gently grasping Kazuto's hands, Rinka looks at him with sincere, blushing eyes, and softly explains that she desperately wants him to experience the pure, warm joy of living together as a true family firsthand. Her incredibly sweet and heartfelt plea sends Kazuto's heart into a violent flutter, completely shattering his defenses and leaving a deeply blushing Kazuto to helplessly surrender and agree to her wild proposition. While Rinka practically sparkles with absolute joy over his surrender, Kazuto frantically clarifies that they will only try it out for a single week, because he refuses to be a shameless freeloader in her family's home, prompting a deadpan Chibai Rinka to quietly grumble that married couples shouldn't have to worry about such trivial boundaries anyway. Rinka happily agrees to his strict one-week trial, flashing a remarkably warm and excited smile as she sweetly admits how much she is looking forward to their new cohabitation, officially bringing the highly anticipated chapter to a close. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with a highly adorable summer-themed title page, setting the stage for a highly anticipated and nerve-wracking event, where Kazuto must finally face his biggest challenge, yet greeting his popular idol girlfriend's parents. Kazuto finally arrives at Rinka's apartment building, nervously taking a deep breath before pressing the doorbell to announce his arrival. The door instantly swings open to reveal Rinka, who flashes her most radiant and welcoming smile as she happily welcomes him home. The sudden, incredibly domestic setup immediately catches Kazuto completely off guard, leaving him sweating nervously in absolute flustered silence. When Kazuto politely mutters an apology for intruding, a heavily pouting Rinka immediately scolds him and demands that he say he is home instead, firmly reminding him that this is officially going to be his house too, starting today. Rinka happily suggests that they do a quick restart on their greeting, officially marking the grand beginning of their exciting one-week cohabitation under her roof. Attempting their second take, Kazuto nervously announces that he is home, prompting a thrilled Rinka to welcome him back, before she immediately starts fidgeting in pure embarrassment while asking if he wants a bath, dinner, or perhaps something else first. Before Rinka can even finish her classic lovey-dovey greeting, a sudden and powerful flying tackle from her little sister completely blindsides Kazuto, sending him crashing down in absolute shock. The incredibly hyper Nanoa tightly clings to him, while happily calling him her big brother, excitedly confirming if he is indeed staying with them, while a sweat-dropping Kazuto tries to pacify her by explaining it is only for a single week. Seeing her little sister completely hog all of Kazuto's immediate attention, a deeply sulking Rinka instantly falls into a massive wave of childish sibling jealousy. The cozy atmosphere quickly devolves into complete hilarious chaos when Rinka dryly accuses him of being a closet lolicon, prompting an innocent Nanoa to directly ask him if it is true, while a thoroughly panicked Kazuto desperately screams his absolute denial. Kazuto and Rinka's visit to her family's house gets off to a highly chaotic start when a half-asleep Kasumi suddenly pops out of her room wearing an incredibly revealing camisole and shorts, yawning loudly as she asks what the two of them are doing at the door, while a heavily blushing Kazuto awkwardly apologizes for the sudden intrusion. Rinka violently screams at her older sister for walking around in such a scandalous outfit, prompting Kasumi to casually pull a heavy sweater over her head and invite them inside, while a terrifyingly shadowed Rinka menacingly asks Kazuto if he was staring, forcing him to frantically deny seeing absolutely anything. While a completely drained Kazuto mutters about already being totally exhausted from the sibling chaos, another woman suddenly walks into the room with a casual morning greeting, prompting Rinka to dryly point out that it is already noon before turning to formally introduce her to Kazuto. Flashing a remarkably sharp and beautiful gaze behind her glasses, the new arrival is proudly introduced by Rinka, as her mother leaving Kazuto completely shocked by her incredibly youthful and striking appearance. Rinka's mother smoothly brushes her skirt and formally introduces herself, noting that she has heard a lot about him before strictly verifying if he is indeed dating her daughter, causing a terrified Kazuto to snap to rigid attention and loudly confirm their relationship. Adjusting her glasses with a sharp, intimidating glare, the mother quietly repeats the word dating, instantly ramping up the heavy nerve-wracking tension in the room. Without any warning, she completely unleashes an overwhelmingly intense wall of text philosophical rant about how romantic relationships and marriage are actually a profound chemical bonding of two souls, and a completely inseparable union, leaving Kazuto absolutely buried under her intense intellectual aura. Abruptly dropping her massive philosophical speech, she bows deeply and earnestly begs Kazuto to take good care of Rinka for many years, to come, leaving his brain completely buffering as he realizes this incredibly intense woman is actually dead serious about their future. Rinka quickly tries to rein her mother in by pointing out that her terrifying intensity is making Kazuto actively back away in fear, prompting a sweating Kazuto to frantically deny it, before awkwardly confessing that her observation is actually completely true. Regaining her elegant composure, Rinka's mother casually pushes up her glasses and formally apologizes, smoothly admitting that she simply got a little bit too carried away with her passionate speech. Flashing a beautiful, confident smile, Kasumi warmly tells a sweating Kazuto that she is incredibly excited to finally spend some quality time together with him. The sweet atmosphere is instantly obliterated when she suddenly shoves her phone directly into Kazuto's face, proudly introducing the incredibly stern-looking man on the video call, as her father, leaving a completely terrified Kazuto to mentally scream in absolute shock at the sudden family introduction. Kazuto completely loses his mind over how ridiculously fast everything is escalating, while Rinka's father politely apologizes for the remote introduction since he is currently away on a business trip. Giving a supportive thumbs up, the dad mysteriously tells Kazuto to hang in there because he has already heard plenty of stories about him, prompting a sweating Kazuto to desperately wonder exactly what kind of crazy things Rinka has been telling her family. Staring off into the distance with a profoundly nostalgic and exhausted expression, her father smoothly advises Kazuto to choose a career that requires frequent business trips, because he has been down that exact same road, leaving a totally bewildered Kazuto to aggressively question what on earth he is even talking about. Ignoring the total confusion, her dad earnestly declares that his wife and daughters mean the absolute world to him and are completely irreplaceable, prompting a highly awkward and hesitant nod of agreement from Kazuto, while visualizing the deeply affectionate women in the family. The wholesome moment instantly crashes and burns as the father suddenly clutches his head in pure agony, frantically screaming that constantly being surrounded by their suffocatingly heavy affection 24/7 takes a massive toll on a man, painfully admitting that the sheer physical exhaustion never actually leaves his body, even after a full night of sleep. Delivering his final deadly serious warning that intense love can sometimes lead a man straight down a path of absolute torment, the exhausted father abruptly hangs up the video call, leaving Kasumi completely unfazed, while Kazuto violently screams in pure terror over the insanely cryptic and terrifying advice. Completely ignoring her father's desperate warning, the cheerful sister brightly declares that Kazuto has now officially met her entire unique family, blissfully calling the whole dynamic incredibly fun, while a heavily sweating Kazuto internally realizes exactly how terrifyingly intense the entire bloodline truly is. Desperately needing a moment to process the absolute chaos he just witnessed, a thoroughly exhausted Kazuto quickly excuses himself to go put his luggage away, leaving the cheerful sisters behind, as he quietly slides the bedroom door shut and leans against the wall to catch his breath. In the quiet room, a framed photograph and a cute childhood drawing of the entire Mizuki family proudly sit on display, perfectly capturing the intense but undeniably tight-knit bond they all together. Kazuto silently reflects on his new surroundings, deeply amazed to realize that such a lively, close-knit, and warm family actually exists in the real world. Having only ever known a cold and completely empty house with absolutely no one else around, he can't help but quietly question if it is truly all right for him to be in such a warm place. Despite his lingering doubts, he looks forward to whatever comes next, with Rinka hoping to build an irreplaceable connection with her. Rinka warmly welcomes him home once again, instantly cutting through his quiet contemplations and making his heart flutter. The quiet moment is suddenly interrupted when Nanoa approaches him, excitedly announcing that she has something special she desperately wants to show her new big brother. With a highly triumphant shout, Nanoa proudly presents an adorable hand-drawn picture she made of him. A deeply touched Kazuto asks if the cute drawing is indeed meant to be him, prompting a highly confident Nanoa to proudly boast about how incredibly good her artwork is. After Kazuto warmly praises her drawing skills, the restless Nanoa immediately loses interest and runs off to ask their mother what's for lunch, while Rinka fondly explains that Nanoa has simply been looking forward to this day for a very long time. When Rinka cutely asks Kazuto if she can hang up Nanoa's drawing, their intimate conversation is instantly teased by Kasumi, who playfully tells them not to get all lovey-dovey in broad daylight. The tease immediately backfires on Kasumi when Rinka bluntly exposes her, revealing that her older sister actually stayed up incredibly late cleaning the entire house out of pure excitement for Kazuto's arrival, leaving a heavily blushing Kasumi completely speechless. The embarrassing childhood stories are abruptly cut short as Kasumi furiously blushes and yells at her mother for oversharing right as their mother calmly announces that lunch is ready, while a highly excited Nanoa cheers about having yakisoba for lunch today. Sitting down for a peaceful family meal together, Rinka gently scolds Nanoa for trying to avoid her green peppers, prompting some childish whining from the little girl, while Kazuto warmly takes in the lively, welcoming atmosphere. On the wall, Nanoa's cute crayon drawings of her beloved family and Kazuto hang proudly, beautifully symbolizing how naturally he has become accepted as a true member of their household. Sometime later, Kazuto is greeted by the sweet sound of the front door opening as Rinka happily welcomes him home with a warm, radiant smile. As the morning birds begin to chirp outside, Kazuto slowly stirs awake to find Rinka sitting peacefully beside him, softly calling his name to wake him up. His sleepy daze is instantly shattered into a million pieces when Rinka suddenly leans right over him in a highly compromising position, leaving a completely flustered Kazuto to frantically scream in absolute blushing panic. Rinka cutely squeezes him tight while teasingly calling him a sleepyhead, just as Nanoa's energetic voice suddenly echoes from the doorway as she calls out for her big brother. A brand new chapter kicks off as Rinka freezes in absolute shadowed shock in the doorway, catching her little sister happily cuddling with Kazuto as she cutely addresses him as her big brother. Back in the kitchen, their friend bluntly and teasingly declares that Kazuto is an absolute lolicon, bringing the chaotic morning to a hilarious clinking conclusion. A frantic Kazuto desperately tries to clear up a massive misunderstanding with Nana and Katon, who brutally tease him about his supposed bizarre fetishes, and strictly warn him not to commit any actual crimes, while a deadpan Katon coldly points out that he seemed pretty happy about the whole situation anyway. Kazuto mentally flashes back to an incredibly seductive daydream of Rinka sweetly waking him up in a revealing outfit, leaving him profusely sweating as he internally groans and realizes he actually cannot deny how much he enjoyed it. Completely defeated by their relentless teasing, Kazuto slumps over and jokingly accepts his fate by admitting he is a lolicon, prompting Nana to snicker and casually point out that Rinka is actually incredibly dense herself. While walking to school the next morning, Kazuto notes that he deliberately left the house at a completely different time than Rinka to avoid stirring up any rumors, only to suddenly feel a mysterious poke on his shoulder and turn around to find the street entirely empty. Assuming it was just his imagination, Kazuto turns back around only for Katon to suddenly jump out from below with a terrifying face and loudly spook him, sending him reeling back in pure shock. Clutching his chest in absolute terror, Kazuto yells that she nearly gave him a heart attack, but a completely nonchalant Katon simply wishes him a good morning before suspiciously pointing out that he is walking in the complete opposite direction of his usual route, forcing a flustered Kazuto to frantically claim he is just taking a longer path for exercise. Unconvinced by his incredibly weak excuse, Katon narrows her eyes and directly calls out his bluff by noting that he is usually barely on time for school anyway, leaving a sweating Kazuto to nervously wonder how she even knows his daily schedule since they are not even in the same class. The tense interrogation is suddenly interrupted when Katon waves and cheerfully calls out to someone far down the street, prompting a completely shocked Kazuto to marvel at her insane hawk-like vision, as he realizes she just spotted Rinka approaching from a massive distance. Rinka nervously greets them and awkwardly tries to play off their encounter as a total coincidence, though Kazuto instantly doubts her story, while an incredibly observant Katon suddenly leans in and begins suspiciously sniffing the air right between the two of them. Sporting a smug cat-like grin, Katon brutally shatters their fragile cover by casually announcing that the two of them smell exactly the same, instantly sending both Kazuto and Rinka into a massive sweating panic as they realize they have been completely busted. Kazuto frantically laughs off a ridiculous suggestion, loudly claiming it is completely impossible, while nervously wondering if they simply happen to use the exact same brand of shampoo. While Rinka awkwardly looks away, a highly analytical Katon mentally lists their matching expensive shampoo, fabric softener, and room fragrance, silently wondering if she has the nose of a bloodhound, before sweatily deciding to just play along and pretend it is all a bizarre coincidence. Once Katon finally takes her leave, a deeply relieved Kazuto and Rinka sigh in relief, before Rinka suddenly remembers to mention that she has a photo shoot later today and will have to head out early at noon. Rinka notes she will be back by 6 in the evening, right before the classroom door suddenly slides open to reveal Seitu and Takabana looking incredibly suspicious, instantly throwing the young couple into a massive panic over what they might have overheard. While a clueless Takabana happily assumes they are simply playing online games together again, Rinka breathes a silent sigh of relief, only for Seitu to adjust his glasses and push up the tension by bluntly pointing out that their chat sounded exactly like they are already living together. The scene transitions to the afternoon under a cloudy sky as the school day wraps up. Arriving back at the apartment, Rinka happily announces her return, prompting a slightly awkward Kazuto to greet her and shyly admit he is still not used to saying such domestic things. When Kazuto notices she is slightly out of breath and asks if she ran, a blushing Rinka shyly confesses that knowing he was waiting for her made her run all the way back just to see him as quickly as possible. Their sweet moment is cut short as a hyperactive Nanoa bursts in to welcome her older sister home, excitedly celebrating that today is curry day and happily clarifying to a curious Kazuto that she actually loves super spicy food. Nanoa casually reveals that Rinka actually completely dislikes spicy food and always has to get the mild version, leaving a sweat-dropping Kazuto utterly shocked at the hilarious contrast between the cool idol and her sensitive palate. Kazuto silently notes that his girlfriend always pretends she can handle spicy foods, while a completely oblivious Rinka casually comments on her younger sister's love for spicy dishes, while insisting that she never acts tough about it. The young couple enjoys a wonderfully warm and cozy evening together, happily sharing a delicious curry dinner, playing video games on the sofa, and wrapping up the busy day with a long, relaxing hot bath. As night falls over the city, they comfortably settle back into their D apartment, reflecting on just how incredibly much fun they had playing together all day. When Kazuto playfully warns Rinka not to sneak into his bedroom, she dramatically laments that spending the night in separate rooms feels exactly like a tragic long-distance relationship, leaving a sweat-dropping Kazuto to flatly remind her they literally live in the same house. Seeing him get completely flustered, Rinka giggles and admits she was only teasing him before warmly wishing him a good night and stepping into her bedroom. Secretly staying up past 3 in the morning to play video games, Kazuto finally decides to wrap up his gaming session and head to the restroom, only to freeze when a mysterious wobbling shadow suddenly appears in the dark hallway. Kazuto is completely startled to find Rinka's older sister, Kasumi, staggering home, completely drunk, loudly giggling that the entire floor is shaking like crazy, while a highly panicked Kazuto desperately warns her that she reeks of alcohol. A completely unhinged and heavily blushing Kasumi slurs his name and aggressively corners a highly terrified Kazuto on the floor, leaving him entirely defenseless under her intense drunken gaze. Squeezing his cheeks with a wild laugh, the deeply intoxicated sister loudly gushes over how cute his face is before leaning in close with melty eyes to confess that he is totally her type, sending Kazuto into an absolute state of pure panic. As Kasumi continues to aggressively push her boundaries, a completely horrified Kazuto frantically shrieks for her to stop, desperately screaming at the top of his lungs that he is already dating her younger sister Rinka. The mother suddenly flicks on the lights, prompting a completely unbothered Rinka to cheerfully announce she is home, while a terrified Kazuto desperately begs someone to do something about her unhinged mother. However, Kasumi steps in with a terrifyingly serious glare, strictly warning their mom not to cause any more trouble for Kazuto. Forcefully yanking her whining mother away by the collar, Kasumi forces her to apologize, leaving a completely drained Kazuto to slump over in sheer absolute relief as he praises Kasumi for saving his life. A smiling Kasumi kindly asks Kazuto to just bear with the chaos, explaining that, while their mother is normally incredibly serious, just a single sip of alcohol instantly turns her into a total mess. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, a thoroughly stunned Kazuto silently struggles to comprehend that this is even the exact same person he first met. Drawing a direct comparison between Rinka's hyperactive virtual gaming persona and her usually stoic real-world self, the narrative dryly wonders if his girlfriend's massive split personality might actually just be completely hereditary. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with a stunning cover illustration of Rinka setting the stage for some heavy romantic developments, as the story hints at a highly anticipated first kiss. Fast forwarding to the end of his chaotic stay, a deeply respectful Kazuto bows his head at the dining table, sincerely thanking Rinka's family for their warm hospitality and apologizing for intruding over the past week. The mother cheerfully notes how fast the time flew by and casually drops a massive bombshell by suggesting Kazuto should just permanently move in with them, leaving a heavily sweating Kazuto to internally panic over the extreme escalation. The wholesome mood is instantly shattered when little Nanoa bursts into a massive tearful tantrum, violently clinging to Kazuto and screaming that she hates him because he is leaving tomorrow. She completely rejects her mother's attempts to calm her down, leaving a mildly annoyed Rinka to silently watch the childish drama unfold. Kazuto feels a bit heartbroken as Nanoa begins to cry, clutching her plush doll as she struggles to accept that his one-week stay is officially coming to an end. Kazuto gently comforts Nanoa and promises to return soon to visit them again, desperately trying to get her to stop crying. Kazuto successfully cheers Nanoa up by suggesting that she can come visit and play at his own house next time, prompting her to immediately celebrate and eagerly accept the invite. The warm family moment leaves everyone smiling happily before Kasumi steps in to usher them all to the table so they can enjoy their final dinner together before it gets cold. Later that evening, someone steps out onto the quiet balcony to take in the cool night air as their memorable week of living together finally winds down. Kazuto heads outside to join Rinka, who is standing on the balcony looking out over the city lights in the quiet night. When Rinka sneezes in the chilly air, Kazuto wraps a warm blanket around her and notes that she seems a bit down, prompting her to sadly admit that she is upset because they will be living apart again starting tomorrow. After softly thanking him for the blanket, Rinka gets incredibly offended when Kazuto notes that she and Nanoa are acting exactly the same by begging him to stay, causing her to angrily pout and insist she is absolutely not a little kid. Softening her tone, Rinka looks away and quietly confesses that she is simply going to feel incredibly lonely without him there beside her. Gazing out at the city skyline, Rinka reflects on how tough her grueling idle work has been all week, warmly admitting that knowing he would be there to greet her at home gave her the strength to get through each day, and she never realized how incredibly fun living together could be. Blushing furiously, Rinka sweetly muses out loud if this cozy setup is exactly what being a real married couple actually feels like. Her innocent comment completely shatters Kazuto's restraint, prompting him to suddenly pull a deeply shocked Rinka into a tight, affectionate back hug right on the balcony. A heavily flustered Rinka desperately tries to play it off by nervously claiming that she was just shivering from the cold, but a shadowed Kazuto softly admits that the chilly weather isn't his reason at all. Blushing heavily and completely unable to look her in the eyes, Kazuto awkwardly confesses that he simply just really wanted to hold her. Touched by his raw honesty, Rinka's eyes soften with deep affection as she quietly and warmly accepts his sweet embrace. Leaning comfortably into his arms while looking out over the glowing cityscape, Rinka softly breaks the silence to ask Kazuto what he actually thought of their entire week living together. Kazuto casually admits that the week was surprisingly fun, instantly prompting a slightly anxious Rinka to ask if her chaotic family stressed him out so much that he expected it to be a massive drag, which forces Kazuto to frantically deny it. Staring thoughtfully out at the city lights, Kazuto earnestly explains that he was simply blown away by their warm household, admitting he genuinely couldn't even believe such an incredibly close-knit and loving family actually existed. When Kazuto turns the question back on her, Rinka begins to carefully reflect on their week, only to suddenly go completely wide-eyed in absolute horror, as the devastating realization hits her that they didn't do a single ounce of actual flirting the entire time. Completely losing her cool, a totally unhinged Rinka furiously screams that they did absolutely nothing romantic, despite living under the very same roof, because she was desperately waiting for him to make a move, while he just played video games all night, leaving a panicking Kazuto to aggressively point out that she was happily playing right alongside him the entire time. A completely panicked Kazuto violently yells that there is absolutely no way he would ever lay a hand on her while staying at her family's house, only for a heavily blushing Rinka to completely twist his honorable intentions and desperately yell back that it is perfectly fine for him to do it just a little bit. Sweating profusely under the intense pressure, an incredibly irritated Kazuto glares back and complains that she has absolutely no idea how he actually feels, firmly declaring that he has been enduring an unimaginable amount of hardship just trying to keep himself in check. Kazuto desperately lists out all the impossible trials he has been put through, from her casually snuggling up to him right after a bath, to constantly showing off her incredibly defenseless figure around the house, wildly confessing that he has been trying his absolute best to completely suppress his raging, lustful desires. Realizing he just confessed his deep urges out loud, a highly panicked Kazuto mentally curses and assumes she is completely creeped out by him, but a heavily blushing Rinka simply clutches her chest and shyly mutters that he actually doesn't need to resist it at all. Trying to play it cool, a completely flustered Rinka clears her throat and awkwardly declares that she guesses there is absolutely no other choice, formally calling out his name, while a highly confused Kazuto sweat drops and tells her he is glad she is okay. Taking absolute control of the situation, Rinka boldly leans in and places a sudden tender kiss directly onto his face, completely catching an incredibly wide-eyed Kazuto off guard as she smoothly closes the distance between them. Completely missing the heavy romantic cue, Kazuto touches his jaw in pure confusion and innocently asks if there is something stuck on his face, instantly sending a heavily blushing Rinka into a massive spiral of pure gloomy depression, as she bitterly realizes she completely missed his lips and failed her big romantic move. Crouching down on the floor in absolute embarrassment, a pouting Rinka defensively explains that trying to aim for the lips with her eyes completely closed is actually incredibly difficult, prompting a wildly screaming Kazuto to finally realize she was actually trying to kiss him, while she quietly points out that it was her very first time trying. After a highly awkward silence, a heavily sweating Kazuto gently breaks the tension and softly asks if she wants to try the kiss again, but a completely mortified Rinka buries her face into her knees and weakly mutters that she will definitely try again after doing a few more practice runs. Hiding her intensely flushed face behind her hands, an absolutely overwhelmed Rinka violently blushes and quietly confesses that her chest is pounding so hard it feels like her heart is literally going to stop right then and there. Stepping out onto the balcony, Kazuto takes a massive, steadying breath before violently screaming out a booming confession of love for the entire neighborhood to hear. Completely embarrassed by his own bold outburst, a heavily blushing Kazuto covers his face and shyly admits to a deeply flustered Rinka that he just really wanted to touch her. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with a cute title page, shifting the focus toward figuring out the absolute best ways to properly interact with a stepsister. Arriving back at his own empty house after the chaotic week-long stay at Rinka's, Kazuto steps through the front door and quietly notes that he has already completely forgotten what his own home even smells like. Calling out his standard greeting into the dead silence of the hallway, a completely alone Kazuto immediately feels the heavy emptiness and nostalgically remembers Rinka's incredibly warm and cheerful welcome from just a few days prior. Heading upstairs with the casual intention of grinding on his neglected gaming setup, Kazuto politely greets a strange little kid wearing a bizarre monster poncho sitting right in the middle of the staircase. It takes a solid second for his brain to process the absolute absurdity of a random child being inside his locked house, prompting a heavily panicked Kazuto to violently scramble back down the stairs and aggressively demand to know who the tiny intruder actually is. Startled by his sudden and aggressive shouting, the mysterious cloaked kid completely loses their balance and violently tumbles headfirst down the wooden staircase, leaving a horrified Kazuto to watch the brutal fall. Groaning in pain on the floor, the mysterious kid desperately clutches their scraped knee, prompting Kazuto to immediately rush off and grab the household first aid kit to help treat the injury. Walking back with the medical supplies, Kazuto internally guesses the tiny intruder is probably around 5th grade, awkwardly asking if they hit their head, while the kid violently hisses at him exactly like a highly defensive stray wildcat. Kazuto is completely caught off guard by a strange girl wearing an animal hood who suddenly appears in his house, awkwardly asking who she is before realizing they are both living in the exact same apartment. The quiet girl introduces herself simply as Risu, leaving a slightly confused Kazuto to awkwardly test out her name while internally noting that she does indeed look exactly like a little squirrel. Risu firmly declares that the house belongs to her and explains that her stepfather brought her there last week, which forces Kazuto to put the pieces together and realize her stepfather is actually his own father. When Kazuto realizes she must be his new stepsister, Risu cheekily suggests that she could actually be the older sister, prompting him to instantly shoot down the idea while quietly grumbling about what a brat she is. Kazuto reflects on his father's remarriage 3 years ago, suddenly remembering that his father had briefly mentioned something about him getting a new sister back around that time. Kazuto laments that his father didn't even bother to tell him something that major face-to-face, before realizing that having a new stepsister living under his roof is going to make things incredibly complicated. When Kazuto politely suggests they introduce themselves properly since it is their very first time meeting, Risu completely shuts him down by bluntly refusing because she is far too shy. Risu begins to internally panic, classing Kazuto as a high-risk threat who will try to charm her with his handsome face and sweet voice, leaving him to seriously question her mental state. Kazuto awkwardly tries to kick off the conversation by introducing himself and asking if she prefers to go by Risu, before completely rambling about his school year and favorite foods in a desperate failed attempt at small talk. Unimpressed by his awkward rambling, Risu coldly dismisses his attempts to bond and bluntly tells him to just leave her alone. Kazuto freezes in sheer awkwardness as a tense conversation unfolds about family boundaries, with his stepmother firmly arguing that they aren't actually family at all but merely strangers who happen to be connected solely through their parents. Kasumi looks highly irritated and bitter under her hood, bluntly declaring that the mere concept of forcing people to get along just because they are supposedly family absolutely pisses her off. The heavy, depressing memory completely drains Kazuto's remaining energy, leaving him lying flat on his back in complete silence while quietly sighing in defeat. His quiet wallowing is suddenly interrupted when his phone begins to buzz with an incoming call from Rinka, who sweetly admits she just wanted to hear his voice, prompting a flustered Kazuto to remind her they only parted ways a few hours ago. Rinka immediately notices the subtle shift in his tone, gently pointing out that he sounds a little depressed, which completely catches a startled Kazuto off guard. Deciding to be completely open with her, Kazuto sits up and sighs, admitting there is a highly complicated personal matter he should probably tell her about. Currently at a professional photo shoot getting her makeup applied, Rinka carefully listens to his explanation before gently asking him what he personally wants to do about the situation. When Kazuto sheepishly explains that he simply wants to find a way to be on friendly terms with his stepmother, Rinka thoughtfully processes his words, asking if that means he has no desire to ever become as close as a real family. Remembering his stepmother's bitter words about being complete strangers, Kazuto admits that while he originally hoped for a warm family bond, navigating those complicated emotions has turned out to be far more difficult than he ever anticipated. Cutting straight through his heavy overthinking with her classic radiant positivity, Rinka sweetly encourages him to stop worrying so much and simply focus on acting completely normal around her. On a phone call with Rinka, Kazuto sits on his bed and thoughtfully questions what acting normally actually means, prompting Rinka to offer herself as a perfect example, by noting that she never overthinks what she says to him, when they play online together, jokingly adding that her virtual avatar is simply there to spread pure happiness. Rinka gently explains that the only thing that truly matters is staying completely true to himself, leaving a deeply touched Kazuto entirely speechless at her wise words. Rinka warmly assures him that even if he and his father don't end up becoming close friends, she is absolutely certain his genuine feelings will get across to him eventually, before she is suddenly called back to resume her photo shoot, and politely says she has to get back to work, prompting Kazuto to frantically call out her name. Kazuto warmly thanks her for the wonderful advice and wishes her the best of luck with her photo shoot, while a smiling Rinka softly hums in happy agreement. Later that night, Kazuto heads down to his dark kitchen and sighs about how empty the quiet house feels as usual, only to suddenly notice his younger stepsister Risu rustling around inside a cabinet. Hoping to help her out, completely calm, Kazuto politely notes that the barley tea is actually located in the leftmost drawer, instantly triggering a massive terrified jolt from Risu, who lets out a loud shriek as he turns on the kitchen light. Shivering in pure terror, Risu angrily hisses at him for suddenly sneaking up on her and strictly commands him to never come within 5 meters of her, prompting a sweat-dropping Kazuto to quietly call out her name in an attempt to calm her down. Looking down with a deeply saddened and slightly hurt expression, Risu quietly asks her older stepbrother if she is truly that terrifying to him, leaving a heavy, awkward silence to hang between them in the quiet kitchen. Kazuto gently reassures her that she doesn't have to answer if she doesn't want to, but logically points out that it will be incredibly uncomfortable for both of them if they keep having such highly tense interactions every single time they meet, before confidently declaring that he has the absolute perfect suggestion. Kazuto eagerly proposes that they start playing video games together, enthusiastically pitching their favorite online game as a god-tier masterpiece that is incredibly fun to play, in the hopes of finally breaking the ice with his stepsister. A deeply flustered Risu stubbornly argues that just because they are step-siblings doesn't mean they are obligated to act friendly toward each other, trying to shut down the conversation, while Kazuto points out that her defensive attitude is completely beside the point. Kazuto gently explains that he is merely trying to a game he genuinely enjoys, and notes how nice it would be to have close-by online friends, prompting a blushing Risu to boast that she is actually an exceptionally lucky party member. Risu goes through a highly dramatic silent internal struggle, shivering in pure hesitation, before pulling her oversized hood down in embarrassment. Finally surrendering to his persistent requests, Risu reluctantly agrees to play, triggering an absolute explosion of excitement from Kazuto as he happily cheers about starting their game right away. Kazuto enthusiastically urges them to start immediately, but a panicking Risu instantly orders him to freeze and strictly warns him not to step within 3 meters of her. Kazuto flashes a confident smile and promises that they are going to have a blast, leaving a sweat-dropping Risu to quietly sigh that he is simply far too obsessed with video games. Kazuto mentally celebrates the absolute success of his mission to invite his stepsister to join his online gaming circle, happily adding her as a brand new in-game friend. As the virtual friends are officially added, the narrative ominously notes that the two of them are completely unaware of the massive world-shattering chaos that is about to follow. A brand new chapter officially kicks off, teasing the chaotic arrival of a woman from Kazuto's past, as a mysterious girl proudly announces that she has finally finished the game's tutorial. Sitting comfortably at his computer desk, Kazuto acknowledges her progress and casually instructs her to meet his avatar over at the central plaza. A highly dramatic avatar named Kuretsuki Rurus makes a grand entrance, prompting Kazuto to hesitantly confirm if she is indeed his old friend Risu. After a brief exchange about their usernames, Kazuto dryly jokes about his own incredibly basic naming sense, prompting a smug Risu to chuckle and note that someone else pointed out the exact same thing a long time ago. Striking a wildly exaggerated pose, Risu proudly brags about her edgy gear, and demands that Kazuto learn from her magnificent sense of style, leaving him to silently groan over her overwhelmingly intense Chunabu energy. Completely bypassing the game's normal progression, Risu eagerly praises the housing tutorial and immediately demands a house of her own, forcing a pragmatic Kazuto to suggest they start mining for funds first. Risu fiercely glares at him and argues that a hardcore MMO addict like him should easily be able to fund a mansion for her, instantly getting highly defensive and angrily asking if he was just about to call her an idiot. A heavily sweating, Kazuto silently admits he technically has the money, but dryly calls her out for being unbelievably casual about shamelessly leeching off his hard-earned wealth, while she gives him a desperate, pleading look. Kazuto firmly shuts down her demands by revealing that he and Rin already own a cozy house together, warmly reflecting on how the virtual home is entirely filled with precious memories from their in-game marriage. Kazuto starts to mentally panic over what Rinka might possibly think about his sudden reunion as Risu coldly points out that he built a house, with someone else prompting a heavily sweating Kazuto to desperately change the subject by asking if she wants to join a guild instead. Breaking out into a highly dramatic villain laugh, an entirely unfazed Risu boldly declares that they should simply start their very own guild and use her massive mansion as their official base of operations, leaving a totally overwhelmed Kazuto completely speechless. Rinka enthusiastically argues that purchasing a massive luxurious house in their game will act as an incredible motivation booster, though Kazuto remains highly skeptical of the expensive endeavor. She quickly stares him down and insists that the house is a highly necessary investment to ensure they can keep playing together, leaving Kazuto sweating under the sudden pressure. Playing her ultimate card, she unleashes a sparkling gaze and begs him to buy it as a direct request from his adorable little sister, completely wearing down his remaining defenses. With the massive mansion officially built, Kazuto reluctantly pays up while consoling himself that it is a small price to pay if it keeps her hooked on the game. Rinka is absolutely thrilled to have her virtual home built, and seeing her pure radiant joy makes Kazuto smile, realizing his financial sacrifice was totally worth it. She proudly bursts through the main doors to claim her new domain, only to be instantly greeted by a completely barren and echoing interior. When she complains about the absolute lack of decor, Kazuto dryly points out that they haven't bought any furniture yet, sighing in defeat, as he realizes she fully expects him to fund the entire interior design. Rinka smugly teases him for being kind to a fault and suffering for others, dropping a hard truth that a defeated Kazuto internally cannot even deny. Back in the real world, Kazuto tells her to start thinking about furniture while he heads to the restroom, but a lazy Rinka glued to her game decides it is too much effort and jokingly tells him to just go in her place. Walking down the hallway, Kazuto chuckles at her bizarre logic, warmly reflecting on how much they actually feel like real siblings and realizing how nice the feeling truly is. Stepping out of the bathroom, Kazuto quietly reflects on how much he enjoyed the warmth of a loving family during his stay, softly admitting that he might actually be longing for that kind of lively household. Hoping to get along better with his new stepsister Risu, a deviously grinning Kazuto cooks up a highly questionable plan to bond by forcefully dragging her deep into his hopelessly addictive MMO swamp. Putting his master plan into action, a cheerful Kazuto happily opens the door and casually asks her if she has decided on any virtual furniture for her in-game house yet. His cheerful mood instantly vanishes when a deadpan Risu bluntly complains that a woman named Rin is completely giving her the creeps, leaving a totally blindsided Kazuto to freeze in pure confusion. Kazuto is completely horrified to discover Rinka's furiously raging avatar, spamming the game chat with terrifying messages, violently accusing him of cheating and aggressively demanding to know why he is building a mansion with another girl. While absolutely terrified, Kazuto clutches his head and frantically panics over his girlfriend's insane jealousy. Risu casually writes Rin off as a total psycho for aggressively ranting about cheating and claiming to be his married partner. When Risu moves her cursor to completely report the unhinged avatar, a heavily sweating, Kazuto frantically stops her, awkwardly confessing that the terrifying woman is actually his in-game marriage partner and begging her to spare the account. Risu stares at him in absolute disgust over his virtual marriage, while a desperately sweating Kazuto wildly mashes his keyboard to try and calm down a furiously demanding Rinka, before the massive misunderstanding completely destroys his real-world relationship. Kazuto desperately explains that the new girl is actually just his stepsister, but a totally unhinged Rinka completely misinterprets his excuse and violently shrieks that he is cheating on her with his own sibling. Watching the absolute chaos unfold, Risu bursts into laughter at his miserable situation, prompting a highly stressed Kazuto to angrily snap at her for finding it funny. Risu dryly points out that his delusional girlfriend genuinely thinks they are actually married, firmly declaring that family is not some cheap title to just throw around in a simple video game. Brushing past a stunned Kazuto, she confidently takes control of the keyboard to handle the raging idol herself, leaving a deeply terrified Kazuto to panic over exactly what she is about to type. Risu smugly boasts to herself, confidently thinking that, as a survivor of far worse situations, calming down this so-called Rin girl will be an absolute walk in the park. In the online game, Risu's avatar suddenly barges into the scene with an incredibly loud and aggressive shout. Risu explains that the absolute best way to crush someone's spirit is by hitting them with the brutal truth, drawing a direct comparison to how people on social media desperately fish for validation, leaving a completely bewildered Kazuto to aggressively question why she is even trying to crush Rin's spirit in the first place. As Kazuto slowly starts to grasp his new stepsister's chaotic and highly confrontational personality, Risu triumphantly celebrates another online victory after her harsh messages successfully shut Rinka up. The blunt truth bomb completely backfires and breaks Rinka's composure, sending her into a massive fit of keyboard-smashing rage while Kazuto sweat drops in silence. Immediately receiving a tearful phone call from a sobbing Rinka who is deeply hurt and wonders if she has already become a woman of his past, Kazuto desperately tries to reassure her and explains that Risu was simply trying to rage-bait her. Forced to go into complete damage control mode, a blushing Kazuto stammers out that she is the only one he truly loves, prompting a quiet Rinka to immediately ask him to repeat those exact words. Gathering his courage, a heavily blushing Kazuto clearly repeats that the only one he loves is indeed her, finally managing to soothe her deeply insecure heart. While a highly amused Rinka immediately begs him to say it just one more time, Kazuto sweat drops and points out that she is actually taking the entire situation much better than he originally expected. After Kazuto explains that the online drama was merely Risu's chaotic way of trying to get closer to her, Rinka quietly accepts the explanation, though she admits she is still slightly bitter about the part where she was called a woman of his past. Listening intently to Rinka's advice on the phone, Kazuto takes a quiet moment to absorb her encouraging words. Kazuto sadly realizes that Risu is stuck in an isolated situation, painfully similar to his own childhood, guessing she has spent her whole life lonely and unable to lean on her parents. Kazuto wonders if he can find it in his heart to overlook Risu's incredibly foul mouth now that her behavior makes a lot more sense, prompting a sweet Rinka to warmly encourage him to build a bond with her over their favorite online game, while promising she won't get jealous anymore. Rinka excitedly claims that since Risu is officially his sister, she considers her family now too, joyfully declaring her intention to step up as her ultimate older sister and smother her with absolute love. Happily returning to her bubbly, usual self, Rinka asks him to pass along her warm regards to Risu, before wishing him a sweet good night, leaving a relieved Kazuto to wrap up their phone call. While Kazuto quietly worries if his prickly stepsister will actually be able to handle Rinka's overwhelming sisterly affection, Risu suddenly slides his bedroom door open to aggressively demand they hurry up and jump back into their game. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with a beautifully illustrated title page, setting the stage for some highly anticipated and chaotic sibling bonding, as Kazuto tries to navigate his stepsister's extremely unpredictable natural behavior. Kazuto's morning routine is violently disrupted as he lets out a painful shriek, completely losing his mind upon finding a giant beetle fiercely pinching his nose. Risu casually yawns as she walks into his room to see where he has been, only for a wildly thrashing Kazuto to frantically scream at her to get the terrifying insect off of his face. Risu affectionately coddles her escaped stag beetle with a creepy giggle, completely ignoring a highly irritated Kazuto, who desperately urges her to hurry up, while a brief flashback explains exactly where the bizarre bug came from. Flashing back to 3 days prior, Risu proudly presented the giant stag beetle to Kazuto, boldly declaring the insect as her official partner, and bizarrely naming it Choki Choki number 3. When Kazuto logically assumed the bizarre name meant it was her third bug, Risu casually admitted it was actually her very first, but insisted adding number 3 simply sounded much cooler. Snapping back to the present, Risu notes that her pet escapes constantly and asks him to keep an eye out, casually mentioning she was genuinely surprised he even bothered speaking to her just to give a warning. Kazuto watches her in quiet bewilderment while Risu happily continues to dote on her pet, cheerfully praising its glossy shell. Kazuto casually admits he had no idea she was actually a fan of bugs, only for Risu to immediately grimace and confess that she genuinely hates them, prompting a thoroughly confused Kazuto to question why she is even keeping it as a pet in the first place. Staring blankly ahead, Risu drops an incredibly depressing bombshell by quietly confessing that she was just so lonely she desperately needed some kind of living creature near her. The stag beetle simply wriggles on her finger in the heavy, deeply awkward silence that completely consumes the room. Kazuto is immediately struck by a massive wave of pure pity and guilt over her depressing situation, which only causes Risu to shoot him a highly irritated glare when she catches his deeply sympathetic expression. Highly offended by his obvious pity, Risu defensively snaps at him to shut up and calls his face incredibly annoying, prompting an exasperated Kazuto to wildly protest that he literally hadn't even said a single word. Risu coldly dismisses the conversation and brutally orders him to hurry up and return to his MMO planet, since Earth is far too dangerous for him, leaving a sweat-dropping Kazuto to grumble about her cruelty, considering she started the chat, as the narrative officially confirms the bizarre beetle is indeed her precious partner. It has already been a full week since Kazuto started living with his younger stepsister Risu, and as he quietly watches her focus on a sensational celebrity apology broadcast, he notes that he is slowly starting to understand her peculiar daily habits. Kazuto's first major realization is that she possesses an incredibly prickly and terrible personality, as she aggressively rants at the television about how much she absolutely loathes the cheating idol, wishing he would completely disappear from the entertainment industry altogether. While Kazuto stands in silent disbelief, Risu continues her savage critique by calling the idol a total eyesore who can't sing, isn't even attractive, and has an incredibly toxic fan base, leading Kazuto to dryly conclude that she also has a remarkably nasty mouth. Anxious that her extreme cynicism might be the result of a toxic internet influence on someone so young, Kazuto gently advises her that she should probably stay far away from social media, only to be met with a cold, unimpressed glare. When it comes to her actual face, Kazuto notes that he has barely even caught a glimpse of it, since she constantly wears her hood pulled down incredibly low while muttering quietly to herself. To compensate, Kazuto has to constantly gauge her actual mood simply by watching her mouth, which lets him know when she is feeling happy, while internally guessing that she is probably just a little bit older than Rinka's little sister Nanoa. Taking a slow drink, Kazuto is suddenly hit with a strange sense of familiarity, quietly wondering to himself if he has actually crossed paths with her somewhere before. Kazuto notes that Risu frequently slips out of the apartment incredibly early in the morning, leaving him deeply confused as he wonders if her elementary school is extremely far away and why she is carrying such a massively heavy bag. When he eventually musters the courage to ask her about it, Risu instantly shuts him down with an icy glare and commands him to stop prying, because it is incredibly creepy, before flatly ordering him to never speak to her or come anywhere near her again. Despite her incredibly prickly attitude, Kazuto happily reflects that they have still managed to make some genuine progress, as she voluntarily invites him to hop online and play their favorite MMO together, even as she quickly orders him to stop looking at her with such a happy, smiling face. Kazuto cheerfully suggests a relaxing mining session for their daily gaming activity, but Risu completely ignores him and ominously demands they tackle the highly difficult ancient ruins. When Kazuto frantically tries to explain that the zone is strictly for advanced players, she stubbornly doubles down with a terrifying aura, giving him absolutely no room to argue. Completely shutting down his protests, Risu faceplants onto the bed and flatly declares that he literally does not have the right to refuse her demands, leaving a thoroughly defeated Kazuto to meekly submit to his forceful stepsister. Jumping into the high-level dungeon, Kazuto quickly discovers that Risu actually possesses incredible gaming sense, smoothly mastering the tricky assassin class and flawlessly executing complex combat maneuvers meant only for highly advanced players. As they navigate the dark and heavily trapped dungeon, Risu unexpectedly drops her quiet facade and completely unleashes a constant stream of harsh, rapid-fire complaints about the gloomy ancient civilization and brutal level design. Listening to her endless trash talk, Kazuto silently notes that she would make a wildly entertaining albeit highly toxic gaming streamer. Kazuto frantically warns her to watch out for a hidden floor switch that triggers a massive stone statue trap, but his warning comes way too late as Risu instantly steps right onto the pressure plate. A terrifyingly massive stone golem immediately awakens and looms over them, prompting a sweating Kazuto to nervously ask if she can actually handle such a tough boss, while Risu confidently orders him to just focus entirely on keeping her healed. Realizing her frontal attacks are completely bouncing off the golem's thick armor, Risu quickly assesses the situation, prompting Kazuto to step into his veteran mentor role and instruct her to back away to properly manage her timing and aggro. Kazuto flawlessly demonstrates the exact boss mechanics, baiting the golem's slow attack before swiftly dodging behind it, leaving Risu absolutely stunned by his incredibly smooth and precise inputs. Kazuto casually explains that dodging just comes down to simple muscle memory, earning a deadpan groan from Risu, who calls his advice total try-hard logic. Despite her complaints, she successfully mirrors his movements, perfectly earning enthusiastic praise from Kazuto as he coaches her to safely land her hits without rushing. The giant stone golem violently explodes as they finally clear the grueling boss fight, prompting a beaming Kazuto to wildly celebrate their victory and warmly praise his stepsister for her massive gameplay improvement. After clearing the difficult battle, a completely stunned Risu stares at her controller and slowly realizes that the terrifying dungeon boss didn't even target her a single time during the entire fight. She is absolutely blown away as the realization hits her, realizing that Kazuto was flawlessly keeping the boss aggro on himself the entire time, all while casually explaining the complex mechanics to her, landing his own attacks and somehow avoiding a single hit. Risu's shock quickly turns into her classic bluntness as she calls his inhuman gaming skills totally gross and unnatural, leaving a sweat-dropping Kazuto to dryly question whether she is actually trying to compliment him. Despite her harsh words, she quietly admits she will gladly leave the frontline vanguard duties to him again next time, while she happily focuses on attacking from behind, which Kazuto warmly accepts with a smiling nod. Hidden behind her hood, a rare and soft smile appears on Risu's face as she quietly enjoys their successful gaming session. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered when Risu suddenly accuses him of having a highly questionable preference, prompting a totally panicking Kazuto to shout that he didn't even say anything, while she insists his face is doing all the talking. Heading into the kitchen to eat, Risu quietly thanks him for the meal as she finishes her cup of instant noodles. After finishing her meal, Risu demands that he buy some more white miso ramen for her, which Kazuto easily agrees to do. While slurping his ramen, Kazuto happily reflects on how much closer they have gotten since they started gaming together, though he knows there is still a massive sibling quest he has yet to officially take on. A brand new quest officially begins as Kazuto decides to take on the ultimate culinary challenge of cooking a delicious home-cooked meal for his stepsister. Reflecting on how his younger stepsister has been living off a sad diet of cup noodles and frozen food, Kazuto decides she needs a proper nutritious meal, though he quickly realizes his own cooking skills are basically non-existent. While trying to brainstorm a beginner-friendly recipe, he suddenly remembers the incredibly delicious curry that his girlfriend prepared for him during their week together. Recalling that he actually made curry once during a middle school home economics class, Kazuto decides it is the absolute perfect classic comfort food, enthusiastically declaring that tomorrow's dinner will be a magnificent spiced curry. With his gear ready and his determination at an all-time high, Kazuto officially kicks off his kitchen quest determined to create a masterpiece from scratch. To ensure absolutely nothing goes wrong, he even purchases an authentic Indian recipe book, going as far as visiting a specialty store just to track down the exact spices needed for the perfect dish. Confident that simply sticking to the recipe makes failure virtually impossible, he begins the cooking process in high spirits. When the recipe calls for plenty of oil to saute the onions, Kazuto immediately guesses the instructions, deciding a tiny splash is much healthier and pouring in only a fraction of what is required. His healthy shortcut immediately backfires as the onions instantly stick to the bottom of the dry pot, leaving him in a panic as he struggles to scrape them off. Refusing to admit defeat, Kazuto stares at a plate of blackened, heavily scorched onions and desperately tries to convince himself that they are just caramelized and that a charred look is totally normal for authentic Indian curry. Moving on to the spices, Kazuto carefully measures them out, noting that beginners usually fail because they completely ignore proper measurements. Admiring his neatly organized ingredients, he genuinely marvels at how incredibly stylish and professional his prep work looks. Feeling like an absolute master chef, before he has even cooked a single thing, Kazuto confidently adds the garlic and spices to the pan, only to immediately panic as the intense mixture aggressively splatters and violently stings his eyes. After recovering from the spicy assault, he prepares to toss in the tomatoes while noting that chicken is the only ingredient left on his recipe. Deciding to get a little fancy, he cheerfully reveals that he actually bought lamb instead of chicken to make the dish more authentic, casually assuming that swapping the meat won't cause any major issues. Staring at the beautifully simmering pot of food and absolutely stunned, Kazuto begins to seriously wonder if he is actually a natural-born culinary genius. Stretching out his arms after a job well done, he excitedly notes that all he has to do now is let the delicious dish sit and wait for Risu to finally get home. When he happily rushes over to welcome his stepsister home, he is immediately taken aback as a heavily shadowed Risu violently coughs the second she steps through the front door. Frantically reaching for the ventilation switch, an absolutely horrified Risu demands to know why he didn't turn on the exhaust fan, brutally telling a highly confused Kazuto that his nose must be completely broken when he innocently claims he can't smell anything bad. Completely ignoring her massive complaints, a cheerful Kazuto happily announces that he made curry for them and eagerly invites her to eat together while she stands by the open window to desperately air out the pungent room. Presenting the steaming plate of food, Kazuto excitedly asks if it looks delicious, prompting a deeply hesitant Risu to quietly admit that the presentation is actually pretty decent. Risu takes a bite of her meal, noting that she really paid attention to the spices, but her face immediately drops as she brutally reviews the dish as burnt, purely spicy with absolutely no flavor and just plain nasty, completely shocking Kazuto. Refusing to believe her harsh critique, Kazuto immediately grabs his spoon and takes a bite for himself, only to instantly freeze up in absolute sweating regret as the awful taste hits his tongue. Adding insult to injury, Risu points out that the meat smells absolutely terrible and bluntly asks what he actually used, prompting Kazuto to admit he swapped the recipe's required chicken for lamb meat in an attempt to improvise, leaving a horrified Risu to frantically question why he would ever do that. Kazuto sheepishly explains that he genuinely thought using lamb would make the dish feel a lot fancier, before reluctantly taking another bite and admitting that, while it isn't completely inedible, it is undeniably gross, and he totally botched the meal. Letting out a heavy sigh, Risu surprisingly drops her harsh attitude and consoles him, rationally pointing out that it is completely normal to fail on a first attempt, and he just needs to learn from his cooking mistakes, leaving Kazuto deeply touched by her unexpected kindness. Leaning fully into her gamer mindset, Risu accurately compares his massive cooking failure to skipping the tutorial just to fight a secret boss, immediately prompting a heavily sweating Kazuto to completely agree with her flawless logic. Flashing a sheepish smile, Kazuto apologizes for ruining their dinner and cheerfully announces that they will have to settle for cup noodles again, promising to take care of his heavily botched curry himself. Before Kazuto can actually take the ruined plate away, a quiet Risu stares down at the food for a moment, before suddenly reaching out and pulling the terrible curry right back toward herself. Kazuto watches in absolute wide-eyed shock as Risu begins to quietly and steadily eat the nasty lamb curry despite her incredibly harsh review just moments prior. Continuing to force down the awful meal, Risu simply mutters that wasting food is bad, leaving a deeply moved Kazuto to stare at his prickly stepsister with a soft, affectionate expression. Kazuto awkwardly notes that he was going to eat it anyway, so it wouldn't be a total waste, but Risu aggressively shuts him down and tells him to just shut up. As Risu hesitantly takes a bite of the intensely spiced curry, heavily sweating, Kazuto nervously begs her not to force herself if it actually tastes terrible. Despite the absolute culinary chaos, they miraculously manage to polish off both of their plates entirely. After finishing their meal, Risu casually settles down on the living room couch to relax in the quiet apartment. Kazuto approaches her with a steaming cup, explaining that he tried brewing some chai with the leftover spices while internally sweating and desperately assuring himself that he made absolutely sure to taste test it this time around. Taking a seat beside her, Kazuto sighs in defeat and decides to just stick to simple recipes from tomorrow onward, while a quietly sipping Risu softly hums in approval and admits the tea is actually quite delicious. A notification suddenly pops up on his phone announcing the start of Rinka's anniversary live stream, prompting a highly excited Kazuto to violently jolt up from the couch. Confused by his massive reaction, Risu questions his sudden outburst, before noticing his lock screen casually asking if he is actually a fan of the idol group Star Minds. Flashing a highly nervous smile, Kazuto awkwardly admits that he is a massive fan of Rinka Mizuki, internally noting that it technically isn't a lie at all, while Risu suddenly starts rummaging through her pockets. Pulling out an official fan club card labeled with the highly coveted #1 spot, a deeply serious Risu proudly declares that she is also a massive fan of Rinka, dropping a massive bombshell right in the middle of the living room. The camera zooms in on an incredibly exclusive item, revealing a worn fan club card for Mizuki Rinka, bearing the absolute very first serial number. A brand new chapter officially kicks off with a beautiful title page, setting up a highly revealing dive into the history of Rinka's longest-running and most dedicated fan. Kazuto stares in absolute shock as he processes the massive revelation, completely blindsided by the fact that his prickly new stepsister Risu is actually a die-hard fan of Rinka. A heavy silence immediately fills the room as Risu stares intensely from beneath her hood, her usual aggressive demeanor entirely replaced by a deeply focused aura. Completely dropping her guarded attitude, passionately geeking out, Risu eagerly explains that her phone lock screen is actually a highly specific close-up screenshot of Rinka, taken right during the third song of her big anniversary live concert, prompting a heavily sweating Kazuto to desperately agree, while internally noting just how incredibly detailed her obsession truly is. As Kazuto genuinely praises her absolutely fantastic taste for choosing that exact perfect frame, Risu smugly warns him not to underestimate her dedication, proudly boasting that she owns both the regular and limited physical editions, and has meticulously rewatched the concert hundreds of times. Diving deep into her hardcore idol analysis, Risu excitedly explains that while Rinka keeps a deeply serious expression during the Cool Vibes song, there is a magical fraction of a second where she suddenly flashes that incredibly sweet face. Risu violently blushes and declares that such a dangerously sweet expression is practically cheating, prompting Kazuto to clutch his head in absolute agreement, as he admits the exact same moment completely blew him away on his first watch, before suddenly remembering he has something incredibly special he wants to show her. Proudly opening his closet doors, Kazuto reveals a fully autographed poster of Rinka hanging safely inside, prompting a stunned Risu to question his bizarre placement before he completely justifies it by explaining he specifically moved it there to protect his precious merch from any sun damage. Kazuto proudly boasts to Risu about a prized Rinka autograph that he personally managed to secure when the idol came to visit, expecting his stepsister to be completely blown away by his incredible luck. Full of fanboy energy, Kazuto eagerly points out that Rinka physically touched the paper herself, desperately urging a highly unimpressed Risu to take a closer look and inspect the details of the brushstrokes. Instead of being amazed, Risu breaks out into a creepy mocking chuckle, leaving a startled Kazuto to defensively insist the autograph is real while she condescendingly claims she just found his excitement cute. Quietly labeling him an amateur for getting so worked up over a single poster, Risu confidently offers to show him true dedication and invites him to step inside her room. Kazuto is completely paralyzed with shock as Risu proudly reveals her bedroom, which is entirely plastered floor to ceiling with an overwhelming, heavily decorated mountain of Mizuki Rinka merchandise. When Risu boasts that absolutely every single piece of her massive collection has been personally signed, a deeply frustrated Kazuto frantically inspects the items only to realize in utter defeat that every single autograph is entirely genuine. Staring at the endless shelves of acrylic stands, CDs, and collectibles, Kazuto is quietly amazed by the sheer dedication, realizing she must have spent an incredible amount of time and money attending every single autograph session. Utterly crushed by her absolute supremacy as a fan, Kazuto quietly admits total defeat while Risu lets out a loud, cackling laugh of pure triumph. Using her superior collection to confidently declare herself the older sibling, Risu smugly relaxes in her room while a sweat-dropping Kazuto silently resolves to just be grateful she is not a toxic territorial fan. While Kazuto wonders exactly what a territorial fan is, Risu casually explains the toxic nature of obsessive stans, before happily admitting she is just thrilled to finally have a fellow nerd she can talk to. Risu confidently declares that there are absolutely no bad people among Rinka's massive fanbase, deciding right then and there to officially start calling him her older brother. Completely caught off guard by her sudden shift into affectionate sibling territory, a highly confused and heavily sweating Kazuto awkwardly stammers out his thanks. Risu immediately begins aggressively spamming her brand new nickname for him over and over again, prompting a highly bewildered Kazuto to nervously ask why she won't stop saying it while helplessly answering her endless calls. Resting her chin on her hand, a heavily blushing Risu quietly mutters the nickname to herself, clearly savoring the warm feeling of finally having an older brother to rely on. Suddenly shifting into an incredibly serious tone, Risu firmly demands that they make an absolute promise to each other as fellow hardcore fans of the famous idol. Dropping her voice into a terrifyingly dark register, a heavily shadowed Risu strictly forbids him from ever actually falling in romantic love with the celebrity. Violently thrashing around on the bed in pure disgust, Risu aggressively screams that delusional fans who genuinely fall for idols are absolutely repulsive, and declares she could never live with someone like that, leaving a heavily sweating Kazuto to desperately agree. Kazuto's mind instantly flashes back to his incredibly intimate near kiss with Rinka on the balcony, sending him into a massive internal panic, as the crushing reality of his romantic relationship completely overwhelms him. Clutching his face in pure terror, Kazuto suddenly realizes that he is literally the exact type of repulsive person his stepsister just viciously described, frantically worrying about the absolute horror that awaits him if she ever actually finds out the truth. When Kazuto nervously attempts to ask what she would do if Rinka hypothetically had a real boyfriend, an aggressively glaring Risu instantly shuts down the entire concept by firmly declaring it completely impossible, since the idol is incredibly famous for absolutely hating men. Risu thoughtfully mutters that any guy who actually manages to win over someone as amazing as Rinka must be incredibly handsome, tall, and filthy rich, prompting a heavily sweating Kazuto to awkwardly agree, while secretly knowing she is entirely describing his own wildly average self. Despite admitting she would be incredibly jealous and absolutely hate whoever Rinka dates, Risu firmly declares that she deeply respects the idol as a person. She explains that a friend once told her that her Oshi's happiness is her own happiness, a deeply profound quote that a confused Kazuto realizes sounds incredibly familiar. Completely dropping her usual icy guard, Risu passionately declares that she would support Rinka's relationship from the sidelines, firmly stating that her absolute favorite idol's happiness is the only thing that truly matters in the end. Risu doubles down on her absolute faith in Rinka, confidently assuming that any guy the idol personally chooses to date couldn't possibly be a mistake, leaving Kazuto deeply touched by her unwavering trust. The touching moment is instantly shattered when a highly threatening Risu pulls out a massive pair of heavy shears and darkly promises to still snip it off, sending an absolutely horrified Kazuto into a massive panic as he desperately asks what exactly she plans to cut. Wildly snapping the giant shears in the air, a totally unhinged Risu violently vows to personally hunt down and snip off any little sprout that threatens to defile Rinka. Realizing she just completely contradicted her beautiful supportive speech from a second ago, a heavily sweating Kazuto internally screams that there is absolutely no way he can ever tell his terrifying stepsister the truth. The chaotic idol conversation suddenly comes to an abrupt halt as a heavily blushing Risu nervously avoids eye contact and quietly stammers out the word brother, setting the stage for a massive shift in their sibling dynamic.